Welcome. Thank you for coming to the 22nd State of the Net. Some groans from people who have been here year after year. But also, I'm really encouraged. I see a lot of old friends that have hair the same color as mine. And a lot of new people have come to State of the Net. We've been doing this for 22 years. It's hard to imagine where the state of the net was, like literally the state of the internet was 22 years ago. It's really difficult to imagine the state of the internet 22 years ago. It was many years before even the introduction of the iPhone. We had no mobile internet, which seems kind of shocking. I'd say that I'm thrilled that some of the new people are here today. We did a poll of you people before the conference, and I was really just wanted to get a sense of how people felt about the conference, about other things, what they felt about engagement on internet policy. So we just did a quick poll, and I was thrilled to find out that 35% of you, roughly, this is your first time at State of the Net, which is great. So we're really thrilled to welcome new people to State of the Net into the conversation. If I went back and looked at the agenda from our first one, and some of the issues are the same, right? Some of them are different. If you were to tell me 22 years ago that the 22nd annual State of the Net in 2026 would feature conversations about artificial intelligence companions or massive energy use to enable artificial intelligence, I would have thought you were crazy. Like, it was just unimaginable. But some of the issues are totally the same, right? We're still talking about speech. We're still talking about kids' safety. We're still talking about the First Amendment. Privacy and security are just perennial favorites. Copyright is always there. It kind of goes away for a bit, but always comes back. And broadband. And we always have broadband because a lot of times people don't realize that all the stuff you have on this has to get there somehow. And broadband is an issue that we've been talking about forever. And it seems like it might have taken a lot of these conversations and maybe even a global pandemic to get everybody around to the proposition that everybody needs to have really fast broadband. And it's great that we're here at this point in time when it comes to the state of agreement when it comes to broadband. That first panel, that first State of the Net, we had a panel called "Did the Internet Kill the Telecom Act?" And and that was like eight years after the act was passed, right? Today is essentially the 30th anniversary of the Telecom Act. And so what we did was, we did a poll, and we asked you guys how many words were in the Telecom Act of 1996. And 50% of you got it wrong. Sometimes a lot of times we talk about the Telecom Act now, and it's only about, people mention Section 230, which is essentially 26 words plus, right? So 10% of you bid on 26 words, which is only one part of Section 230, and the rest of you kind of got it half right. But the Telecom Act of 1996 is about 60,000 words. Following our keynotes this morning, we'll have an entire panel talking about 30 years after the Telecom Act, pretty much talking about the other 60,000 words. So that's something that a lot of the old timers here got that question correct. Some of you didn't, but it's okay. And speaking of getting it wrong, we asked you guys about the Super Bowl. Half of you got it wrong. But that's okay, because half of you got it wrong when it comes to the Telecom Act. But I think what's important to say is that internet policy for me is like sports, right? You can disagree on something, on the outcome of something, but you have fun doing it. And we kind of felt like that was like what it was in the early days of internet policy. Like everybody was so enthusiastic about the technology and about the potential of it, which has proven to be true. It's very powerful stuff. And I wondered if people still felt the same way, 22 years later, or 30 years later, as the case may be. So we asked you questions about, like, is it more polarized than it used to be when it comes to internet policy? And it turns out that 3/4 of you guys feel like it has become more polarized. And State of the Net was built on the premise that we would debate. The whole point of this conference, the whole point of my organization was created to get people to talk about issues when they totally disagree with each other. And that used to be done very civilly. And I hope that this is a place that we can continue to do that, have that conversation, and disagree with each other. What I think I want you to go through today, every single panel, every single speaker, you may actually be really challenged by what that speaker or that panelist says, and you may hate what they're saying. But it's pretty rare that a conference or an event like this puts people on the podium or on the same stage that disagree with each other so vehemently. And that is what my organization was created to do. That's what we're trying to do. With regard to whether that's possible, we also asked you questions about what does progress in tech policy, alignment or engagement across differences. 90% of you feel like you only make progress if you work across differences. And I think that has historically been true about just about everything. And we try to do that here. We also asked you if other tech policy events, do people disagree with each other? Basically, 4% of you said very often, which means not very often. And I think with regard to State of the Net, about the rest of you said that at State of the Net, generally people disagree with each other, and that's something we're very proud of, and that's what we're trying to do here today. We talked about polarization. People that come to State of the Net, 90% feel like that's what's different about State of the Net, and that's what I want you to take away from it. That's why I wanted to say, like, this organization, when you sit in a panel and you hate what someone is saying, don't blame them, blame me, because that's what we're trying to do. When it comes to polarization, I think we can all disagree with each other and have disagreements and work across differences, and that's how progress is made. And in closing, before I introduce our first keynote speaker, I'd like to say that disagreement and putting people on the stage that disagree with each other, or putting people on the stage that disagree with the folks sponsoring the conference, is an insane idea. It doesn't happen very often because it's hard to ask sponsors to sponsor an organization where they have people that disagree with them. And we are really lucky. It's not popular, it's really hard, but I just really want to basically thank our sponsors for doing just that. It's really important, and I'm thrilled that we have a great set of sponsors that have agreed to sponsor this conference and try to bridge the differences. So I can't thank our sponsors enough. We have a lot of them. You'll see the posters around the place. We also have a set of board members who sit on my board and disagree with what I do all the time. And that's a terrible position to be as a nonprofit executive, to have your board largely hate you half of the time. But I really want to thank them as well. And that's kind of that's a tee up to say, we hope you enjoy the conference. Don't get mad at the speakers, get mad at me, and we hope you have a good time. And also, most of the people you see working here are volunteers, so don't get mad at them, get mad at me. If you have any problems, come to me. The rest of the folks is a huge team of people that most of them are volunteers. So that's really what I wanted to open with. And if I can, I just want to introduce our first keynote speaker of the day. Arpan Sura is the Senior Counsel and Chief AI Officer for the Federal Communications Commission. I'm pretty sure that title didn't exist a few years ago, so it's really exciting to have him. He advises the chairman on a wide range of issues, from spectrum to space to technology. Before that, he worked for the law firm of Hogan Lovells, Arnold and Porter, and he also had a stint at Sprint. So Arpan, let me introduce you and have you come up to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. On? All right, good. Hey, everybody. Good to be here. I want to talk today about hard tech. In 2020, Mark Andreessen wrote, "It's time to build." And over the last 5 years, we've been having a conversation about what that means. But this time, something's changed. In 2025, Chairman Carr took the helm at the FCC, and he announced what he called his Build America agenda. It's an agenda that's comprised of a series of pillars that include restoring American leadership in wireless, boosting America's space economy, cutting red tape, modernizing the agency's operations, protecting America's telecom workforce. And I want to talk about the numbers because I think the numbers matter. In less than 12 months, we have deleted more than 1,100 rules and regulations from the Code of Federal Regulations. We have closed more than 2,000 dormant dockets, and we have reduced satellite application backlogs by half. This isn't regulatory reform. This is a regulatory rewiring. And here's why it matters. Here's why this is also very important. We are on the cusp of the most important moment in hard tech since the first space race. And some of that hard tech will include orbital data centers, massive LEO constellations, counter-UAS defense and drone swarms, next-generation wireless, or 6G. These aren't apps. These are atoms. And atoms need infrastructure, not just digital infrastructure, but physical infrastructure, towers, spectrum, fiber, launch capacity, the whole shebang. And that's a shift from the last 20 years, when we focused on digitalization, when we optimized for software. And we built incredible things over those 20 or 30 years with just server racks and JavaScript. But the next chapter, the AI chapter, the space chapter, the abundance chapter, requires us to build physical things at physical scale. And that means we need regulatory infrastructure that moves at the pace of today's technology, not telecom regulations from the 1970s. On infrastructure, we're streamlining pole attachment rules, which sounds extremely boring until you realize that pole attachments are the literal bottleneck that prevents thousands of communities from getting gigabit internet service. We're taking a hard look at state and local regulations that pose as barriers to broadband infrastructure. In our house, not in my backyard is not in our backyard, and it's not welcome. On spectrum, we're looking at opening up 20,000 megahertz of spectrum for satellite broadband. We're committing to auction up to 800 megahertz of terrestrial spectrum by 2034, and at up to 180 megahertz of the upper C-band in 2027. Earlier in 25, we opened up 600 megahertz of spectrum in the lower 37 gigahertz band for fixed wireless and IoT. And we're also letting the market create builder wings. In 2025, we saw deal flow that sent hundreds of megahertz of prime spectrum into the hands who could put that spectrum to more productive use. And this is what happens when policy aligns with the core insight of abundance. The default should be to yes. Yes to building, yes to deployment, yes to putting infrastructure in the hands of people who will actually use it. But let's talk about what we're doing about hard tech specifically, since that's the topic of my remarks today. The satellite modernization agenda is the clearest example of what we're doing on hard tech. The FCC is replacing an antiquated licensing process that was built decades ago. We're replacing it, root and branch, with an assembly line process that can match the hockey stick of satellites that are being launched in the low Earth orbit. We're revisiting technical rules from decades ago that are throttling satellite broadband capacity by up to 180%. I want you to think about that. 180% capacity gains, all without launching a new satellite or releasing more spectrum, just by removing outdated regulatory constraints that were adopted decades ago. Imagine that. We enabled faster direct-to-cell service at higher power levels. We're streamlining Earth stations. And that all matters because space tech is hard tech. LEO constellations are hard tech. The computer clusters in outer space that'll train our frontier models, that's hard tech. The next generation of autonomous systems, whether vehicles, drones, robotics, They all need ubiquitous, low latency, high throughput connections. That's hard tech. And hard tech needs hard infrastructure. And it needs regulatory frameworks that treat infrastructure as a positive sum activity, not zero sum based on mentalities of scarcity, rationing, and degrowth. The national security dimension of hard tech is also critical, and we're doing stuff at the FCC on that. We stood up a Council on National Security to look at threats from foreign adversaries. We cracked down on testing by labs that had been controlled by foreign governments. We executed Operation Clean Carts to remove millions of listings of prohibited devices. We adopted new undersea cable rules that are critical for global connectivity. And this is critical because you can't have a hard tech stack without a secure tech stack. You can't have transformative technology built on vulnerable foundations. The build agenda also must be secure, what you build. So I talked about what we've done on hard tech. Here's what I think this means for the broader community. Number one, the opportunity window is open. The regulatory velocity is increasing. The application backlogs are clearing. We have a real spectrum pipeline in visibility. Lots of spectrum is coming online. If you're waiting for the infrastructure to come, I think the moment is arriving. Number two, think bigger. When 20,000 megahertz of new satellite spectrum is coming online, when LEO capacity constraints are being removed, when direct-to-cell is being enabled, the design space for what innovators can build has just expanded dramatically. The constraint was never technology. It was just outdated regulatory permission structures. Number three, physical infrastructure is back. The next decade of returns will come from people who build real things in the real world. Towers, satellites, fiber, manufacturing, energy, housing. The software layer is important, and it will always be important. But the physical dimension, the physical abundance, it's what's going to become increasingly important. Number four, default to building. The regulatory posture is shifting from justify why you can do this to let's enable deployment and figure out problems in real time as they occur. That's the right frame. It's the builder frame. Now, you might be asking yourselves, well, what about the downsides? Here's my take. A lot of this is nonpartisan. It's non-ideological. More spectrum is not a political issue. Satellite application processing backlogs are bad, and we should want them to be clear, and we should want applications to move faster. These are questions of good government, of engineering, of economics. Look, here's the core insight. We built the highway system in less than a decade. We put people on the moon in less time than that. We built the internet, GPS, commercial aviation, the electric grid, and the internet itself, and we did it because we decided to build it. We aligned the policy and the capital and the talent behind those decisions. And the Build America agenda at the FCC is the same impulse as applied to the 21st century. It's about choosing abundance over scarcity, speed over stasis, deployment over excessive deliberation. We can just do stuff. But more than that, we can do it big. Thanks so much, and I'm happy to take a question or two if time permits.
Thank you so much for your remarks. I'm Angie Cronenberg, and I'm a consultant in the tech and telecom space. Really wanted to get your comments about some of the work that the Commission is doing on pole attachments. As you said, it sounds really boring, but it's really important. And you recently had a complaint that you made a pretty major decision on about what's considered fair in terms of cost allocation. Do you anticipate that you're going to have additional decisions coming out to really help parties truly understand what the obligations are and the economic obligations related to pole attachment access?
Thanks so much for the question. No news on that front. I know that's a very difficult issue, owing to the sort of particular economics of the bilateral monopoly situation. And so that's one where we're always looking to make incremental reforms, but we know it's sort of hard and understand that, you know, there's a greater demand for clarity.
Hi, Harold Feld with Public Knowledge. First of all, I love it when the FCC FCCs and focus on infrastructure and boring technical stuff is exactly where I love to see the FCC go. My question is, building on the recent 6 gigahertz order, do you see a pipeline for unlicensed spectrum in the same way that there is now a pipeline for licensed spectrum, and also I don't know if we'd call it a pipeline, but certainly a number of potential targets for satellite spectrum?
Yeah, I mean, pipeline might be too authoritative of a word, but we're always, you know, thinking about things we can do on unlicensed, new bands, new flexibility, new candidates, and we're doing that across, you know, all of our different spectrum stacks, whether it's satellite spectrum, terrestrial, unlicensed. So, you know, it's something that we're always thinking about.
I love how you're talking about the importance of hard tech, and your boss and the FCC has made a really concerted effort to engage people who are actually building this hard tech, wherever it may be, Space Coast, towers, fiber. Can you talk about how that experience is helpful with actually, you know, engaging in this policy? Whereas a lot of us go to conferences here in DC, we stay focused in the Beltway. How have you guys gotten out of here, and how has that, like, informed the way you guys are approaching these issues?
So when the chairman first became a commissioner, he got a case of cabin fever inside his small DC office, and he wanted to get out and talk to people. People were actually building the telecom networks, doing the hard work, and so he initiated a series of what he now calls car trips. And, you know, that's included climbing towers, splicing fiber, and I think those have been really formative experiences, and they've, you know, I think sort of part of the broader political zeitgeist. There's a lot of stuff that's happening outside of DC where people are putting hammer and nail, and they still remain extremely critical. And you can see that as something as mundane as like our housing shortage. That's not like an app issue. That's not a broadband capacity issue. That's an issue of regulatory permission structures and people just not being able to build. And so once you go out there and you see how much physical construction and labor is actually needed to put some of these, you know, gargantuan networks into operation, it gives you a deeper appreciation of the policy challenges that you have to clear.
I got a question too. Okay. Thank you. How do like technology in your company work in everyday people's lives?
Well, you know, I think with AI, I think it's really revolutionizing the way people are working. You know, one of my roles here at the FCC is chief AI officers to bring the productive abundance of AI into our workforce responsibly, and to make sure that the government is not 10 years behind the private sector, but maybe 2 or 3.
And my second question is, what are some of the benefits for working in a technology world?
Well, I think one of the benefits is it's never boring. There's always so much happening, and you know, it's a great time to be alive. It's the most, I think, most consequential developments of our time. So it's, it's a great space to work.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you for your comments, and I certainly agree that a lot of this is very bipartisan. And I hope I don't violate that by saying that, as the Wall Street Journal reported the other day, one of the barriers to the build agenda is workforce. And the administration's immigration policy has created significant problems in a variety of different sectors, including fiber deployment. Certain sectors, including hotels, have been able to prevail on the administration to reduce immigration enforcement, to enable the workforce. Has the FCC talked to the administration about the workforce issues in terms of deploying fiber?
Yeah, no news to share on that front. All right, thanks everybody. It was great to talk to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Miranda Bogan. I'm the director of the AI Governance Lab at the Center for Democracy and Technology, and I'm also honored to serve on Tim's board at the Internet Education Foundation and to be here today. I helped organize State of the Net 10 years ago, and it's always good to be back. And we're excited to be joined by our honored guest, who also has a long history with State of the Net and with our field in general. Representative April McLean Delaney represents Maryland's 6th Congressional District, bringing extensive experience in tech and telecom to Congress. Before joining Congress, she served as Deputy Assistant Secretary at NTIA, has a long history in common sense media, advocating for kids online, broadband, matters of broadband, the impacts of digital platforms. In Congress, she serves on the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, and is continuing to bridge the digital divide. And she'll be in conversation with Patience Hagen from the Wall Street Journal. So we're delighted to have you both. Thank you.
25 minutes.
25 minutes.
25 minutes.
All right. I'm ready to go. Okay. Morning. Thank you for being here with us today.
I'm very excited. These are really big issues. And I was at the first State of the Net. So I started practicing broadcast law in 1989 when there were still comparative hearings. And, it was just a different time when I think 16 broadcast stations was too much market power. So a different time indeed.
Different time. Wow. Okay. In that case, I'll start with a question that taps into your deep background, your long background in tech policy. So recently, FCC Chair Brendan Carr said that the agency is not a formally independent agency. Where do you stand on that?
Well, I think that that's absurd. It is an independent agency along with the FTC and many others, and that is something that is being proposed by this administration in terms of a lot of the use of this administration's kind of pushing forward their agenda. But first and foremost, the FCC was, authorized by Congress. The power of the purse is invested under Article 1 in Congress. And so really we fund the FCC and we authorize the FCC, and our legislation lays out what the FCC does. Moreover, I think that it's difficult right now because you're seeing a lot of weaponizing, I think, of this administration, of the FCC, in terms of coercive or potentially ability to, sign off on various merger applications or broadcast or satellite. So if you have the ability to deal with some of these larger issues of coercion in terms of how you look at the freedom of the press and some of these other issues, i.e. Jimmy Kimmel or CBS, it's a problem. But I think even more importantly, I think that for business, business, and listen, I represent the Maryland 6th Congressional District. I have NIST and NIH, the National Cancer Institute, Fort Detrick, but we have so much research and innovation within the 6th District. And, long-term infrastructure needs regulatory certainty from tariffs, but also in terms of we don't want flip-flopping of regulatory policies every 4 years. You need a bipartisan commission that is focused on what is best for the public interest and in terms of furthering what is good for our U.S. competitiveness and our national security. So I would say it is a good thing to have an independent commission for our country, for our public interest, for our consumers. Pretty much, full stop.
Okay. Thank you for that. So you've also worked on tech policy issues from another side of the coin. Before you came to Congress, you worked for Common Sense Media, an NGO dedicated to safeguarding children online. And now you have a new bill, the Algorithm Accountability Act, right, which would impose a duty of care that would require social media platforms to design their algorithms in a way that prevents foreseeable harm to children, if I'm getting that right. So why this focus on policing the product design rather than policing the content on the platforms?
So before I answer this question, I think I have to lift up a little bit and look back. I lobbied on the 96 Act when it was dial-up AOL, and we thought, of course, the internet should be unregulated. And I started with Common Sense Media in 2006, before Google was a verb and Facebook was in its infancy. And we've seen kind of the trajectory of what has happened. And for many years, I was very focused on the health and well-being of children and how media impacted it, good and bad, in terms of learning, but also tech addiction, issues of mental health and well-being, and how the algorithms and the design really impacted our kids' mental health, physical health, cognitive health. I worked for, I think, almost 10 years to get CAMERA, the Children and Media Research Act, passed in Congress. It passed actually when I was at NTIA, which was longitudinal research through NIH to really look at media. So algorithms and data are really, really important. And we have yet to have a comprehensive privacy piece of legislation, even though we've been lobbying for it for almost 20 years. It is really important still, I think, and the EU is ahead of us. They obviously have done a lot in the privacy arena. But we've really got to look at how data is collected, but also the algorithms. And why would we want to have harms happen and not stop them before? So on the Senate side, senators, it's bipartisan, Curtis and Kelly, and on the House side, Senators Kennedy and I got this bill, which is really about it should be very common sense. If media companies or platforms know that there is a substantial risk and a duty of care that these, by design, they could have harm or substantial harm or even injury on a child, that they should be liable for it and there should be a private right of action. Because I really do believe for there to be accountability and change, there must be some type of liability or some sort of penalty, or else it's never going to change. And we've seen it, the line just keep on moving. And it's something, as a lifelong child advocate, I think that there has to be enough is enough, and we have to start thinking about ways that we can more creatively both encourage, listen, I represent NIST, I represent NIH. I'm a big believer in innovation and in having a robust competition and underpinning our U.S. Competitiveness, but we do need to have bumpers and safeguards for our kids and for all of us. So, and in addition to this, I'm going to be, COSA is obviously up right now and is having, which is the Kids Online Safety Act, which is modeling and modifying how COPPA, which is the one privacy act for kids, is being looked at. But I think there's a whole host, and you'll see it from my Democratic and Republican colleagues, of how data is being collected and how it's being fed even into some of these AI systems. Taking that data from also our government. My biggest thing when I came into Congress is when DOGE was first starting, and it's really hard for me because I have 35,000 government workers, so I was very focused on some of these cuts, but also that many of the agencies and the mass databases, whether it's the IRS, the Social Security, whether it's USDA for our farmers, I think that when you give your information to the government, whether it be for your tax returns or whether for Social Security or your health information, which should be protected by HIPAA, that data would be safeguarded and protected by our government. But when it is taken and given to third parties and fed into AI systems, I think it is something that most Americans don't think will happen. And I think it's really important that we lift up and look at what data is going in and then how it's being used in terms of our algorithms, but ultimately fed into AI.
Right. Terrific, right. And right. And
So-
reminding us all of the actions you took about a year ago to when some of that data, of farmers' data, was being directly accessed by DOGE without transparency.
I'm a farmer's daughter from Idaho. I came from Buell, Idaho to go to, I went to Northwestern, was communication studies, and then I got a scholarship to go to Georgetown Law. So I've been here since the 80s. And when I went into Congress, E&C was a bridge too far because that's something that takes a while for a freshman to get on. And so I said, what will help my district? I have a lot of farmers in Maryland's 6th Congressional District all the way up to Western Maryland. And I realized that many of them were giving, for USDA grants, a lot of proprietary information and financial information to USDA. And then with the DOGE cuts, there was a lot of consternation that many of that financial information was then being disclosed to third parties. And they weren't liking that. And so that's when I put in safeguards, and I asked that, wrote a letter and then submitted legislation to protect our farmers across this country, who I have to say I'm very sad about. 56% increase in bankruptcies this year over last, with all that's going on with tariffs and workforce and some of the USDA cuts. But that's a side note. That's just my farmer side. That's protecting them. I'm a mama bear with my farmers.
Wow. Okay. All right. Managing a district that's both, the cutting edge of tech and tech policy, and
I call it a purple district with no purple people. It is it's an incredible district. It goes from Up County, Montgomery County, through Frederick, Allegheny, Garrett, and Washington counties, all the way to the West Virginia and Pennsylvania border. But it is a microcosm of America with the 270 corridor. And it's really an incredible opportunity for me to see all of the different issues across America are really in my district. And I see the impact of many of the different, whether they be on farmers or rural. A big part of my agenda is also how technology impacts rural America in terms of broadband. And when I was at NTIA, I was the number 2 at NTIA. I think Commissioner Gomez is here afterwards, and she held my same position as well. But we rolled out the $65 billion broadband plan with BEAD and did a lot of the spectrum allocation. And much of our rural communities still are without broadband and still are unable to access all that they need to really lift themselves up. So I have been very much focused on broadband and also how we drive investment into some of our rural communities. And particularly with respect to the cuts with Medicaid and other cuts about figuring out how we can help our rural hospitals with telehealth.
Right, okay. You mentioned rural broadband, and that's a topic where you're really a deep expert. You have probably more expertise than nearly anyone in Congress, I think. Before you came to Congress, you served in the Biden administration, working on the BEAD program to bring broadband to all Americans. BEAD saw some delays under the Biden administration, right? And now the Trump administration has revamped it. So what do you think of BEAD? Do you think the Biden administration got it 100% right?
Well, no administration ever gets 100% right. I mean, I'd like to say we got it 100% right. But I'm very proud of what Secretary Raimondo and I worked with Alan Davidson, who was the assistant secretary. I was the deputy assistant secretary. We worked really hard and actually lockstep with the FCC in terms of finding the unserved and underserved areas across this country. And think about it. I mean, the Internet for All program was about giving affordable, high-speed internet, and affordable is really key, to everyone. And so it was, they say, well, you didn't do it in 3 years. Well, who puts out a $65 billion infrastructure investment across America and has to figure out where are all the unserved places? We actually were able to figure out the maps and make the grants, the state block grants, and then there were many shovels about to go into the ground. The problem is that there was a fiber preference, which I actually do believe is the right thing. Not always is a fiber preference, but that fiber is more scalable, more climate resistant, and in the long run is more affordable. Because if you think about it, some of these other technologies that are now being proposed under, that they're lower cost, but it's a little bit penny wise, pound foolish, because the resiliency and the scalability is not there in the same ways, and there's still a latency issue. It's still not quite at the same latency, but also more importantly, I think in the long term, it's going to be less affordable for rural America, because when you start to look at other applications other than with some of the satellite applications, some of the other applications, I think will be in the long term much more expensive. And in addition to that, I think many of the, we had through the FCC some programs that really worked on affordability that have not been revamped. And I'm really sad about that because I think we did do a good job. We were about to get there. Zoning and permitting does need to be streamlined. I give it up to this administration. We do need to work on that. But we need to also think about to immediately allow it to all go to maybe our LEOs, or I think for most businesses, I think there are a lot of small and mid-size internet service providers who better know the areas in rural America who might be able to give more affordable and better service in the short term. So I am concerned. I did push back. I sent a letter to the Secretary of Commerce and really kind of pushed back on making sure that BEAD was not completely dismantled. And then the last thing I'll say is there is some sort of knee-jerk trigger reaction to the word equity. I traveled this country on digital equity grants, and for some reason, it really should never have been called digital equity grants. They should have called digital education grants. What it was is for adoption, these equity grants were to be given to different communities that they could best make use of the internet. Whether I was in Oklahoma with Governor Stitt, and it was how would the tribal communities best make use of internet. I was in Maine with the governor, and how do these lobster farmers reinvent themselves and use connectivity to have, some agritourism in their communities. English is a second language, senior centers. And so it was really about meeting, having that internet be tailored to specific communities, because we have a big, wide country that has lots of different pockets. And how do you make it accessible so that every community can thrive? So I am a little sad, but I think that there's a February 11th comment period, and I'm going to send in some comments too. So.
Okay, great. I'll look out for those.
Yeah.
You'll have plenty to say.
Yeah.
That's great. So what other topics in data, privacy, and online safety do you find most pressing for you and your fellow members of Congress right now?
So I'm going to lift up. Like I said, I started practicing in 1989 with Cohen and Marks. Stanley Cohen was my mentor. He was at the end of his career then, and I was 25. He must have been in his 60s, and he took me under his arm and under his wing and taught me about the Communications Act of '34. And he had been a Jew, American Jew, shot down during World War II and put into a concentration camp. And when he came out, he almost starved to death. He went to Harvard Law School, and he said, I think it is so important to have freedom of expression, freedom of the press, and make sure that there is always a robust communications, world. And he taught me about the Act of '34, serving the public interest. Like I said, not more than 16 broadcast stations at that time, but how do you have a lot of players that have robust competition, fair and level playing field, protection for consumers, protections for children? How do we use community programming? And thinking about that has always been our, and still promoting U.S. innovation and our national security. And as I've been lifting up and thinking about my starting out as a broadcast attorney and now, I'm looking at this unprecedented vertical and horizontal integration and a light touch from our FCC, maybe a light touch in regulation, but a heavy touch from this administration. And I really think that our piecemeal legislation on privacy, on data, on algorithms, on cybersecurity, on AI, I think that we need, and maybe I'm going to call for it, I think we almost have to have a new deal on infrastructure, AI, data, and platform accountability that comes together, because what we have now does not meet the moment. It was created in 1934 and amended in 96. And you hear about sunsetting 230 and data and all of these things. But what we really need is, if you look at what happened just this week, and listen, I love business. I love innovation. My husband's a 3-company entrepreneur. I believe in pragmatism. But you have an entity who has now has satellite infrastructure. If you look at SpaceX, they've got the satellite infrastructure, terrestrial infrastructure, a platform with X and some of our social media, and then you have an AI company. So you have this wide range of infrastructure and the content, and the ability of what that means for other players in the marketplace, what that means for surveillance, for data, for even commerce, who we are as a country. I think we need to examine that. And I would love to call for a bipartisan, but also multi-stakeholder commission that looks at these issues and really lifts up and has a new deal on how we can go back to many of the things that we all kind of want: robust competition, fairness, trustworthiness in our media, looking at accountability. When there's bad actors, things happen. And I did mention I'm even looking at AI chatbots and how AI impacts our kids as well, not just social media. But when we think about all of these things coming together, I could talk about many different bills. But we're going to have congressional buy-in and business buy-in. And actually, it'll give more opportunities to business and help us innovate. Because do we want it consolidated into 2 or 3 different companies? I don't think so. I think we need to lift up. And I just know, I love this country. I ran on common sense, common ground. And, I often say I'm desperately trying to find it. But I do believe that in the end, we will figure out a way to get through this period. But this convergence that we used to talk about in the 90s, there truly is a convergence right now. And it is the most important thing we can do for our economy, for our democracy, for the health and well-being of us as citizens, and for our children. And I ran because I have 4 daughters, 18 to 32, and a brand new grandbaby. So That is why. And I'm learning all the new toys for a 1-year-old. But that is kind of what I think we need to look at, is reinventing as the state of the net. And it's all of you in the room who need to be part of it, because it's going to define, I'm a communication studies major by background. It's going to define who we are. And we have been the beacon of light for this world. And I do believe diversity is our strength and unity is our power. And we need to unify from diverse sections of this country and diverse stakeholders to come together to define who we are. So I guess, you turn 60 and you become kind of a truth teller.
Powerful, powerful. We need more of those. Congratulations on the new grandbaby.
Baby Charlie. After 4 daughters, my husband finally got the little boy. Only took him 32 years. Yeah, but he loves his daughters. I'm not saying that. So, I'm happy to take questions or what have you. And
we have a few minutes. Anyone? A question for the Congresswoman?
I have a nice question.
Yes.
What is one of your important roles working as a congresswoman?
one of the most important laws is, I think that I have really focused on, in addition to some of these telecom laws I've talked about, is I really think it's important that we fully fund our research agencies like NIST, NIH, National Cancer Institute, USDA. They've been having unbelievable assaults, and not only on our government workers, but we're really undercutting a lot of the institutional and research expertise that we have as a country. And I've been pushing back forcefully because I do believe that our foundational research underpins many of our small businesses, our entrepreneurs, and I keep saying our U.S. competitiveness and national security. And in those cuts, which were so, penny wise, pound foolish, we really undercut our security and our resilience. And we're seeing it again and again, from NOAA to, NIH to all of these different places. But we were able to claw back a lot of it in the most recent appropriations. But that is a big, big thing for me, is to protect our research agencies and universities.
So talking about NIST, we've heard...
I love NIST.
So on Friday, I heard Representative Obernolte talking about some sort of AI regulatory framework, one that would codify what used to be the AI Safety Institute and kind of have that be like the center hub of like a hub and spoke model for some sort of AI regulatory framework. I was curious what you think of that. What do you think Casey might need to really fulfill that mission?
That's a really interesting question. And, I haven't gotten all the details from Albert Nolte about that. I do know that they had a bipartisan commission that he was part of, I think it was last year, that came out. Sadly, none of those task force proposals were taken up. I do think that NIST is the right place to do a lot of that framework because they have so many experts on quantum and on different, just all different aspects of AI. And I do think that there should be some framework for them. I hesitate to only have it at NIST because I think that there are other stakeholders that are also our universities and, even private companies that are involved in that. And so I do think we should have some standards. I do think that there should be some coordination. And I do think that we should have some, greater collaborations. And that, the National Science Foundation, and we just had Science, Space, and Technology just had an amazing hearing on quantum and our investments in quantum, which also bisect with a lot of those discussions as well. But I'd love to talk to you offline about that because I have a lot of thoughts, and actually I'm putting out a bill in about a month on something that's related to that.
One more.
Not that it'll see the light of day, being in the minority, but we're working towards it.
Thank you so much. Maureen Backstrom, Inside AI Policy. Can you please walk us through your thinking on making your legislation targeted to kids? Because, you know, over the years, we've seen parts of the Democratic or Progressive coalition align with the tech industry, albeit for different reasons, to oppose age verification and validation measures.
It's hard. It's hard. You know, perfect is the enemy of the good, and I'm not going to tell you it's not. I mean, I do think that that children need to be protected. And I have seen, as we've all seen, skyrocketing depression, anxiety, mental health issues, self-mutilation, suicides, depression. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on and on. And many of the tech companies, yeah, listen, I was there 10 years ago when many of them had the information that it was so doing and wouldn't, well, were forthright about it. So I think it is important to put bumpers and safeguards and extra protections on for children, and you know that includes, you know, algorithmic design protections, that privacy protections, and more study about it. Age verification has always been very difficult in terms of and kids, including my own teenagers, have been very adept at going around it and figuring it out. So it is hard. But I think that I come from the viewpoint that I'm not quite so sure that some of those First Amendment issues that are being brought up are necessary, that they're always valid. I think that you can work through them. And I think, you know, the devil is always in the details. But I do think we are, I think that we have completely walked away from our kids and their well-being. And I think it's despicable that we as a country are allowing some of the things to happen online, from deep fakes to AI-generated porn to the dark web is a bad place to be. And so if we can, it's a wild west that has been wild for over 15, 20 years. And so, you know, I kind of look towards Europe. They have been much better, from the Digital Services Act to the Digital Marketing Act, if you look at their new AI Act. And I'm not saying that we take all of that into the US, but I also hear, and I remember when I was at NTIA, you know, they'd say, oh, we can't do this or this or this. And I'm like, well, why can't you? You're doing it in Europe. And so I think it's maybe we take some of those core protections and figure out ways to integrate them here. And I don't think that means that you're going to undercut a business's bottom line. I mean, I firmly believe that businesses should make a profit and they should be able to invest, but it's not a one-way street. And that, you know, communications and the power of technology, the most important thing when a despot goes into and takes over a country, the first thing they do is control the communications outlets. And this is really, really important that we take back control over how our kids, but how over all of us are impacted by technology and our collective health and well-being. And I think that as a country, we really need to lift up, you know, because this democracy, it's 250 years old, and I want it to keep on being so. So that's a longer response to age verification, but I'm happy to give you a little extra offline as well, some ideas I have about it. I think we're out of time, though. I get the red blinking light. If you have any questions, I do respond. I believe in being very accessible. My email is rep.mcleandelaney@mail.house.gov, and my staff is always willing and able to answer questions. So,
Good morning, folks. We are going to move right into our next speaker. It's going to be my great pleasure to introduce her. So, as I do that, I don't know how many of you saw the Super Bowl last night, Super Bowl halftime show. I did not have on my bingo card that poll attachments were going to be part of the Super Bowl halftime show, or utility polls anyways. So, in honor of Bad Bunny and the fact that Commissioner Gomez is the first Latina in 30 years to be confirmed to the Commission, voy a presentar mi introducción completamente en español. Actually, I'm not. But Commissioner Gomez and I share a couple of things. She was born in Orlando, grew up in New Jersey. I was born in New Jersey, grew up in Florida. But also, she spent a fair amount of time and has family in Bogota, Colombia. My family hails from Medellin and Bucaramanga. I'm betting most people here never heard of Bucaramanga, but that's a town in Colombia. But another important thing we share is the belief and the power of and the importance of broadband for economic growth, civic engagement, and opportunity, no matter your zip code. It gives me great honor to introduce Commissioner Ana M. Gomez.
Thank you. Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Hola. Good morning, and thank you for inviting me back to the State of the Net. This is my third consecutive year speaking here since becoming an FCC commissioner. Each year I've tried to focus on a different challenge in communications policy and what it means for consumers and for our democracy. My first year I spoke about the importance of accessible and affordable connectivity and the consequences of leaving behind people as these networks expand. Last year I warned about the dangers of the FCC straying beyond its proper role and using its regulatory power to intimidate, pressure, or influence online speech. It was a prescient warning about what happens when government threatens private actors for decisions that should be driven by consumer demand and protected by the First Amendment, not shaped by political pressure. This year, I want to talk about what I see as another looming threat, one that is quieter, more structural, and potentially just as damaging if left unchecked. That is the rapid consolidation of media ownership and what it means for local voices, for competition, and for consumers. This may not sound like a traditional state-of-the-net topic, but the lines that once separated communications markets no longer exist. What were distinct industries decades ago have converged, and the internet now directly shapes the economics of broadcast media, often being used as a justification to do away with guardrails without regard to what that means for local journalism and the public interest. 30 years ago, the media world looked like nothing it does today. In 1996, most Americans got their news from a daily newspaper, a local television broadcast, or the radio. Cable was growing, but streaming did not exist. Social media was not even a concept. Google had not yet been founded. The iPhone itself was more than a decade away. That was the context in which Congress passed the Telecommunications Act of 1996. I was at the FCC as we began implementing the law. Even then, there was a clear understanding that technology would evolve quickly and in unexpected ways. But there was also a shared belief that some principles had to endure, including competition, localism, and viewpoint diversity. That did not mean privileging any particular ideology or viewpoint. It meant ensuring that no single voice, company, or interest could dominate what communities see, hear, and rely on for information. The goal was competition that produced real choice, local decision-making, and independent sources of news. Just yesterday marked the 30th anniversary of that law. It is worth asking not just what has changed since 1996, but what risks we face today as media markets grow more concentrated, ownership becomes more centralized, and fewer decisions are made close to the communities they affect. For all the ways media consumption has changed, one thing remains true. Local journalism is still the backbone of our media ecosystem. Even when people get their news through social media, search engines, or streaming platforms, much of the original reporting still comes from local journalists. When that journalism weakens, the entire information ecosystem feels it. We have already seen this play out in the newspaper industry. Newspapers were not eliminated because people stopped caring about the news. They were hollowed out through consolidation, cost-cutting, and the loss of advertising revenue to digital platforms, as ownership decisions were increasingly made far from the communities they affected. Broadcast television now faces a similar risk, but under even greater pressure. Broadcasters are navigating declining advertising revenue, competition from digital platforms, and changing consumer habits. These pressures are real, but how we respond to them matters. When consolidation becomes the default solution, it often accelerates the very decline it is supposed to address. Fewer owners does not just mean fewer balance sheets, it means fewer independent editorial decisions and fewer local perspectives. I hear this concern directly from people in communities already experiencing the effects of consolidation. I recently received an email from a consumer describing how a single corporate owner controls or operates most of the major broadcast affiliates in their local market. On paper, viewers appear to have multiple local news options, but many of those stations share the same reporters, crews, anchors, and often the same stories. So while several stations may carry local news programming each night, there are really only one or two independent editorial voices. Now that may look like choice, but in practice it leaves viewers with fewer places to turn for independent coverage of what is happening in their own backyard. And the concern is not limited to individual communities. A recent national poll found that nearly 3 out of 4 likely voters oppose large broadcast corporations buying or merging with local TV stations, with broad majorities of Democrats, Republicans, and independents rejecting proposals to loosen media ownership rules. And this is not the only concern. We have also seen the FCC use its regulatory power to pressure coverage in ways that are favorable to this administration, including recent suggestions that broadcasters could face regulatory consequences based on the content of the network's late-night comedy. After days of bipartisan pushback against this weaponization of government power, the corporate parent ultimately backed off. But several days later, the large corporate behemoths that own vast numbers of local stations across the country did not. These billion-dollar media companies have significant business before the FCC. They need regulatory approval for transactions, and they are actively seeking to reduce the regulatory guardrails so they can grow even larger. That reality leaves local stations trapped in the middle, as corporate owners weigh regulatory risk against editorial independence and impose their will and their values on communities they may never meaningfully engage with. As media ownership becomes more concentrated, this pressure will only grow. The incentive to avoid conflict can quietly override the obligation to serve a local audience. This is why the current moment matters. Decisions about consolidation today will shape whether broadcast television continues to serve as a source of local accountability or whether it follows the same path that left so many communities without a meaningful local newspaper presence. Competition policy is not an end in itself. It is a means to an end, and that end is supposed to be consumers. That distinction matters because it is where competition policy across the government is heading in the wrong direction. On the one hand, the administration has shown a willingness to tilt the regulatory playing field in favor of certain legacy media companies so long as they are owned by friends and allies. On the other, it raises legitimate concerns about concentration in streaming which is now one of the most dominant parts of the media ecosystem, but does so selectively and without applying the same principles consistently across the industry. That kind of selective signaling matters because it shapes market behavior well beyond any single transaction. And in the areas where the FCC does have clear authority, particularly broadcast ownership, those signals are being reinforced rather than corrected. Rather than asking how competition can best serve consumers and local communities, the FCC is increasingly focused on how regulation can be loosened to accommodate the business strategies of some of the largest media companies. Real economic pressure is treated as justification for consolidation without consideration of whether the outcome will continue to serve the public interest. Guardrails are framed as obstacles, and consumer interests risk becoming an afterthought. We see this most clearly in the FCC's willingness to circumvent the law Congress put in place to limit unchecked media consolidation. Congress established a national television ownership cap to prevent exactly the kind of dominance we are now being asked to accept. That cap reflects Congress's judgment that excessive concentration threatens competition, localism, and viewpoint diversity. It is not a suggestion, it is the law. Yet the FCC is now pursuing policies that would effectively sidestep this statutory limit. It is considering regulatory maneuvers that would allow companies to exceed the cap in practice, even if not in name. One of the clearest examples is its openness to transactions that would further entrench national dominance, including a potential merger between two major broadcast groups that would plainly violate Congress's restriction. This is not competition policy serving consumers. It is using competition rhetoric to justify consolidation. From a consumer perspective, the consequences are clear. Greater consolidation reduces meaningful choice. It weakens competition for local advertising and local audiences, and it compounds the very pressure that has already hollowed out local journalism elsewhere. This is why guardrails matter. Structural limits on ownership were not designed to protect incumbents or to freeze markets in time. They were designed to preserve rivalry, independence, and accountability in markets where the stakes are uniquely high. Once those limits are eroded, rebuilding competition and local voices is extraordinarily difficult. That does not mean we should ignore the real economic challenges facing broadcasters. We should pursue targeted, market-specific policies that help local media respond to the realities of streaming competition, declining advertising revenue, and changing consumer habits. Smart, tailored solutions can support struggling stations without sacrificing local ownership, independence, or competition. What we should not do is treat consolidation as the default solution. The FCC should not be in the business of managing consolidation as an inevitability. Its role is to ensure that competition remains real, that consumers benefit, and that local communities are not sacrificed in the name of corporate growth. If the FCC continues down this path, it risks repeating the same mistake that hollowed out local newspapers, only this time in broadcast television. That would not be the result of technological inevitability or market forces beyond our control. It would be the result of policy choices that traded local voices for consolidation, and consumers would live with the consequences. 30 years ago, Congress set out to modernize communications law while protecting values that it understood could not be left to market forces alone: competition, localism, accountability. Those values remain relevant and unfinished. The FCC's responsibility is not to manage consolidation, but to steward a media ecosystem that serves communities and consumers in the real world. If we keep that focus, we can meet this moment without sacrificing the voices that make our democracy work. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I look forward to continuing this conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner. At this point, you guys have a really brutal task. You have to choose between lightning talks or 3 amazing panels. I don't know why I scheduled all this together, but in this room, there'll be 30 for 30, 30 years after the Telecom Act. Lightning talks will start in the North Hub, which is, the North is that way. We'll have AI companions down the hallway here in the South Hub. And then we have the cybersecurity panel starting all the way down over there. So I might have gotten the pointing wrong, but if you guys want to watch Telecom, 30 years, right here. And we need to, Joe, we probably need to kind of pull this, or at least over.
Where would you like it in relation?
Yep.
Okay. That way you've got more space.
And once we get the chair up, we'll move the podium back. Assuming there's enough more.
I only have 4, right?
You're in cybersecurity.
Yes. Is this good?
Sorry, excuse me. Shoot.
Whoops. Oh, it's right there to the right. Yeah, that's the clicker.
Other than me, no. I think good? Okay. All right. We good? All right, hello. Can everybody hear us? Good morning. Welcome to your, I think it's next panel of State of the Net. I'm Kelsey Griffiths. I'm a reporter covering telecom for Bloomberg News. I'm so happy to be here with a great panel to talk about the 30th anniversary of the 1996 Telecom Act. 3 decades ago, Congress envisioned that telecom providers would one day compete against another by offering multiple media services through their pipes. Today, that competitive vision has become a reality with the success of broadband internet. Although it's not necessarily the technology that regulators foresaw, it has changed our lives forever. Whether you access the internet through cable or fiber into the home, over a fixed 5G wireless connection, or even through satellite, it's become the communication method that we can't live without. But the 30-year-old Telecom Act was built on some structural assumptions that quickly became outdated. Now that the future is here, how can communications policy lay the groundwork and incentivize the next 30 years of change? That's what we're going to talk about today. I have some great panelists with me today. We have David Don of Comcast, Blair Levin of New Street Research, Chris Lewis of Public Knowledge, and Evan Swarstauber of Foundation for American Innovation. Since we're here to reminisce a little bit, I want to start off by talking about the 90s. Is anyone...
So we're not including Evan in this conversation?
You'll have to exclude both of us, but we're talking about the whole decade.
As well. They were just about different things.
Does anyone have some nostalgia for the 90s? What do you miss about the 90s? David?
The 90s. Do I remember the? No, I'm kidding. So I think what I miss most, the sounds of the 90s. Nirvana, modems, fax machines.
Unforgettable.
All those beeping and burping that we don't hear anymore in our lives that we used to hear. You've got mail. Those are the sounds of the 90s that I think about.
You don't have to miss You've Got Mail. You can rewatch that now. I have recently. It's great.
See, and that's point. It wasn't just a movie. Every time you got an email, it would say, "You've got mail." Your computer would.
Wow, I really did show my age gap there. You're right.
Game Boy Color, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon. That's how I spent most of my time, I think.
I was in high school. I don't think anyone misses high school. But the fashion is back. The blizzards are back. The blizzard of '96, I remember in high school. So the year of '96 is still with us.
That's right. Blair, what are you nostalgic for?
Actually, the last couple of weeks, I've been mostly nostalgic for my childhood in the '60s in Los Angeles, where the coldest weather was like low 50s, and I sometimes had to put on a long sleeve shirt. I'm very nostalgic for that, but it built character, so it was valuable. No, I mean, on a serious note, since I was actually involved in the '96 Act implementation, I would say there are two things that I'm nostalgic for. One is the policymaking process was much more serious. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. I went to a lot of meetings. Commissioner Ness was with us at the commission, and a number of people in this room were at that time. And there would be really serious debates about how to do these things. They were not tweets. They were not, 140 characters. They were serious. And people didn't do it so that they could get on MS Now or Fox News. They did it because they were trying to build a policy. The second thing I miss is there was real optimism about what technology, and in particular communications technology, could do to improve the lives of average Americans. We can talk about whether it succeeded or not, but it was true then. I would say 100% of America was in favor of faster, better, cheaper communications for everyone. I think when I was doing the National Broadband Plan with a lot of other folks in 2009, 100% of America was in favor of making sure broadband was everywhere, affordable to everyone, and was utilized more effectively to deliver public services. I don't see that optimism today, and there are a lot of different reasons we can chat about for that, but that's a loss. It's a big loss.
Well, I think that's the perfect segue to get into the start of our discussion today, the real start of our discussion. I'd like to hear from all of you about what about the Telecom Act was ahead of its time, and on the flip side, what are some of those structural assumptions that law made that missed the mark? David, do you want to start?
Sure. So I view the Communications Act fundamentally as an antitrust act, right? It has duties to deal, it has market concentration regulation, right? We're talking about the national ownership cap. So it's fundamentally intended to promote competition. The Communications Act was intended to regulate monopolies, and the '96 Act was fundamentally intended to promote competition and try to lay the groundwork for a competitive environment, and one that we see today, intensely competitive. So in that respect, I think it was largely successful in that it promoted competition. We have more competition today than that could have been envisioned in '96, more that was probably envisioned, Blair, when you were doing the broadband plan. Consumers today have access to 4, 5, 6 broadband providers. So the promotion of competition and the realization that consumer welfare, what's best, is not the government micromanaging, setting tariff rates, but really to have the market do it when we have a competitive market. So I think that's the major innovation of the '96 Act. And in particular, when you look at it, there's something in Title II called Section 10. And Section 10 actually gives the FCC authority to rewrite or to refrain from implementing provisions of Congress. I think it's the only provision I'm aware of where an agency can ignore Congress's directive when the competitive market delivers for consumers. Because you realize that regulation actually can be harmful to consumers in a competitive market. So the Communications Act was fundamentally established to promote, the '96 Act, to promote competition. And Section 10 was deregulatory in that nature. And I think they got right. As to what they missed, well, they got it all wrong, actually, because they fundamentally thought that local phone companies were going to compete in the long-distance space, and long-distance companies were going to compete in the local space, and that's what was going to drive the consumer welfare. That Congress got completely wrong, and to be honest, it was cable that fundamentally got in that space and delivered broadband over its existing cable plant, which was a one-way video plan, and we were able to innovate and convert that to a two-way broadband plant, and able to do that very cost effectively. And so we invented the always-on internet, and that really changed society and everything we experience today. So they're not good at predicting the future, Congress primarily, and the FCC maybe, but the concept of competition as the greatest driver of consumer welfare, they absolutely got right.
I think some of the values certainly were ahead of their time, things that would be important in our space, duty to deal, competition, et cetera. It's interesting looking back how a lot of the fights we had about telecom policy over the past 3 decades have been about this concern that the broadband layer of the stack could become a bottleneck to innovation, become a bottleneck to starting a business. I think, for a lot of the reasons David said, competition has largely solved that problem. But at the same time as that debate was happening, the software layer became the bottleneck. The software layer is where we saw a massive reduction in competition, in my view. If you want to start a mobile app today, you are dealing with a duopoly that is 99% of every American smartphone, Apple or Google. They can decide unilaterally to just, you can't start your business because we don't believe your cybersecurity standards are up to ours. The browser market, people have a lot of concerns about that being a bottleneck to innovation with AI. Access to AI compute, right? If you want to be a software, or a startup, it's very expensive. So I think some of those values were certainly ahead of their time. And I don't fault the lawmakers at the time, it was obviously 1996, what Congress has failed to do is apply those values to other sectors or other layers of the internet stack. And it's interesting that the only internet law we have doesn't mention the internet and only deals with antitrust issues at the infrastructure layer.
I'll start with what they really did well, they got right. Section 230, bringing in an era of democratized speech, for good or for ill, because there's some awful stuff on the internet. But it made it easier for the average person to build community, to say what they like because of the protections of that third-party speech on platforms. And I think it's actually something they got right and something we need to maintain, that balance of not having high barriers of entry to actually publish and put your thoughts and your information out there. I agree with the focus on competition, but I think David and Evan's answers show that we thought about competition differently back then than was a reality in the marketplace. David's point about cable stepping up instead of local versus long distance, and when I came into tech policy, they were basically trying to get cable and telecom to compete against each other because most people only have access to one high-speed broadband provider, if they're lucky, 2, and if it's 2, it's the cable and the telco provider in their town. There is competition among different ways of delivering broadband, so you have mobile and now we have satellite, but they offer different services. And so is it perfect competition? No. And you see it in the choices consumers make. Low-income consumers are fast to sign up for mobile because they can take it with them everywhere. And then, if they can't fit into their budget, they don't get a home account. This is why we had low-income subsidies to support getting home accounts so people could actually not do their homework on their phone, but do their homework on a real computer, just to give an example. The high cost of satellite broadband is prohibitive for some folks. There's data limits on mobile. So it's not perfect competition, but we are seeing a wide variety of ways of delivering broadband, and that's exciting. One more thing I'll mention, because of the focus on competition, I would argue that we took for granted in the 90s the basic core public interest values that the FCC protected because they had always worked for a generation or more. Things like private communications and privacy generally on the network. Things like the reliability of the network. Things like local networks connecting into making one global network. And now that the FCC is basically letting authority move away for broadband at the agency because we haven't had an update of the act and we haven't had Title II authority over broadband, those protections beyond competition are at risk. And we have to shore them up: interconnection and competition, privacy, reliability, 911. You can go down the list of things that you get out of utility regulation.
So I don't want to take up the next hour, so I'm going to try to do this really quickly. Let me just mention a few things. One thing that it got right, but the courts got wrong: Communications Decency Act. The court threw it out. It did actually mention the internet, but only in 230, and it was very limited. But the reason I say that is that took away from the government the ability to regulate speech, which was harmful, and it's a very debatable point. But right now in Los Angeles, there's a huge case going on about the damages that Facebook Meta has done to young people. And my point being, you essentially said we're going to have private law firms try to remedy the harm as opposed to the government. I think it was a huge mistake. Another thing it got right, a small thing in a way, but turns out to be a really big thing: wireless number portability. Without that, and people talk about the 96 Act. There were we had a big strategy. It wasn't just about the Act. It was about, the spectrum auctions. It was also about the WTO agreement. It was trying to do a number of different things. But the wireless number portability, which Tom Wheeler, who was the leading lobbyist, tried to get us to essentially not do it, and he has confessed to me that was the worst lobbying he's done, for which we've forgiven him because, that was his job. But there were other things. I would say perhaps the two most important things we did, which were kind of part of the Act and partly not, was we drew down the terminating access charges for wireless and for data. And the reason that was significant is that in wireless only started to go up when we said it's not going to be 15 cents a minute, which is what, if my memory is correct, the local exchange carriers were charging to terminate a call from a wireless phone because all calls were being terminated on local phones in those days. That's when AT&T started the one rate, and wireless in combination with a lot of new competition because of the auctions started to really rise. But the second one was the data one. The local exchange carriers wanted to charge a big amount, for data. And if you had done that, two things would have happened. Number one, the companies, the transmission companies would have owned the internet in the same way that the cable industry in the 80s owned cable content. And you would not have gotten anything like the innovation. You certainly wouldn't have had Zoom. You wouldn't have had voice over internet protocol. There would have been a bazillion things you wouldn't have. And so those were, and when you look at the market, which is what I spend most of my time doing these days, what you see, of course, is that there are, in 1996, there was only one network company in the top 10 of market caps, and that was AT&T. When you look at the top 10 today, 7 of them are dependent on fast, cheap communications, but none of them are in the network business. And that is a huge shift in value that was only done because of what we did on terminating access charges. And I will only add that I think the single biggest pro-competitive thing the Congress did was not conscious. That is to say, it was the program access rules of the 1992 Cable Act. David in the cable industry always disagrees with me on this, but they said they got into broadband because they were visionary and thoughtful, and there's some truth to that. But the real truth is, in my opinion, that by forcing the cable industry to sell its programming in non-discriminatory terms to the satellite industry, cable understood that satellite had a lower cost structure and a better regulatory regime, and in 10 years, satellite would completely dominate multi-channel video, and so cable needed to use its network to have another service. They did it brilliantly, and the always-on internet was credited to the cable industry. The other thing that happened is that the phone companies went from being dial-up, which was a really shitty service, to DSL. Now, here's the interesting point. DSL was invented in the 1980s. When Netscape was invented, why didn't the telcos just come out immediately and start offering DSL, which is a much better service and cheaper? Well, the answer is in the second. Because it's cheaper, that phone companies didn't want to do that. They wanted to sell you 2 lines. And so it was competition that drove them to, well, it wasn't about the technology, it was about the state of the competitive market. So that's an example, and I could cite to some other ones, that really drove certain kinds of competition.
Wonderful. Well, I want to drill into something that Chris mentioned, and I think you just alluded to it as well, Blair. 30 years later, we talk a lot about convergence, where internet networks are now being bundled, internet providers are bundling home internet with mobile internet. And I think we're hearing a lot of talk around convergence. So I'm curious if you think convergence is real and if it's here to stay.
I think the market reflects it. You have cable competing in the mobile wireless market. You have mobile wireless competing in home broadband. You have satellite starting out with low Earth orbit as mostly focused on rural, but we're increasingly seeing conversations about direct-to-device, which suggests that they may be interested in competing in the direct consumer mobile broadband market. I think there's ferocious competition in broadband, not for every single consumer in the country, but for large swaths of the country. You're seeing fiber, non-government funded fiber overbuilding. In some places, 1-2 providers saying we can make a viable business out of, even if there's already a cable and a fiber provider there can be a third one. So I do think there is a lot of convergence, and that raises the question of, does the way that this law envisions the market still make sense? I think one key area to look at is universal service. Universal service is based on the idea that you're going to have a monopoly provider in an area. You're going to subsidize their operating expenses in perpetuity, and that one provider is just going to be there, and there's not going to be any competition. In an era when you can grab a Starlink Mini from Best Buy, does that make sense? Does it make sense to continue subsidizing companies instead of the end consumer? If there are options, and if we believe that demand can drive deployment and availability of fixed wireless, satellite, fiber, et cetera, should we instead just deal with the consumer's income challenges as opposed to subsidizing a company in the hopes that they offer their service affordably without knowing if any consumer actually wants it? I'm glad Chris mentioned satellite, the cost of a satellite dish as being expensive, because I think satellite's a great example of how our conversations in DC are sometimes backwards. There are arguments against satellite being part of a rural broadband solution because of the upfront cost of a dish is $300 to $500. Yet the answer to that in some cases is let's spend $50,000 running fiber to that house. I have 2 questions. If you offered the person living in that house 10 grand or 50,000 to the company, which do you think the person would take, right? Number one. And number 2, if the cost of the dish is so expensive, okay, how about we buy the dish, government money, and then pay for their service for 10 years? That would be cheaper than running the fiber line. So I think it just shows how the act informs how these conversations take place, and we're so boxed in sometimes to this idea that we have to fund the deployment, we have to fund the company to deploy the service, and then hopefully people subscribe. But I think in this era of convergence, we need to think differently. And to me, the idea that satellite is too expensive, so let's run fiber for 50 grand to that house, just shows how backwards we are. We need to rethink that conversation.
So Blair, I'd actually like to hear from you on this, since you are, looking at the market and how they're responding. I think we're hearing that a lot from the companies these days, that convergence is driving their profits and the way that they're marketing. Do you think that this is something that consumers are really looking for? And is this play where you're getting multiple types of internet from the same company something we're going to continue to see more of?
So Wall Street and DC think about this differently. Wall Street thinks about convergence in terms of the question, does T-Mobile have to buy Charter? Which is to say, do the wireless guys have to buy wires to have a long-term business? And Wall Street has shifted 3 years ago. The T-Mobile Charter question was the one I probably got most often. Nowadays, T-Mobile is saying, no, we don't need it. We can essentially do everything from a wireless perspective. AT&T and Verizon are mixed on this. A lot has to do with churn and all that. There's no doubt, though, that fundamentally there's convergence from a 1996 perspective. What we were thinking about is what does it mean when everything goes digital? And this was actually not in the act, but it was very much on the part of the thinking of the companies and our own thinking, which is once everything goes digital, what's the difference between voice, video, and data? They're all data. And so in that sense, we are absolutely in kind of a consumer perspective, there is convergence. But again, from a Wall Street perspective, it's not quite clear what is going to happen. I will just say T-Mobile is by far the best performing communication stock in the last 5 years. The two big cable companies, I'm sorry, David.
Not as sorry as I am.
That is no doubt true. The worst performing, which tells you something about the way Wall Street's looking at it.
David, would you like to respond?
Sure. Consumers clearly want what they really want is connectivity everywhere.
Right.
They have different applications. So when they're home, they're using 4K TVs. They're using things that are data intensive and require the kind of networks the cable industry and the telcos have been building with fiber, right? And then when they're out mobile, they want something that works on a mobile device. Now, when you're on an airplane, you want connectivity. Apparently, when you're climbing a mountain, you want connectivity. So everyone's going to want connectivity everywhere, if that's what you mean by convergence, absolutely. Bringing it back to this topic, though, we have a Communications Act, which is anti-convergence. It's siloed, right? It's got different regulations. AT&T accesses the rights of ways differently than we access the rights of ways. Rights to content are different, and our obligations are different, as Blair noted. So you still have these vestiges which are completely misaligned with how the market is operating today. So that really needs to be addressed.
Chris, any thoughts there?
I'll just add in, I guess I agree with David. Yeah, customers do want connectivity. I don't think customers think about every day in their daily lives, oh, the market's converging and what am I going to do about it? That's a Wall Street thing.
Yeah,
and they should be concerned about it. So I think they're worried about connectivity, and I think that actually makes concepts like universal service more important. Universal service was, as a printable, comes out of not the 96 Act, comes out of the 34 Act, and the lead up to it, the idea that we had a monopoly, and because they're a monopoly, we would require them to serve everyone. And then in the era of competition, we flipped it and we said, okay, we will look at some deregulation because we're promoting competition here, but what are the things that we still need to connect everyone? It's the principle, and then you get the fund. And so the point of the fund is to make sure that we are connecting everyone, and that's what consumers want. It's high cost fund is about making sure that where there is not a business case, there's a subsidy to get people broadband. Same with the affordability and the schools and libraries fund, you can go down the line.
Well, you were doing a great job of teeing me up for my next questions. We're really on the same brainwave here. So I wanted to then turn to talking about universal service next. Obviously, the 96 Act helped to conceive of some solutions for fixing this problem, which is how do we make sure that everyone is able to afford to be connected? Not only the end users, but also the service providers that need to reach some of these areas that are maybe don't have a business case for building out to. However, we all know that this system has become increasingly imbalanced. What are the prospects looking like to reform the way that Universal Service Fund works so that all Americans can stay connected? Anyone want to take a first swing at that?
Well, I'll just add an interesting historical moment 30 years ago, yesterday, when the president signed the 96 Act. All Newt Gingrich, the Speaker of the House, talked about was the E-rate. And in fact, both Gore and Clinton did the same, connecting all the classrooms. The irony to me was that it was not in the House version of the bill, and it only passed by one vote in the Senate version, and yet that was the thing that the politicians understood instinctually was the most popular thing, but whatever. And I do think that that point that Chris is making, I would say it goes back to 1912 Kingsbury Commitment,
Yes.
but whatever. That's a big issue, and when I left the FCC the first time in 97, I thought if the contribution factor ever went to 10%, there would be a revolt and universal service would be changed. It's now at about 40%. I don't know why Wall Street pays me to make predictions, but they do, because I certainly got that one wrong. I certainly would have predicted that Chairman Pai would have addressed it, which he did as he was walking out the door. Rosenworcel did nothing on it. And as far as I can tell, Carr's doesn't want to do anything about it either. It is a curious thing. It obviously needs reform. What's going to happen is that Trump and Secretary Lednick, if he still has a job, will declare mission accomplished when the BEAD program is effectively done. But it's not, because there are digital divides. There are digital divides in cities. There are digital divides in adoption because of affordability. There are digital divides in utilization. There's a lot of them. And I don't know, particularly, there is no thought about what does universal service mean in an era of AI. I don't know the answer to that. But what I do know is that government does better, and this is what we try to do with the National Broadband Plan, when it actually asks questions and asks a lot of people and has a process designed to get that answer. But right now, no one in the government is asking that question. So it is highly unlikely, this time I'm predicting again, that we're going to get the right answer, because if you don't ask the question, you don't get the answer.
I'll add, I'm kind of negative on the prospects too. We're not getting people asking the right questions, like Blair said. The folks who have started to ask questions, like the bipartisan, bicameral USF working group, we haven't seen anything out of them since they collected comments at the end of the summer last year. And we're rapidly approaching election season when Congress starts to do less. So the window is closing for them to take action.
It is hard to do less than what Congress did last year. But they will succeed.
Yeah. Blair's also right. Republican, Democrat, Republican FCC chairpersons have been leaving it to Congress to fix. We've tried to make arguments to them that they could do some things, and they've tried to defer to Congress. And yet, there's talk of the current FCC potentially harming the contribution factor by pulling back subscriber line fees that are going to get a large chunk of the contribution factor. They're getting out in front of the reforms that we want Congress to enact. A mission accomplished from BEAD, as much as we believe in BEAD as a program, is really problematic, because BEAD and the Digital Equity Act, which was illegally impounded by the president, are all, and the ACP, which Congress let run out, all of that was about a short-term fix to the actual drivers of the digital divide. And we need USF to address the long-term sustainable fix, whether it's affordability, whether it's deployment, whether it's adoption. And adoption in digital literacy takes a lot of things and a lot of work. And the fact that the president just claimed that a law is illegal and he did not enact it, a law that was passed by Congress and signed by the president he is ignoring, is really problematic. And there's a whole community of people who do this work, who are counting on those funds to help Americans in every small town get connected to broadband. I'm wearing a t-shirt from the conference, because digital inclusion is a lot of things. It's not just digital skills, it's not just affordability, it's devices, it's accessibility, it's a lot of different things.
In order to get reform done, there are some entrenched camps that will need to meet somewhere in the middle. I think there's a camp in Congress that wants to just outright abolish the whole thing. There's another camp that is okay with it existing, but it has to be a direct appropriation from Congress. And then there's a camp that has good reason to not trust the congressional appropriations process, because if you're worried about instability, the short-lived ACP, Affordable Connectivity Program, kind of made your case, right? Because that was there's this old adage, right? Every entitlement stays forever. That was one that did not. So if you're worried about Congress being fickle with appropriations, you can always point to ACP and say, well, that's why we need this, basically this toll booth arrangement situation for USF. I think obviously the contribution mechanism is really backwards, right? We're assessing a dying service in landline telephones in order to fund an advanced service in broadband. I already made my point about maybe we shouldn't just be picking one company and saying you get a monopoly and then we'll just fund you forever. But I also think we need to think about the funding. If USF is going to continue, and if we decide that it's not going to be a direct appropriation, I think the obvious place to look is the companies that are spending hundreds of billions of dollars on data centers every year. It is not a punishment. USF has acted as an indirect subsidy to technology companies for years, right? We fund, whether it's low-income consumers through Lifeline, whether it's the schools through E-rate, whether it's the high-cost fund. What do people do when they get internet? They use services from an increasingly small group of companies that control business software, email, streaming, et cetera. So we have, as ratepayers, been subsidizing the growth of these companies for many years. I think it is not unreasonable to ask them to contribute what would be a rounding error in any sort of quarterly earnings to this program. And I do not buy the idea, and there's plenty of studies that have been funded in this city that say if we dare to put a tiny fee on cloud computing, companies will stop investing and we'll lose the race to AI. I'm exaggerating, but that's basically what it said. I don't think that AI companies will just stop investing in AI if they have to kick a little bit to the connecting of low income and rural Americans. I think it's like basic corporate responsibility at this point. I don't think it's unreasonable, and I think that has to be part of any sort of solution to this issue.
David, do you?
Just quickly, the concept of universal service predates even the Communications Act. For 100 years, we've had a policy in this country of bringing networks everywhere. And that policy has evolved to helping people with connectivity challenges, Lifeline and the Communication and the Telecom Act, and then, of course, ACP more recently. So we know you can't just build it. They won't always come. So we do have these principles of connectivity everywhere and helping people get on. The current mechanism is outdated. It's based on a monopoly system. The taxation mechanism or fee mechanism, for those lawyers in the room, is based on an outdated model that there was one provider, and that clearly doesn't work anymore, right? I mean, the one thing we all will agree on is we have a more competitive environment here and our regulations need to evolve. Let me give one concrete example, though, that I think is amazing. When you look at the BEAD program, okay, we're going to give anywhere from 20 and in the end $40 billion to bring broadband everywhere in this country, right? And it's going to be incredible, and we're going to actually, I think, come very close to accomplishing it, and it's a big accomplishment. And we're going to do it in record time before the end of the decade, probably. One of the things, I was at a conference last year, and you have to demonstrate the sustainability plan of your proposal when you apply for funds. And I was on a panel with Western state broadband officers, and all 4 of them said, every sustainability application, every application going to be their sustainability portion contemplated USF grants on top of BEAD. So now we're going to give $40 billion to build the networks, and then some of these companies out west in particular are expecting the government to continue to fund their operating expenses on top of this $40 billion. So if you want to pick one thing, I would say no to that and say if you can't come up with a plan that is self-sustaining after you get the equivalent of millions and billions of dollars, then you shouldn't be funded. And maybe that means in some areas it has to be satellite, I don't know. But clearly, we cannot be funding all of your CapEx and then all of your OpEx going forward through universal service, and fundamentally by taxing mostly the elderly who are still subscribing to voice phone service. So I would recommend that specific no right now so this thing doesn't keep growing and getting out of hand.
But Kelsey, connect the thread to what Blair said when we started.
Sure.
In the 90s when he was an adult and I was in high school. No, but this is why we need Blair, because of his wisdom and his experience. Congress used to do hard things back then. Yeah. The 96 Act wasn't easy. Yeah. It was a compromise. And the problems that, I don't agree with, I agree with some things David said, I disagree with others, but at some point, the people that we elect need to take accountability and do the work to do the hard things. And in the meantime, it's been 4 years since the ACP went under. That's a whole high school time for someone who was low income and didn't have connectivity. That's $14 billion and counting that the consumers had not had coming into their households because of a lack of political will and ability to do hard things.
And can I just add one thing I should have said about what Congress got right was it had an expert agency that could adjust and do studies and deal with things. Whether it's being an expert agency now or has been in a while, I don't know, but or we could chat about it. But I think as we particularly look to a future which is dominated by AI, one of the big questions is what's the agency that addresses the problems that creates and protects the public interest, while at the same time trying to make sure that AI does benefit the public in ways that it certainly will, but there's a downside risk as well.
That's what I want to talk about next. Artificial intelligence is obviously already changing the way that we use networks, driving up demand for bandwidth and processing power. It's also changing the way that networks themselves can respond to demand in real time. So I'd love to hear from you all on how you think AI is going to influence the way we think about and regulate networks over the next 30 years, and particularly what are the regulation trends, either national or state, that we should be paying attention to now?
Go ahead.
Well, let's start with the trend that the states are actually acting to try to protect people for technology that they're totally fascinated and curious about and scared of at the same time. And so you may not like the regulations that they're enacting, you may like them, but they actually have had the political will to do something. And the feds need to take notice that the states are eating their lunch on trying to get something done right. It'd be great if we had a digital regulator for digital platforms, including artificial intelligence. It doesn't have to be the FCC. The FCC has an expertise in communications networks. There are specific public interest values that go with that. But with AI, there's environmental and power and water concerns. There is a huge privacy and data concern that Congress has whiffed on. There's the concerns of free speech and disinformation. The courts are leading the charge on addressing IP and copyright issues, and I think striking a balance that is actually kind of smart. So the feds need to take notice of states trying to meet the need. With fewer resources, they have to balance their budgets. They can't run deficits. Imagine if we made a huge push to have the sort of flexible regulator that Blair was describing for the digital platform space and AI. That would be phenomenal.
To keep it somewhat tethered to telecom before I move away from that topic, because you said AI, I mean, one potential huge benefit for connectivity is just the fact that these data centers need fiber, right? And if these companies are spending this amount of money to build fiber all over the country, that could end up being a huge benefit for consumers if those companies end up striking deals with residential and consumer broadband companies. We'll see how that plays out. Or if they end up just reserving the fiber for data centers, maybe then consumers don't end up benefiting as much on the retail broadband level. But that could end up being a huge benefit. In terms of the regulatory issues, I think getting back to one of my earlier points of just the issues that were contemplated in the Act, I think are going to be major issues that apply to AI going forward. Neutrality, antitrust concerns. I think right now this market looks very competitive. Companies are spending a lot of money. Startups are not being denied computing power as long as they can access the funding either from a larger tech company or from venture capital. That all looks great. If history is our guide, these companies all become anti-competitive over time, whether it's in search, ad tech, app stores, et cetera. So I think some of the principles of the Telecom Act may need to be applied in legislation or through enforcement actions to AI. And we don't want a situation where once you develop, there's 3 or 4 companies maybe that kind of corner this market, then people who want to build on top of these AI platforms can't get access. It's concerning to me that there are companies that don't want to sell chips to American companies but would rather sell them to China, right? And are they doing that just because they love China so much or because they view that American company that wants to buy chips as a competitor and they're using international markets to try to suppress domestic competition? That's something I think that needs to be looked at in the AI market. So yeah, those principles of the Act should be guiding the AI conversation going forward.
Obviously, we believe AI is going to drive a tremendous amount of demand for our services, so that's a good thing. We're building, multi-gigabit networks that are going to be able to deal with all the bandwidth-intensive applications of AI. Some of it is bandwidth-intensive, some of it isn't, but we're going to make sure the consumer has whatever it wants. What is interesting, it's nice to see the tech companies finally investing in network facilities, data centers, because they spent over a decade trying to pass those costs on to consumers and network operators. Everyone's familiar with those debates. So it's good to see them investing and not looking for data center neutrality or posing those costs on other people. But what also is interesting is we know where this is going to go. Like, we had number portability, you said was a seminal concept. Are we going to get data portability? Am I going to be able to take all of my chat searches and move it to Gemini if I want to subscribe to that one? So and that's exactly what we've been doing in the Communications Act for decades, is trying to figure out where consumers have barriers to switching. And we're going to see those develop here as they become more dominant. They're going to build more barriers, make it harder on consumers to leave, then, of course, jack up prices. And so there will be a role for competitive actors, and I don't know if it'll be or competitive players. I don't know if it's the FCC or the DOJ or the FTC, but we're going to need things to protect consumers like we've had in our space for the better part of a century.
Can I just, a couple things I'd add to that. I think those are all very valuable suggestions. Number one, how many people here have seen the recent Anthropic ads attacking OpenAI? If you haven't, you absolutely should watch them. They're brilliantly done. The question I don't know the answer to is whether it only hurts OpenAI or it causes everyone to be skeptical of AI overall. It's attacking OpenAI for having advertising, and I won't tell you how they do it, but it's quite brilliant. But it raises the question of, will market forces force a certain kind of behavior, or do we need government to have transparency? So if you're talking to a chatbot and the chatbot suggests a certain thing, do they have to reveal that that's a sponsored thing? So that would be one. And similarly, we haven't talked about agentic AI, which I think will be very powerful, but also very problematic. Are we going to apply fiduciary duties to that agent, or are we going to allow the agentic AI to essentially recommend the hotel which is sponsoring the service? So there's a bunch of questions that relate to that. But I would go back to, again, I think as was said in Animal House, being dumb and stupid is no way to go through life. Well, right now the government is dumb and stupid as to AI, and it's kind of deliberately so. I mean, and I think that's the wrong way to do this. You actually need an expert agency. And whether it's the FCC transitioning to it, or the FTC, or a new agency, Harold Feld, there you are. I think you wrote this like
2019.
6 years ago.
2019.
Yeah. Just read Harold's piece. Let's just do exactly what he wants, and the world would be a better place.
I can endorse that.
Yeah.
Well, we've talked a lot today about the broadband and data side of the 96 Act, and I think AI falls under that pretty squarely. But we know that the 96 Act also touches on competition in the media sector, potentially objectionable content online, and also the public interest. So they're going to play us off here in 5 minutes, but I think we should just, I would like to hear from each of you in sort of a lightning round about whether the media environment has outgrown some of these regulations and what principles are still relevant today.
I'll be very quick. I think obviously yes. If you combined every single broadcaster in the country into one company, it would have 20% of TV viewing, right? That is below cable and almost half of what streaming has now. So I think the media market has just shifted so drastically that a lot of the regulations and assumptions of this law are woefully outdated. You're looking at Netflix, 90 billion potential merger of Warner Brothers. That's like, the largest broadcasters, like a fraction of that, right? Cable is even a fraction of that now. So in terms of viewing, so I think, the market has long outpaced these rules.
Okay, let's not combine every local broadcaster into one company, please. There's a principle of localism that we need to recapture. It's true.
I was not suggesting that.
Okay.
It was a illustration of market share.
Well, I mean, let's watch what's happening in the market right now. The commissioner was just up here talking about the current one. But there is a value of localism that takes a regulator probably to enforce, because we see what market forces are generating. And it's also true about the importance of localism when it comes to journalism as a public good. And the hits that journalism has taken with the change in the ad marketplace and so forth. So I already gave my screed on 230 and content and the importance of it, but it doesn't mean there aren't counterbalancing impacts that we need to reckon with.
So I want to, first of all, the market has really changed. The FCC should evaluate that. But Kelsey, I'm going to throw a question back to you. Not that you have to answer it now, but you have to get us the answer. Last February, after the commission meeting, Brendan Carr said, I think it was in response to you, but I could be wrong about that. If anyone doesn't understand what I mean by the public interest, I will have a proceeding on it. Would you tell him, I do not understand what he means, and would he please have a proceeding? Because what I understand him to mean is, if you're a conservative entity, it's whatever you want is in the public interest. And if you're not, it isn't. That's the way we on Wall Street are interpreting it. Disney and Comcast can't do deals, Nexstar and Tegna can't, right? That's pretty clear. So please ask him that question when he's going to start the proceeding.
Thank you for the homework, Blair. I'll see what I can get you. Any closing thoughts, David?
I'm going to invoke the privilege where you don't answer the question the moderator asked and change it. I mean, we could talk about media. It's an issue of values. It's an issue of technology. It's an issue of nostalgia. Like, we all wish we sat around and listened to the local news, but we just aren't. And localism is a great idea, but fundamentally it isn't what people are valuing right now. And the market reflects that, and our regulations probably should, right?
No, this is why you need regulation, because the market doesn't reflect what the people want. I'm sorry, I worked in local government. I really value my local newspaper and the coverage of the school board that I was on, so that parents knew what we were voting on. I really value the reporters that we just lost at the Washington Post, my hometown paper, that covered my sports in high school, or the elections.
So we're all nostalgic for the old ways.
That's not nostalgia. That's a public need.
Are you saying the government should regulate the Washington Post?
No.
Staffing?
I'm saying that there are things that we can do to help support journalism as a public good.
That's separate, right?
And
I'm not sure that's the Communications
Act. And that is
Act.
a public interest value.
I'm not sure that's the Communications Act, though.
Yeah, look, this is an ongoing debate, and there was the newspaper cross-ownership ban.
Evan is the peacemaker?
Yeah.
Wow.
Thanks, buddy.
We've hit, this conversation really went south, Chris. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
Chris, I hear what you're saying, but we loved newspapers so much. We had this newspaper cross-ownership ban for years that prevented radio and TV companies from buying them, and we loved them so much we strangled them to death. And I blame a lot of that on Google monopolizing the ad market,
Yes.
but we did not help the situation by preventing potential buyers from investing in those properties. And if you look at radio and TV today, the trend lines are very discouraging. So basically, we can say, let's deregulate so that there can be some investment and some combinations that make sense, or the alternative is we maintain these regulations and then get the American people on board with subsidizing the news, which in this political environment, I don't know that it makes sense to have media companies dependent on the government to then report accurately on that government that is subsidizing those media outlets. Like, I don't think we are in a political environment where that can be feasible.
Evan, can I just say,
Yeah.
you were 5 at the time, so you were forgiven for not remembering that Reed Hunt tried to get rid of the newspaper broadcast ownership rules and was opposed by a bunch of conservatives in Congress.
That's fair. And
Blair.
then the politics flipped.
Commissioner Kopp's, it was Michael Powell who told the Democrats, you're going to love your newspapers to death.
Oh, no, I agree. But I'm just saying in 95, I think it was the Cap Cities deal.
Right.
There were some newspapers we wanted to say, well, let's get, that was put in by Nixon to punish the Washington Post. History is weird.
Kelsey, I know you're going to wrap up, but I was avoiding the whole panel, Blair saying I was 5 at the time.
Yeah.
That's a mic drop. That's
Can I do
unfair.
one thing? I want to revisit my first question when you said, what am I nostalgic for? And this panel reminded me, bipartisanship.
Perfect place to leave it. Thank you, David. And if, in case anyone was wondering, I am nostalgic about cereal box prizes from the 90s. What happened?
Hey.
Yes. Thank you all. Fantastic panel. Really appreciate it.
Nice to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, so much for such an enlightening presentation. Just a quick little sense of direction in terms of where everyone wants to go next. In this room, the next panel is going to be the future of AI infrastructure, affordably securing energy for innovation. In our central hub, we'll have making BEAD a success to connect all Americans. In our south hub, we'll be having our next round of lightning talks. If you've never seen the lightning talks, they're a very cool slate of presentations. And in our north hub, we will be having AI liability, who's responsible when machines act. And those panels will be going from 11:30 to 12:30. Thank you all.
Okay. Everyone ready? Okay, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Rebecca Kern. I'm a senior correspondent with the Capitol Forum. I cover competition, AI, and tech news on Capitol Hill. And we have a really great panel today. We're talking about AI and energy and how the massive AI consumption of energy is leading to some really interesting policy debates in DC, but also in a lot of state governments. So we're going to tackle some of the biggest issues here, and then we'll have time for Q&A afterwards. So just introducing to my left, we have Lindsay Baxter-Griffith, the CEO of Clean Tomorrow, and she can tell you a little bit about that group as well. It's newer. Steve Del Bianco, President and CEO of NetChoice. Tanya Das, Vice President of Strategy at Data Array. Is that right?
Data Array.
Data Array. I said it wrong. Okay. And she can tell you more about that group as well. And Marsden Hanna, Head of Energy and Sustainability Policy at Google. So, to start off, there's been a big growing concern about the perception that data centers are driving up electricity bills. I wanted to see if each of you could walk through, from your perspective, how this is playing out in your field and who really pays for these new grid upgrades when large tech facilities come to town and build new data centers, and how you deal with that challenge of demand for energy from AI data centers. So you could start, Lindsay.
Sure. Well, thank you. Thanks for having me. Thanks for the intro, Rebecca. My name is Lindsay Baxter-Griffith. I'm the founder and CEO of Clean Tomorrow. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan group operating around the country. We do a lot of work on state policy, in particular on siting and permitting in the electricity grid space. So actually just last week, we released a report called the Power Policy Playbook, which actually takes a look around the country at different strategies and policy that states and local leaders are taking to address exactly this question. Look, large grid assets and industrial users are nothing new to the grid, but we are at a very interesting moment. There's an increasing amount of demand coming on, in part from this use of AI and new data centers. We also have the challenge of a grid that's in desperate need of additional investment. We've deferred and defrayed the costs of upgrading our grid infrastructure for many, many years, and now that bill is coming home to roost at the same time as we have this new demand. And state policymakers are really at the crux of how to deal with this question. So there's lots of things they can do. The opportunity that new data centers and new industrial users presents is also an opportunity, I think, to leverage better investment, more strategic investment in the grid. So those state policymakers are thinking about, how can we allow for microgrids? How can we potentially provide additional investment and have some of the upgrade costs needed around the system paid for by these new partnerships? There's a whole lot of things. I'd encourage you to check out our report on our website, cleantomorrow.org, and I'm very excited about today's conversation. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Steve Del Bianco, president of NetChoice, trade association for the tech industry. Our simple mission is to try to make the internet safe for free enterprise and free expression. And for decades, that's been a big deal. But when you think about it, we're focusing on AI so much, and yet for the past decade, we've been building new data centers, not for AI, but to support the movies, music, videos, messages, streaming services, AWS cloud service, cloud business services from Google. All of that has been done on the cloud, and the cloud lives in a big white building about the size of an aircraft carrier called a data center. And we have them all over the country. And over the past several years, our industry has had to build about one of those on average every week to keep up with the demand, because all those things that you're doing in the cloud, hardly any of you ever delete your old photos and videos and messages. So we are having to build a lot of data centers even before AI showed up, and AI has changed the conversation. It's the same big white building full of racks of servers, but on servers that have an NVIDIA chip or an inference chip, it's going to consume 7 to 10 times as much electricity. It needs higher cooling because of the heat generated by that. So from the outside, it just looks like yet another data center, but it will be spinning the electrical meter much faster than a data center that you're using for your Facebook photos and videos. So you asked the question, Rebecca, with respect to electrical prices. So let's just look backwards over those last 5 years. The Department of Energy just concluded a relatively detailed study of what has happened to electricity prices around the country. And in the years 2019 to 2024, the areas of the country with a lot of data centers, Virginia and Arizona, think of Ohio, Texas, they have experienced, ready for this, declining electricity prices for 5 years, adjusted for inflation. Declining. So the places with the most data centers have had lower electricity rates. Simple reason. The electricity bills that you and I see have a component for how many electrons we burn, but also a component for our share of the fixed costs of the utility. Well, when you have a large load customer like a data center, they're going to absorb far more of the fixed costs than all of us. And for that reason, rates have come down. But I don't want you to rely on the past. Look ahead. I think everyone here can agree that the Public Utilities Commissions in every state are chartered by law to prohibit any utility from shifting costs from a large customer to anyone else. So the track record has been superb, and looking ahead, the law will ensure that when our industry comes in to build a data center, our costs are not shifted onto anyone else.
So I am VP of Strategy with an AI for Science startup called Data Array. And I want to bring the perspective of putting the current AI moment in context, where we are right now, and thinking about how this could evolve going forward. So when it comes to Data Array, our startup is focused on solving and unlocking the data problem to enable AI-enabled scientific discovery. In order to have AI deployment in various sectors across our economy, we're going to have to go beyond LLMs. There's a ton of data available across our world, and most of that data is not language, right? And LLMs are the types of models that have been dominating the conversation, I think to some degree, energy use as well when it comes to AI energy use. But moving forward, as we start to develop more sector-specific applications for AI, I believe that's going to start to change. And the company that I'm working with is helping to automatically curate and clean up scientific data to make that ready for input into AI models to accelerate that AI-enabled scientific discovery process. So when it comes to the future of energy use in our nation, if we zoom in on the AI piece, I believe things are going to start shifting in some interesting ways. There's a very good chance that we are going to still need these massive AI models for other sectors of the economy. They may be language-based, they may be based on other types of data, but we are talking about things like having a foundational model for physics or a foundational model for chemistry. Those are really big ideas and really big concepts and may require similar levels of training and inference as we're seeing for some of these large language models right now. However, when we start to get more narrow, we might see some more bespoke, tailored applications for subfields like material science or biology, in which we are using bespoke models developed based on specific scientific instruments, and that may lead to some shifting in the energy use. And so when it comes to the future of what AI energy use is going to look like, I'd say a lot of it is unknown at this moment. We're definitely in a moment of growth right now, but 5 or 10 years out, I think it's really hard to predict what that's going to look like. But I'm really excited to be part of an organization and part of a movement where we're trying to bring those benefits of AI to more sectors of the economy to make sure that the AI revolution is seeing benefits across the board.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I'm Marcin Hinna with Google. At Google, we are very bullish and excited about the potential for AI to help accelerate economic growth, scientific advancement, and human health and welfare. Some studies estimate that once AI is fully diffused across the economy, it has the potential to bring something like $4 trillion in uplift to North American GDP. But we don't get the upside of AI without the energy to power it. And as we look at the grid today, we are seeing significant difficulties with interconnecting new data centers to meet load growth, largely as a result of congestion and fragmentation across the grid. And as we look at this opportunity and bringing new resources online, it's incredibly important that data centers pay for the incremental cost that is needed to build out the grid to serve their capacity, and that's something we're committed to do at Google. As Steve mentioned earlier, contrary to what folks might think, the large load growth actually helps reduce the cost of the grid for everyone else as you spread the fixed cost of the system across a larger number of megawatt hours. Just to put a couple examples on that, PG&E in California has estimated that for every gigawatt of new incremental data center growth that they see in the market, they expect residential retail bills to go down by 1 to 2%. In Georgia, the PSC chair credited the ability to freeze rates for everyone directly to the ability to the growing data center growth in that market. So as we look to ensure that electricity rates are affordable, large load growth can be a really important part of the solution. And it's really important that us as data center companies pay for the incremental cost to serve. So we're committed to do that through what we're calling our capacity commitment framework. This means significant upfront minimum charges. It means long-term contracts. It means upfront collateral so that if the data center load growth never appears and the utility has made an investment in the grid, we know that other ratepayers aren't left holding the bag because these companies have committed upfront to pay for capital delivered upfront. So that's a structure that I think is now inked in with the state PUCs in 8 states, and we're looking to continue to expand that. There's lots more to come on this front. So.
Yeah, and I mean, I do feel like there is this perception that electricity bills are going up, and I mean, I'm seeing it here in our region too. So. Can you explain how it actually works, Mars, like the connecting and because there's a long-term process in building out these data centers, and also there's a shortage of transmission interconnectors and a backlog in those on the market. So can you talk about some of the challenges getting connected to the grid and how that maybe ties to prices and also some legislative solutions you're looking to in Congress?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned, as we look at the market, transmission congestion is really the primary barrier to bringing on new capacity. We are seeing, we're hearing utilities tell us 5 years, sometimes 10 years to interconnect new load. We had one utility tell us 12 years to study the timeline to interconnect. So it's really this grid fragmentation that is making it difficult to bring on new supply at the pace of the AI revolution. So what can we do about that? A couple different things. First, high-performance conductors. These are larger, bigger, better transmission wires that can replace old, out-of-date wires. You can simply restring an existing line with a higher performance conductor. This can be done for a fraction of the cost that will be required to build a new line. It can be done in a matter of months, not years, on an existing right-of-way, and it could potentially double the capacity of these lines. But utilities don't have a financial incentive to deploy these solutions. So this is an area where we need public policy to help optimize the incentives and ensure we're making the most use of the infrastructure that we have. On top of that, building new infrastructure is going to be important to create an American grid that can power growth. An interstate, large regional or interregional transmission line currently takes anywhere from 10 to 15 years just to permit before you get to the construction phase. It's 3 years to build, but 10 to 15 years to permit. And that is a result of just this Byzantine permitting framework that at all levels, local, state, federal, and just real challenges with figuring out how we apportion the costs for these lines. And so as we look at the market, the federal permitting reform conversation we think is really, really important. We're very pleased to see the SPEED Act pass in the House, which will help expedite NEPA timelines. But on top of that, we need a permitting solution that helps expedite our ability to build regional transmission, and that means a federal backstop to build a national robust infrastructure network. A lot can be done on existing rights-of-way, and there's many other considerations, but we're really excited about the potential for something here this year.
And Steve, do you want to comment on any of the legislative efforts?
Well, I'd like to get to that. That was your next question, but on this one, right, that same Department of Energy study that just came out identified 3 reasons why in some parts of the country rates have gone up over that 5-year period. The first thing they talked about was aging infrastructure, the fact that we have such a backlog at upgrading the infrastructure. We have underinvested in certain regions at the utility. You couple that with the second reason, weather events, because it's weather events that damage the distribution network, not so much the generation side, right? And the third identified reason from the Department of Energy was renewable portfolio standards, under which utilities were forced to retire fossil fuel baseload and nuclear baseload and to rely more on renewables to fill that in. But looking ahead, that does not provide the baseload 24/7, 365 power that we need to power this nation's economy and the data centers and AI that we have. Unless we can couple renewables with a generous battery storage business, we are going to find ourselves reliant on inter-regional spot market of buying power. So at times when you need power and your generation capacity doesn't get there and the sun's not shining and the wind's not blowing, you have to buy. So the North American Reliability Corporation, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, or NERC, just described the resource mix challenges. On transmission projects that Mars was just speaking of, half of the projects, 400 out of 900, are delayed for supply chain disruptions and permitting obstacles, and that the interregional transfers themselves are only about 4% of the investment and development that our utilities are doing. So precious little is being done to connect the parts of our country that have excess power to those that need it. And those spot prices, Rebecca, could be why sometimes your bills go up.
I just want to add one thing here. I think the other factor I just want to add to Steve's list is the price of natural gas. There was a rise during COVID that led to an increase in utility bills around the country, particularly as we use more gas for generation purposes on the electric grid. Those prices did not come down when natural gas prices declined, and they're now at quite a low price today, but it's volatile, right? And so that's an additional contributing factor here. But in complete agreement, I mean, congestion costs are about transmission. And in 2022, the cost of congestion to American consumers was over $20 billion, right? That was the high point. But we're not going to get away from this issue until we start building more than 55 miles of transmission, which is what we built in 2023, right? So there is an absolute need for this federal authority. We need state policymakers and regional cooperation to improve on this. In markets like in PJM, you can see the sort of panic and also experimentation that's now happening with policy there. If you care about building large infrastructure in this country that's going to take energy, like in the AI sector, you have to care about transmission.
Have you guys taken a stance on any legislation federally or in the states?
Yeah, around the country, in just the last few years, there's been a lot of pushes at the state level to reform siting and permitting policy. So while, the federal backstop is important, most of these decisions, most of the permits that are faced on the grid are at the local or state level. So that's where we've been tracking this. And of, hundreds of bills, unfortunately, almost half of them look at restricting permitting and siting. So we have to continue to push uphill on this issue locally. We need to get states the authority that's necessary to make these decisions, to make them efficiently, expediently, to work with local communities, yes, but provide certainty in the business environment so that we can build these projects at the speed and scale that they're necessary, which is, again, huge.
And do you guys support the SPEED Act, like NEPA reform?
Very much so. I think it's important, but I think when we look around the country, again, federal projects where you need federal permits are important. But again, one of the issues we have is that the reconductoring, upgrading of transmission at the local level, improving substations to serve projects, and as states look at these questions, they need to think about permitting and siting in their own state. We're working on things like digitalization of permitting processes. So many states still use paper to do permitting and siting. We really have to catch up. I'm optimistic that we can continue to make progress, but large infrastructure is a challenge to build, right? And you need decision makers that are committed to the economic opportunity that can be in their states if they build these projects, while also making sure that you can provide, high quality decision making, right? Whether it's a renewable project, a battery project, a nuclear project, you need to have the opportunity in place for communities, decision makers, industry to work collaboratively and quickly to get us where we need to be at scale.
I think another challenge is resistance from local communities. There's been some protests from communities claiming there's concerns over water shortages and electricity rate issues when building a new data center in their community. How are tech companies working with these communities locally to allay these concerns? And also I'd be interested, Lindsay, if you guys are working on the local level with communities too.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that state policymakers and local policymakers can work with communities. We hear a lot about community benefit agreements, hear a lot about local decision-making industry-led conversations. What we really need across all of those is approaches that are going to provide, again, certainty of timelines, where people know where they have the opportunity to contribute to the process, and certainty that there'll be a decision made, right, moving forward. This is no different than any other type of infrastructure project, but you have to have high quality decision making means, again, accurate timelines, realistic policy decisions. There will be, I think, increasing amounts of legislation on both sides of this issue. I think we're going to see states, especially as they hear from the AI industry and from data center build, that there is a necessary conversation that needs to be had in increasingly higher levels of government to make these decisions and lay out processes. There's lots of really interesting options out there. For example, Michigan has a finance option where they will assist in payment with industry and with communities, provide additional incentives. We see a lot of those tax benefits really work for communities. And I'll just, back to where I started, we need this opportunity to really result in investment in the grid that has been long deferred, right? And so that's where policymakers and the interests of the AI and data center community need to come together. So I think if that sort of planning and that sort of policy can be made successfully at the state level, we will see success, we will see economic opportunity, and we'll see communities more excited and more on side, right? That's what it's gonna take. It's really meeting people where they are and providing the incentives and the opportunity to them today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, net choice is effective because we get the hell out of Washington. My team and I are constantly in the states and at local county commissioner meetings. And that's where we have observed firsthand what Rebecca brought up, the NIMBY problem, not in my backyard, just in the past 4 weeks. And what I've discovered, showing up at a planning and zoning hearing in rural Kentucky, or Indianapolis 2 weeks ago and last week in South Dakota, is that it isn't just NIMBY, not in my backyard, it's banana, which means build absolutely nothing anywhere near anyone. And when we talk, there's even worse form of that called nope, not on planet Earth. Where does this come from? It turns out that there's a general fear and uncertainty about technology and about business. And a lot of America's population on the far left and far right have joined together in the bottom, and they distrust the business community. They distrust the media, and they especially distrust the government. So they can't believe their rates are going to go down if we build a data center. They can't believe that the noise will be tolerable, or that we won't vacuum up all of their farmland and virtually tile the earth as a result. And they get their information not from journals and articles like a DOE study, they get their information on social media, which is stored in the data center, as a finding irony. But all of that echo chamber is about distrust. Very challenging for us to overcome that distrust. Mostly what we can do is keep calmly pointing out, no, in Saline County, Michigan, even though the state has some incentives, Saline County has decided they don't want a $10 billion data center being built by OpenAI. A data center that uses no water at all for cooling. And yet, 2 of every 3 objections at the town hall meetings were about water use, right? Or concerns about electricity without any basis in fact. So at that point, the audience is not just the public who's distrusting the people giving them the message. The audience is usually the county commissioners and the state lawmakers. For instance, when they hear somebody stood up last week in South Dakota and said, Northern Virginia is suffering from digital smog that is costing people years off their life. I said, Representative, could you explain further? And she suggested that digital smog hangs over Northern Virginia. And I didn't know really where to go with that one, except to say I live in Northern Virginia, and we've got a lot of problems there, but smog's not one of them. Week before in Indianapolis, a group of people in T-shirts went up to the state legislative commission at a hearing and said, diabetes rates are increasing in areas around data centers. And they pointed to Northern Virginia. as a place where diabetes is going crazy. Well, fortunately, the lawmakers at that panel, they don't buy that. They ask for data. Is there any studies? They don't buy that. But the folks in the room who don't want change and don't trust us, they will rally to a cry as crazy as that. So we have a lot of work left to do, and a lot of it is showing people that you can trust it. These Kentucky lawmakers, I'll wrap this up, I'm sorry, but these Kentucky lawmakers, in this case a planning commission, decided to get in a van and drive an hour and a half north to Ohio, outside of Columbus, Ohio, and look at a few data centers that were already running. They didn't hear any noise. They saw a relatively interesting building of 2 stories high in prairie land in central Ohio. They talked to locals who were ecstatic over the jobs, investment, and tax relief. Well, they got in their van, they came back to Kentucky, and right away passed an ordinance to allow data centers in northern Kentucky, right? So seeing is believing, and I think we're going to have to rely on that.
I mean, Mars, are you seeing it firsthand as well? Do you interact with communities in your role at Google?
I mean, I think Lindsay and Steve covered it pretty well, so I don't have a ton to add here. But certainly, I'll say, it's incredibly important that we are, a robust partner to the communities that we are part of. One way we've done that is focused on top of paying for the energy required to service our data centers, we're helping support affordability through energy efficiency funds and weatherization. We did a $25 million grant in Arkansas, $30 million in Texas to help people weatherize their homes. And we're helping train the next generation of electricians as well. In Texas, we have a partnership with the Electrical Training Alliance to train 1,700 electricians that can help bring local jobs. So it's an important part of being a community member.
And Tanya, I want to bring you in because your group is working on the front end of the AI ecosystem and helping researchers get access to AI-ready data sets. And could you talk about how the nature of AI energy usage is going to be changing as the tools become more tailored in their use and we have other systems besides just LLMs, more of the edge AI computing possibilities?
Yes. It's a very difficult piece to predict, but there is a chance that energy use may actually decline in the future for several reasons. Energy use due to AI. When it comes to the large language models right now, those models may become more efficient, and so their training and inference may become more efficient, and that could lead to some improvements. But specifically, as we were talking about, when it comes to deploying AI in more sectors across the economy, those deployments, I believe, are going to require more tailored AI solutions. Instead of throwing like the entire data of the entire internet into a model, we're going to be more tailored about what we're feeding into those models and what the outcomes of those models are going to be. And so we might also see more deployment of AI, as you said, on the edge, which means that these models, instead of running on a data center, are going to be running on our smartphones, which use a lot less energy than a data center. And so there's a lot of reason, I think, to be optimistic about what the trends are going to look like. And there's possibility that a lot of energy efficiency and improvements will be made in the future because of all these different reasons.
So we're seeing this administration take different approaches to AI energy challenges. One we saw last month was the Trump administration asked regional grid operator PJM to require tech companies to pay for new transmission and energy sources connecting in this market. But there's a bit of an outcry to that push, and I wanted to see your perspective. Is it that simple of a solution? And obviously, all these RTOs operate differently and have different energy composition of their generation sources. And then we have ERCOT, which is Texas, which is not connected to the grid at all. And we saw that failure not this past winter storm, but a few years ago. It was really challenging for them. So what are your thoughts about these top-down directions from the administration to RTOs telling them what to do?
I can start. I'll just say first, we are encouraged by the administration's support for U.S. AI leadership. We think this is very important for America's global competitive position in the world. And we know that, of course, energy supply is a critical input to achieving that outcome. When we look at the RTO challenges, certainly, there's no one size fits all, but the common thread across the RTOs we're seeing is the transmission congestion challenge that's making it difficult to bring on new capacity. And that is having sort of cascading effects throughout the system. In some places, that's part of the reason you're seeing capacity market prices go up in PJM. But there's another really important reason we're seeing the load growth demand go up so much. And there is a significant amount of what I guess we would call phantom load in the system, where interconnection requests are not backed by firm financial commitments. Just as one example of this, there is a utility in PJM that was projecting 60 gigawatts of new data center capacity. Once that utility brought on a large load tariff that required customers to put their money where their mouth is, to sign up to for long-term contracts, to sign up for upfront collateral and significant charges to ensure they're not shifting costs to other customers. Once they brought on that structure, the demand forecast dropped by 75%. And so part of what we're seeing is there's just tremendous amount of speculation in the market that is flowing through to prices and creating a lot of froth and churn. And so going forward, and I think we saw this in the administration's partnership with PJM, is making sure that large loads, if you are going to ask the utility to make an investment to serve you, you should be committing financially to do that, so you are ensuring you're not burdening other customers.
Yeah, it's funny that when you think of these top-down mandates, whether it's from the administration to PJM or for the state legislature to all the local districts, it's got symbolic value. It isn't going to change the calculus because remember, the Public Utilities Commission that regulate every utility are prohibited by law from allowing a utility to transfer Mars's costs to anyone on this panel. They are not allowed to transfer costs from large users to others. In fact, the opposite is what happens. So the reality on the ground is the PUCs do their job fairly well, but they don't build things. They simply approve what it is the utilities propose to build. And a utility will only propose to build if it's got bona fide applications from large load customers who have the financial wherewithal to step it up, which is just what Mars was talking about, right? But it helps, symbolism always helps. Maybe, in what we discussed earlier, it'll help to address a lot of the fears, uncertainty, and doubt on the part of a public who's afraid bad things are going to happen. So let's reassure them. Let's show top-down, state-down mandates for the state public utilities commissions and utilities to do what it is they are required to do by law.
If I could, I just want to interject, though. I think what we're heading towards is continued, let's call it political or social risk, right, in this space between the development of these large infrastructure projects and the public that has to live next to them, right? So we need to do a really high-quality job. And I have to say, I think that most of the RTOs do not do a great job in their decision-making today, need a lot better reform internally. I think PJM is a great example of this. Increased transparency, increased and more clear rules of the road. Similar to the utility model, right? Yes, the rate base requirement, fair and justified rates are important, and that goes a lot of the way. But we've seen gold plating of the wrong investments for decades at this point, right? So we need a better model that points these investments that the private sector and communities are collectively trying to make towards the projects that are actually going to have the highest good for everybody involved, right? That we have never done that well. We need to do that better. Or this sort of top-down perspective that the administration is sort of taking, I think, could really backfire on us if we're not careful. So I think there's a lot of inherent risk here that needs to be properly managed.
And at the local level, when you think about siting, I was in South Dakota, as I said last week, and there's a lot of open land in South Dakota. There's only 1 million people that live there. And there are communities in South Dakota that don't want a data center at all, to your point. Sioux Falls, Rapid City, they don't want one there at all. Well, Meta, Google, OpenAI, are not interested in building there, right? Land prices are too high, and there's plenty of communities that will welcome with open arms a data center that generates $1 billion in investment and the employment of construction, hundreds of jobs paying 6 figures to high school grads, and massive relief on lower property taxes. So those communities want the ability to attract a data center in a rural area where people are not living close to it. And in America, with our connectivity network on internet connectivity and our fiber backbone, we can build a data center anywhere in this country that serves users everywhere, right? So connectivity on electricity, lousy. Connectivity on fiber is good enough that we should just pick and choose the communities where a data center would be embraced by the locals.
Another challenge I wanted to talk about is the Trump administration seeking to cancel hundreds of solar and wind permits around the country right now. And, Lindsay and Mars, I wanted to see if you could talk about how in the end this could backfire in tackling electricity affordability, because renewables are the fastest and cheapest resources that you can build right now. We can talk about interconnection challenges as well, and you can address that and even talk about co-location as well. Mars is a solution, but do you find this latest attack on renewables maybe incongruous with supposed affordability promises from this administration?
I think it's unfortunate that this administration has taken this stance, and as we've seen in recent reporting, like actively working within their permitting process to slow down the uptake of these projects. The business community has spoken, I think, on this issue. The interconnection queues around the country in total, more than 90% of projects are renewables. And yes, there's some, just as there is with data centers, there are some phantom projects. But even if you discount that, right? I mean, these are the technologies that are going to be coming online for the next decade, right? These are the technologies that are going to power this data center additions, other economic opportunity, industrial users of all kinds around the country, and residential consumers, right? So it's a huge mistake to intentionally endanger these projects and to slow them down. It will have cost implications, as slowing any type of generation uptake in the United States and our electricity grid would have. So it's important that we stop, and this goes back to the permitting conversation, it goes to state decision makers as well as the current administration. We need to stop trying to pick winners here. Like, every technology that we can bring online is important for powering the grid. Again, we've defrayed these investments for so long. You got to build transmission, and you have to allow generation to come online as quickly as possible. So I think I'll stop there and let Mars talk about the other parts of the question.
Yeah, I think the last figure I saw was we're going to need 150 gigawatts of new incremental load by the end of the decade. That is an unprecedented pace of growth. Certainly we've had load growth in eras past, but not at this scale and speed. And so in that environment, it really needs to be an all-of-the-above approach where we're not taking resources off the table. For our part at Google, we're focused on bringing new firm capacity to help meet new load. So we're working with a company called Fervo Energy on enhanced geothermal in Nevada that can bring always-on 24/7 power to meet new load growth. We've helped restart the Duane Arnold 600-megawatt nuclear facility in Iowa to bring that back online. We're working with a company called Kairos Power to invest in the next generation of advanced nuclear technologies. We have a 500-megawatt order book with those with Kairos. And there's more to come. So we're really focused on bringing incremental load growth, incremental resources to meet new load.
I mentioned earlier the study just put out by the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, or NERC. They concluded that 2/3 of the planned additions nationally for generation are wind and solar. You said 90%. They're saying 2/3, but maybe it's a different denominator. But NERC goes on to say these are weather dependent and they lack essential reliability services like inertia and frequency response that would be provided by traditional synchronous generator. At the same time, FERC notes that we have 100 gigawatts of gas, coal, and nuclear that are scheduled to be retired over the next 8 years. You combine that together, and we don't have the 24/7 baseload that we need. So I'm taken back to 1979. I was a sophomore studying nuclear engineering at the University of Pennsylvania. And just a few miles up the road is a place called 3 Mile Island. And when that happened, the professor brought us all in. There were 12 of us in nuclear engineering and said, pick another field, because nobody's going to build a nuclear plant in the United States in your lifetimes. And we did. I went to computer science, and that worked out okay. But I am so glad to see what Mars said, what Meta has announced. Let's bring it back around. Nuclear, and I would interested, Lindsay, in your view on whether you consider that to be a clean, not renewable, but a clean power.
No, 100%. I think there's, there are so many solutions out there for energy technologies that will get us to a cleaner, again, better grid, that we should embrace all of them. And I'll just say, I think that, the thing about, I think the PJM example that you used earlier is a great one, right? We are seeing, you all, those of you who are developing projects, are seeing increasing delays in ordering of gas turbines around the country, right?
7 years.
So, exactly, right? And it's gone from 5 to 7, who knows where it'll be. Again, the volatility of the price is another issue. So when you're planning these cleaner technologies, combination of storage with wind and solar or nuclear or geothermal, they're gonna provide a set of solutions for large load, for industrial consumers, that will, again, will improve the quality of the grid, provide us better resilience, and, also meet, from my perspective, an important piece, meet our climate goals, right? Which so many companies that are in this space are highly committed to. So let's keep that going. Let's not lose sight of that goal. And we can do it. We can do it at the same time. Google is a great example, but there are many others out there too.
Well, and then another opportunity that could happen is this co-location of building a data center with your own AI, your own energy source, and then eventually you could power that and not be on the grid. But then if you eventually do get connected, you could be bringing power back onto the grid and be an contributor in the end. So could you guys all maybe address the opportunity that AI could be a net positive for the grid down the line? And even Tanya, even talking about some of, you mentioned kind of the next generation of AI and data usage. Maybe we aren't relying as much on these data centers in the future. So maybe the two on the end, we'll have you address these.
Maybe I can start on the co-location piece. So at Google, our preference, first and foremost, is to have new grid-connected load that is served by new grid-connected supply, and that we use the transmission grid to transmit the power, and that those resources are located where they are each most cost-effective. We realize that in the current environment with transmission constraints, that's not always possible. And so where we do have a need to be in a particular location, we will look also at co-located models. In those scenarios, our preference is still that the generating resources be front of meter, so that it can dispatch into the grid, so that it can be a constructive and additive part of energy supply for that region. But ultimately, this is not our preferred solution. I mean, what it comes down to is for microgrids, you need to significantly overbuild the backup generation. Right. So if you're a fully islanded grid system, you need 100% backup capacity. By comparison, if you're part of a grid network, you generally only need somewhere between 10 to 20% because it's a shared resource across the grid. So this co-location pathway is certainly one that we think should be permitted. Companies should be able to pursue this. But it's hard to see for us how long-term American AI leadership can be built on a system where we have thousands of expensive microgrids. And that really gets back to the transmission permitting reform discussion and high-performance conductors, and really unlocking the capacity of the grid to build out a shared resource, to build out a robust American electricity system that can power growth, and that if we have the ability to build transmission with speed, data centers can be a part of that solution to drive down costs and build a reliable grid for everyone.
So if I could have Tanya talk a bit about the generation piece of all this. We have very limited opportunities for clean, firm technologies in the US that are ready to build like now. Nuclear takes an extremely extraordinary long time to build. Advanced nuclear, I think, is very promising, but still, I would say at the startup stage. Geothermal energy, I think, similarly very, very promising. I think probably nearing commercialization, but still at a relatively small scale. Fusion energy, very exciting, but probably still 5 to 10 years out. And we need more of these clean, firm energy generation options in order to meet load growth as a whole for all the reasons that we've been talking about. I think what's exciting about how this administration is approaching the AI problem is that they're looking at both sides of the equation. They're looking at how do we bring more power onto the grid. They're also looking at how can we make the US competitive in developing and deploying AI solutions across the board, across various sectors of our economy. And the Department of Energy has been tasked with leading something that they're calling the Genesis mission, which is the signature initiative to develop and deploy AI solutions in science, energy, and national security. I think it's really exciting that DOE has been put in charge of this because the agency, despite being called Department of Energy, has a very large role to play in those three pieces: science, energy, and national security. And today, actually, the administration announced the Genesis Mission Consortium, in which they're going to be establishing a public-private partnership to tackle solutions, AI-enabled solutions, on several key areas that will include topics like fusion energy and geothermal energy, nuclear energy, science. And so I think it's really critical that we don't lose sight of the necessity for innovation and those early stage investments in order to get us to where we need to go. We have a problem, an infrastructure problem that is here today that's very difficult that we need to navigate. But looking forward, I think innovation and these types of investments are going to be critical to get us to where we need to be.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. I mean, looking towards the future, government subsidizing some of these efforts, particularly in the nuclear space, is something that could potentially speed it up. I mean, but yeah, exactly. Advanced reactors take so long to build, and we haven't even had one built in our country yet. So it's theoretical still. But I do want to give the opportunity for maybe 2 questions in the audience we have. Okay, I saw the last row with your hand up first. But you could say who you are if you want.
I could say, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm Mark McCarthy. I'm with Georgetown and Brookings. Great panel, good discussion. You covered a lot of important issues. I have one quick comment and then a question. The comment is on the point that's been made by a couple of speakers that large load customers make rates cheaper for everybody. There was a study that said that. It covered 2019 to 2024. Mm-hmm. They said that was only because there was excess capacity in the system. Going forward, that's not going to be true. And so regulators around the country are saying, how do we protect ratepayers now? And their answer is separate tariffs. Yep. Virginia put in place a separate tariff where they said, here are the costs attributable to the large load customers. They should pay those costs, 70, 80% of them. So my first question is that a good way to go, separate tariffs? And the second question is, your idea that there should be some sort of control for possible stranded investment makes a lot of sense. So upfront charges to cover some of the initial investments and termination charges in case companies walk away from it, they both make sense. You seem to be in favor of it at Google. How widespread is that sense in the hyperscale industry? I mean, do they say, yeah, we're all for that, or is that something unique to you?
Well, I guess, I don't know if you could speak for everyone, Steve. You have a diverse membership. But
No, responsible players in this space, all of the choice members, understand they want to pay their own way. They'll try to bring my own power, which is part of what this notion of behind the meter, but Mars nailed it. There's no way that it makes that much sense for us to put generation behind the meter, because sometimes even in advanced nuclear and small modular nuclear has to be taken down for refueling or service. When that happens, we have to be connected to the grid for backup power, right? So bring your own power doesn't mean it's behind the meter. It could be bring your own power and pay for it to be part of the grid, which I think Mars's point. Large load tariffs are exactly what the state public utilities commissions are supposed to do, but we give it a new name now. We'll call it a large load tariff. We'll make a big deal about it, and people will feel better, but it's already been the law. The capacity situation that you spoke of, the DOE study looked at every single state individually, and in truth, there were states that had adequate capacity to meet the data centers over that 5-year period. But right now, when there are shortages of power, and you have to buy on the spot market, we have a terrible spot market on power between most of our utilities, because it ends up being unable to serve from an area of the country where the sun may be shining, and you pay too much to get power from part of the country that doesn't have enough. That's not easy to fix, Mark.
Thank you. I mean, I know we're at 12:30, so I think we may have to end it, but I want to offer our panelists, hopefully if people want to ask questions afterwards, hopefully you can stick around. I apologize, this was a really robust conversation, and thank everyone for participating, particularly our panelists. Thank you.
Started. I hope everybody had a good lunch. My name is Dan Kent, and I have the honor of being the treasurer of the Internet Education Foundation. And today it's my pleasure to introduce a leader who has spent his career at the intersection of public service and national innovation. The Honorable Cory Gardner is the president and CEO of NCTA, the Internet and Television Association. Before taking the helm at NCTA in 2025, he served the state of Colorado for over a decade in Washington, first in the House and then in the US Senate. In Congress, he was a key architect of telecommunications policy, known for his focus on rural broadband and tech innovation. But beyond policy, he's widely respected for his bipartisanship, consistently ranking as one of the most effective and civil voices in the Senate. Please join me in welcoming a fifth-generation Coloradan and true champion of connectivity in the industry, the Honorable Cory Gardner.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Dan. Thanks to all of you for the opportunity to be here with you today. It's great to be here in my new capacity as president and CEO of NCTA. I'm very excited to be here and to be in this position during this age of artificial intelligence. For many of you that I haven't had the chance to meet, I grew up in eastern Colorado, that part of Colorado that most people think is actually Kansas, but it's still in Colorado. My family owned a farm equipment dealership there for over 5 generations of my family, over 100 years. They let me start work there when I was about 11 years old. They let me do some very high-skilled tasks of sweeping the floor, cleaning the bathrooms. They still let me do that to this day, and that's probably all that I'm qualified for today there. But I remember my dad, I remember my granddad standing behind the parts counter in that century-old family farm equipment dealership. And I remember telling people when I was a kid that my daddy, he sells tractors, and I'm proud of that. And you know what? I'm still proud that I can tell people that my dad sold tractors for many, many years along with my granddad. I'm darn proud of that. And so why am I starting this speech on artificial intelligence, telling you about living in the Kansas part of Colorado and tractors and parts counters? What does that business have to do with artificial intelligence? Well, to be honest, I have a confession. My family could be featured in one of those A&E Hoarders episodes. We love to hang on to everything that we've ever had, everything that's cycled through the implement dealership doors, old parts books, bearings, sales brochures, we've got it all. It's like a giant physical chat GPT where you can recall, compile, and deliver everything from history at your request. And while I was rummaging through some of this incredible archive material, these carefully crafted, curated inputs, I found an old McCormick Deering International Harvester Tractor Sales Manual from February of 1930, almost 100 years ago this month. This manual is both a window into a different era and a prescient blueprint for the future. Just like the promise of AI, the manual describes the modern marvel of the tractor as having, and I quote, relieved the farmer of many irksome chores and made his work easier and pleasanter. It extols the many uses of the tractor, and from farming to oil fields, road construction, golf courses, and lumber harvests. And just like the feared pitfalls of AI, this manual predicted that some farmers would resist the march of progress with nostalgic worries about the loss of horse-powered machinery, or even the false claim that horses are a cheap form of power for farm work because the farm furnishes their feed. Instead, this book argues, as some do now, that machinery allows business owners to focus more on what they do best. A very familiar argument today that we're facing with AI. Because sometimes we need to reach into the past to understand the future. This is an incredibly uncertain and exciting time for technologists, consumers, and company CEOs alike. The rapid onset of AI applications is both revolutionary and more of the same but better all at once. NCTA's members in the United States are at the forefront of all of these discussions, and we all stand to benefit. So whether you were a farmer 100 years ago, afraid to let go of that trusty horse that had plowed and planted the field for a generation along your side, or a business of today trying to gain a competitive advantage over ever-growing and competitive global competition, change, progress, and opportunity and all its challenges find us at every single step of the way. So today, that's why I'm honored to be here at another great State of the Net conference to lay out a 6-part plan known as the Core AI Agenda to keep the cable industry, or what many now refer to it as the fiber connectivity industry, at the very cutting edge of AI. First, core to the widespread adoption of AI is the connectivity infrastructure that underlies everything. This critical infrastructure isn't just a byproduct of AI. It is the backbone, the workhorse, the foundational element that makes and made AI possible. It's the critical national infrastructure that moves mountains of data at blazing speed to feed the constant hunger of LLM and its queries. This critical connectivity infrastructure should be recognized and built into every single economic and security plan our nation puts forward, a part of every national AI plan. Whether it's national economic security, national defense, a connectivity infrastructure industrial policy is core AI. Our operator members have invested more than $355 billion in high-speed broadband infrastructure over the last 20 years alone. That's more than the entire GDP of New Zealand or Greece. And of that amount, $26 billion was invested in 2025 alone. Enterprise adoption of AI and consumer use of AI simply would not be possible without this enormous financial commitment from the nation's leading broadband providers. And our members are doing even more than spending billions of dollars to span the United States with 800,000 miles of fiber optic networks. Consumers are enjoying significantly higher speeds from these networks and deployments in spectrum bands like 6 gigahertz. Nearly 90% of the United States can access gigabit connections from cable broadband providers, fiber connectivity providers, as internet speeds have increased roughly 30% every year for the last 16 years. I don't know about you, but I just wish I was running faster than I was 16 years ago today. While the connectivity industry is more than 1 million employees, 1 million employees are hard at work from North Carolina to Ohio and Massachusetts and Washington. Broadband prices remain well below the rate of inflation. The average family's at-home internet bill is around $75, which is about half of the average cost of a cell phone bill. And these lower prices are offered alongside continually higher speeds, as we've seen a 98% reduction in cost per megabit over the past 2 decades. Even with the energy industry's boom, their prices have increased about 10% over the same time period. As consumers and businesses realize the value of AI, our members can take credit for delivering the infrastructure that makes it all possible. And we're not only keeping prices low as we build, we're actively reducing prices for everyone, not just those that subscribe to our members' offerings. We're cutting mobile connectivity prices by bundling cell phone and home internet plans at one low price. Around 40% of all new wireless subscribers in the third quarter of 2025 chose our members as their mobile providers. That saved American households nearly $5 billion in 2025 alone, as families can save nearly $1,000 per year. Meanwhile, our members' low-cost offerings start around $15 per month, ensuring that around 95% of Americans have access to affordable broadband. This unprecedented availability of high-speed internet is a major part of the AI equation. AI's benefits are not possible without consumer access to quality broadband. Second, these nationwide benefits are at risk as a patchwork of state laws restricts AI providers, facilitators, and users alike. We need to be sure that all relevant stakeholders are at the table when policymakers at all levels are considering rules for the road that will govern them for decades to come. Core to AI is the ability to flourish without policy seesaws and whipsaws, arbitrarily limiting investment opportunity in connective capability. Industry is fully capable of developing its own voluntary standards and has already made strides to standardize its approach to AI governance issues. As states like California, Colorado, and Utah wrestle over how best to tackle AI-related issues, they should ensure that they are collaborating with the companies who are front and center in these debates, including our nation's critical infrastructure players. Core AI relies on the whole canvas of innovation, not pockets of players here and there. Third, the U.S. must continue to invest in AI-focused research and development initiatives. During my time in Congress, I worked with Senator Gary Peters to pass the American Innovation and Competitiveness Act, which reauthorized our nation's R&D and scientific enterprises. Others have carried on that work today, but that work must not be done in silos. It must be made systematic as part of a core AI-driven approach, and not just following the ebb and flow of a legislative calendar. The U.S. should leverage these R&D initiatives to achieve significant AI achievements that can enable improved dynamic spectrum sharing and better network management, including in the lower 7 gigahertz band. Our members already carry 90% of mobile traffic over their Wi-Fi networks. Think about that. Our members carry 90% of mobile traffic over Wi-Fi. New sharing arrangements enabled by technological advancements will only increase that percentage. And it just isn't just creative new sharing arrangements. AI is already enabling better detection and mitigation of adversarial threats to our nation's networks, as well as streamlining traffic management. We're constantly seeking to deepen our approach to these issues, and we are closely tracking the work happening at all levels of government, including the President's Genesis Mission executive order. You know, when it comes to a lot of the issues that AI is solving with spectrum, it reminds me of a story that I like to share about my dad, who spent one summer gardening with my mom. He was regularly going to the Ace Hardware in town, carrying out 50-pound bags of topsoil, complaining on his way out the door, "There's a whole world of dirt out there, and she wants to buy more." But unlike dirt, there is no more spectrum being made. AI-inspired innovations and breakthroughs will help drive new solutions to the insatiable demand for spectrum. This is core to AI. Fourth, we must ensure that policymakers understand that strong copyright protections will not undermine AI innovation, but are core to AI alignment that protects investment, open innovation, and ingenuity. Our nation's flexible fair use doctrine already strikes a careful balance for our members who are creating TV content that entertains, informs, and inspires. The courts must continue their case-by-case approach to these issues rather than abandon their responsibilities in lieu of some type of new AI-specific exception in the law. NCTA's programmers have invested more than $528 billion into award-winning entertainment over the last 20 years. The more than 350,000 employees that they support depend on robust IP protections and a predictable innovation environment. Direct licensing agreements already serve as mechanisms for AI companies and creators to foster and preserve the best creative ideas. Fifth, we must prepare for an AI future by continuing to prioritize major workforce and skills development efforts. Core to AI is the workforce. Education, training, and reskilling programs that will be critical for preparing the next generation of workers in fields as dynamic as edge computing, network operations, and data infrastructure management. And lastly, we should develop a comprehensive understanding with our citizens to leverage AI and its power to address current problems and the many use cases we never could have imagined at the time this book that I held up was written. Core to AI includes solving the challenges that AI itself will undoubtedly create and has created in the minds and the working realities of humanity. In 2018, Henry Kissinger argued that society, both intellectually and philosophically, had not fully grasped what it meant to integrate powerfully artificial intelligence into human life. As he engaged more in AI over years, posthumously in his Genesis work, he framed AI as deeply transformative, capable of solving great global challenges, concerns over climate, concerns over human conflict, inequality, and to upending human decision-making. What would he say today? To be successful, we must fully develop our approach through a common national understanding, planning industry engagement, and a core AI approach, one that harnesses without diminishing that transformative power while solving for the human dynamic that Kissinger so focused on. Deployment of AI will only continue to grow over the next few years. If it's anything like the adoption of the internet or the reduction in cost and speed explosion of the internet, it will compound faster than any of us could have ever imagined. So think about what a core AI agenda means for us all. It means investing in infrastructure that returns affordable consumer options. It means avoiding a harmful patch of state AI laws. It means prioritizing AI-related research and development. It means protecting copyright and content alongside AI advancement. It means protecting and promoting AI-enabled workforces, reskilling and new skilling initiatives. And finally, it means that we leverage AI for existing and novel use cases at every step while empowering all to benefit. This is core AI. Through all the unknown to come, I will continue to refer back to what is most familiar to me, selling tractors. As the 1930 manual warns, be careful not to assume a superior attitude when learning about and explaining new technologies. And as Senator Arthur Capper of Kansas, elected in 1918, quoted in this book, advised, and I quote, "Every farmer ought to study this mechanical age in which he lives. Machinery is causing a revolution. Just what results will be or how soon they will come cannot be stated. But very definite changes are inevitable. Machines cannot be ignored. They must be used." Thanks again for having me today, and I hope you find the conference fulfilling, as I certainly have. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gardner, for those insightful remarks. Though I have to admit, my family's horses back on our farm in Illinois may not appreciate them quite as much as I do. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sean Bone. I'm a Senior Director of Public Policy at Verizon and a board member of the IEF board. I have the distinct honor and frankly personal privilege of introducing our next keynote speaker, FCC Commissioner Olivia Trustee. Olivia joined the commission last June after her confirmation by the Senate to a 5-year term. Before that, she had a decade-long career in Congress as a staffer both in the Senate and the House. And I had the privilege and honor of serving with her for many years on the Senate Commerce Committee. So I am looking forward to her remarks here today as a commissioner. So please welcome Olivia Trustee to the stage.
Thank you so much, Sean, for that very kind introduction, and good afternoon to everyone. And thank you to the Internet Education Foundation for convening this extraordinary group of leaders across policy, industry, and civil society. Year after year, State of the Net creates space for conversations about what comes next. And today, what comes next is unmistakably artificial intelligence. AI is no longer a future concept or a pilot project. It is here, it is being deployed, and it is already reshaping how our communications networks operate, how people connect, and how services are delivered. The real question before us is not whether AI will transform communications, but whether our networks, our spectrum policies, and our regulatory frameworks are ready to support it at scale. AI's promise ultimately depends on the strengths of systems that move data, spectrum, infrastructure, and connectivity. Without strong networks, even the smartest technology falls short. That reality places communications policy squarely at the center of the AI conversation. AI algorithms may be written on code or in code, but they live and operate on networks. Without fast, reliable, and resilient communication systems, AI cannot deliver on its potential. Now, the United States leads the world in computing power. That leadership reflects decades of innovation, investment, and a willingness to take risks. But computing power alone does not deliver impact. Indeed, AI is powered by cloud computing, but it is delivered by networks, and when networks are strong, the benefits of AI are already clear. For starters, AI is making our networks smarter. AI-driven spectrum management and radio access network optimization are increasing capacity, improving efficiency, and enhancing performance, often without requiring additional bandwidth. These tools allow networks to anticipate congestion, allocate resources dynamically, and adapt in real time. All of this is key to supporting near insatiable demands for spectrum. Streaming, gaming, telehealth, and AI-driven applications are all competing for capacity. Smarter networks mean more data, fewer disruptions, and better service using the same underlying resources more effectively. AI is also expanding the availability of critical resources in ways that directly affect people's lives. In rural communities, AI-enabled tools are helping healthcare providers reduce administrative burdens, stretch limited staff capacity, and improve patient care. Connectivity in these communities is not just a technology issue. It's a healthcare issue, a workforce issue, and a public safety issue. When AI tools are paired with reliable broadband, they allow rural providers to serve more patients, reduce costs, and deliver care that would otherwise be unavailable. But none of this works without strong networks underneath. Enhanced accessibility is another benefit of AI. Real-time captions, speech-to-text services, and other assistive technologies are improving communications for Americans with disabilities. These innovations expand participation and opportunity, and they underscore a simple truth, that connectivity is ultimately about people. Importantly, AI's reach is global. AI-powered services now reach billions of users across languages, borders, and cultures. Scale matters, and policy choices matter too. Countries that enable innovation while maintaining trust will shape the global digital ecosystem for decades to come. The benefits of AI, although potentially limitless, extend only as far as our networks allow them to reach. And none of this happens without spectrum and infrastructure. Demand for spectrum is not slowing. We know that it is accelerating. AI-driven applications are data-intensive, latency-sensitive, and increasingly always on. While AI can help us use spectrum more efficiently, efficiency itself is not automatic. It requires deliberate, forward-looking policy. This is where the FCC's responsibility is clear. Our job is to ensure that spectrum keeps pace with innovation, and in doing so, to make more spectrum available for innovators and developers, modernize how it's managed, and support technologies that maximize its use. Spectrum remains one of the most critical enablers of the AI era. The same is true for communications infrastructure. High-speed, high-capacity networks are not optional. Indeed, they are foundational. Without them, AI's benefits remain concentrated rather than broadly shared. Policies that accelerate deployment, reduce barriers, and encourage investment are not essential, or are essential not just for connectivity, but for competitiveness. The United States is the global leader in AI today, but our competitors are not far behind. US leadership exists because of innovators in this room, because of an ecosystem that rewards experimentation, and because of policies that have historically favored growth over constraint. But leadership itself is not guaranteed. It must be maintained through innovation, investment, and clear national direction. Executive actions like the President's AI executive order provide critical guidance and will help ensure coordination across agencies, signaling that America will support responsible, scalable AI development while maintaining global competitiveness. We should keep in mind that other countries are aggressively investing in AI, in spectrum, in infrastructure, and in talent. They are making strategic decisions designed to position themselves for long-term advantage. Maintaining leadership requires focus. It requires resisting fragmentation. And it requires recognizing that innovation thrives where policy provides clarity rather than confusion. Leadership in AI is not something you declare. It is something you earn and something you must continuously defend. Now, the FCC does not build AI systems. We do not design algorithms, and we should not attempt to pick winners. But we do play a vital role in creating the conditions for innovation. When it comes to AI and the communications networks that support this technology, I believe that role should be guided by 4 principles. First, the FCC should continue to focus on regulatory predictability and certainty, which are necessary to give communications providers and innovators the confidence to invest, build, and scale. Predictable regulation reduces uncertainty, lowers compliance costs, and allows resources to flow toward broadband access, that too, and innovation rather than regulatory navigation. Fragmented and inconsistent frameworks, particularly across jurisdictions, slow progress and discourage risk-taking. Today, one of the greatest risks to American leadership in AI is fragmentation. In just the last year, nearly 1,200 AI-related bills were introduced across the United States at the state level alone. Although well-intentioned, this growing patchwork of approaches creates uncertainty, increases compliance costs, and risks slowing deployment, especially for smaller innovators who may lack the resources to navigate 50 different rulebooks. Innovation does not stop at a state's borders, and our policy frameworks should reflect that reality. Second, the FCC should continue to put infrastructure first by prioritizing policies that accelerate the deployment of high-speed, high-capacity networks nationwide. Initiatives like the FCC's Build America agenda demonstrate how policy can lay the foundation for innovation, expand coverage, and ensure that all Americans can access these technologies. These networks are non-negotiable for AI success. Policies that expand coverage, improve performance, and encourage investment are foundational not just for connectivity, but for Americans' competitiveness in the AI era. Third, the FCC should continue to pursue proportional and flexible approaches to regulation that recognize the pace at which AI technologies evolve. Prescriptive regulation does not work for fast-moving technologies. Smart policy is targeted, risk-based, and adaptable, allowing innovation to advance while addressing real and demonstrated risks. Good policy does not try to outpace innovation. It creates the space for innovation to run. Fourth, the FCC must remain anchored in the public interest. As AI becomes more deeply integrated in communications networks, the Commission's responsibility is to ensure that these technologies ultimately serve people, not just systems. That means promoting access, protecting consumers, advancing public safety, and ensuring that the benefits of AI-enabled networks are broadly shared. Innovation and the public interest are not competing values. The FCC's responsibility is to make sure they move forward together. And no discussion of AI would be complete without addressing security. As AI increases the power and reach of our communications networks, it also changes the threat landscape, giving bad actors new tools, even as it gives defenders better ones. That reality is already shaping the Commission's work. Over the past year, the FCC has taken concrete steps to strengthen network security and protect consumers as communications threats grow more automated and more sophisticated. In 2025, the Commission enforced its robocall mitigation rules by removing over 1,000 non-compliant providers from the robocall mitigation database, closing off network access that AI-enabled scam operations increasingly depend upon. The FCC also adopted updated rules for interconnected VoIP providers, extending public safety and national security certification requirements, and tightening oversight of access to U.S. numbering resources. At the same time, the Commission continues to examine how AI itself can be responsibly leveraged to enhance continuous network monitoring, fraud detection, and resilience. These efforts reflect a core principle that security and innovation are not in tension. When policy is targeted and proportionate, AI can help make our networks not only more capable, but more trustworthy. Now, the good news is we have faced moments like this before. In the early days of the internet, policymakers were confronted with a technology that was evolving faster than anyone could fully predict. There were real questions about market power, consumer protection, security, and fairness. There was also enormous uncertainty about how the technology would ultimately be used. What mattered most was how policy responded. Where policy focused on enabling infrastructure, encouraging investment, and preserving flexibility, innovation flourished. Light touch approaches to internet architecture allowed networks to accelerate deployment rapidly. Entrepreneurs were able to experiment. New business models emerged, and consumers benefited from faster speeds, lower costs, and an explosion of services that few could have imagined at the time. But there were also moments when policy moved too quickly or too rigidly. In some cases, prescriptive rules were adopted before the technology had fully matured. In others, regulatory uncertainty created hesitation and slowed deployment. The result was a clear lesson. Timing, scope, and regulatory humility matter. The policies that succeeded were those that recognized the limits of foresight, resisted the urge to lock in assumptions too early, and left room for technology to evolve. The policies that struggled were often those that tried to solve tomorrow's problems with yesterday's frameworks. AI is at a similar inflection point. Like the early internet, AI is powerful, fast-moving, and not fully understood. Also like the early internet, AI raises legitimate questions about trust, security, and access. And again, like the early internet, AI depends on strong, scalable networks to deliver its benefits. The lesson from history is not that government should step aside, but that it should act with precision, constraint, restraint, and an appreciation for how innovation happens. We should apply those lessons now while the trajectory of AI is still being shaped, not after it has already hardened into place. The biggest mistake we can make with AI is assuming we already know exactly how it will evolve. The bottom line is that AI makes everyone a stakeholder. Developers, network operators, policymakers, and consumers all have a role to play. The FCC's role is to clear the path to ensure that networks are strong, spectrum is available, infrastructure is deployed, and policy supports innovation rather than standing in its way. If we get the fundamentals right, innovation follows and opportunity expands. That is how leadership is sustained. That is the work ahead of us, and it is a work worth doing together. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Hey, please. Good afternoon, everyone. And let's have a recognition for Commissioner Trusty and the job that she just did. Appreciate that. And my name's Steve Del Bianco. I'm President and CEO of NetChoice, and on the board here at the Internet Education Net Caucus. I am so honored and pleased that we have today for a fireside chat the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Labor, Keith Sonderling. And by way of introduction, how many of you were here 2 years ago today for State of the Net 2024? Oh, excellent. If you were here then you know that, that what we had from Deputy Secretary Sonderling was a discussion of his time at the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the EEOC, where President Trump had appointed him in 2019. And there, almost all of the focus was on AI, which is a little bit scary that you knew at the time that AI was going to be so important. On both counts, both in terms of State of the Net and in terms of the Trump administration, you met the ultimate bar. You did such a great job that we both invited you back.
All right.
Invited you back here.
Put that on my resume.
Good. And President Trump
Second
puts you right back into the cabinet in his second administration. One critical through line in your service to this country and the administration has been your focus on AI and workforce. The Deputy Secretary's highest priority at the EEOC was finding a critical balance in today's rapidly evolving job market for AI while adhering to established civil rights protections. 2 years ago, this was your call. And then now at DOJ, you're leading, actually, on implementing the President's AI action plan in terms of helping our nation's workforce thrive in an environment of AI. So explain how it is you saw this coming around the corner, that you knew AI back in 2019-20 was going to be as big as it is now.
Well, if I knew that it was going to be this big and I had a crystal ball, I wouldn't be here. I'd be on a yacht somewhere. But you know, when I got to the EEOC early on in my time at the Department of Labor too, during the first Trump administration, I was really just trying to be forward-looking and seeing what the trends are, where the workplace is going. And at the time, a lot of that, you know, this was 2019, 2020, early 2021, before where we are now. And you know, I started hearing from a lot of the big corporations, from general counsel, human resource officers, of saying that their HR departments in the future are going towards artificial intelligence. And like many of you, I didn't really know what that meant. I didn't know how that was going to impact the work, because I thought, okay, is that robots replacing humans? And okay, is that big enough for me to take on? Because is that really going to impact every single industry? Or is it going to impact industries prone to automation, right? But when I started diving into it, I realized it was so much more. I realized it was about using AI to make employment decisions, HR decisions, workplace decisions that humans were doing before. So really from the A to Z of employment, from creating a resume, from creating a job description, from creating a job advertisement, applying for a job, interviewing, going through the onboarding, salary, performance, everything related to the workplace from an HR perspective, from a day-to-day work perspective, was being impacted by AI at the time. So that's why I was like, oh, wow, it is really every industry, and it's going to impact every single worker in every industry getting into the workforce, staying in the workforce, thriving in the workforce, and eventually leaving the workforce. So when I started looking into it, back in 2020, I realized, wait a minute, this is really complicated. I'm a labor and employment lawyer. I don't know how AI works. I don't know what any of this stuff is. But at the end of the day, what I realized is that the AI is just either assisting the HR departments or making that decision that humans were making. And those are the same employment decisions that have been being made since the laws that we enforce at the Department of Labor, at the EEOC, since the 1930s, 1960s for the civil rights laws govern. So I really took an approach and saying, like, let's look at the decision. And what are the decisions? There's only a finite amount of employment decisions: hiring, firing, wages, training, promotion, benefits, demotion, et cetera. And how is AI impacting all of that? But at the end of the day, there's going to be a decision, and we have a clear framework within the law that those AI vendors, that those AI tools need to comply with, just like as if a human was making that decision. That's really what I spoke about during my time at the EEOC, really simplifying it so workers understand that when you're in the workforce, here's the technology that is going to be making these decisions about your employment, not necessarily new novel decisions that have never been made before, but the same decisions that you've been subject to since the beginning of having a workforce. And also for employers, the ones who are investing in this, the ones who have the market power to be able to go to vendors and say, create this AI tool for me in this part of my workforce, that they understand the long-standing laws, employment laws, that apply to each one of those decisions, to have them being built into those programs. So I like to say the whole ecosystem of AI, especially when it relates to the workforce, is you have the VC money that wants to invest, and they don't want to create a product that's going to discriminate or not do what it's supposed to. You have the entrepreneurs who want to solve a problem within the HR system, and then you have the buyers in the middle who have that buying power, and they don't want to buy a product that's going to harm their workers. And then ultimately, you have the consumers, which in my space is workers and applicants too. So you had to look at the whole chain, and that's what I was able to really focus on before this current job.
Well, those workers and applicants could take some comfort, and the employers might have some concern that the employers are liable for the decisions they make, no matter what tool they use. It could have been that they used AI, could have used Microsoft Excel or the darkness of their own soul, but if they had bias, discrimination, and fraud or other kind of abusive behavior, it always has been prosecutable under civil rights at the state and federal level.
And that's not to pick on employers, because if you think about it, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, where you look at the Fair Labor Standards Act, the National Labor Relations Act, I can go through the 180 employment laws out there. At the end of the day, only the employer can make a decision, right? Because you're still applying for that company. You're still getting either hired or rejected or fired from that company. Whether or not there's an AI tool in there injecting bias or otherwise in there, that tool is not your employer. That tool is not the one ultimately bringing you in or escorting you out of the workplace. So that was really important to keep in mind, and why it was so important for these employers to work with the vendors, to be a part of that design process to make sure that all laws are being respected and the tools are actually doing what they're supposed to do in a real live work situation. Because ultimately, you don't get a job from an employer. It's that employer you have to claim, not tools potentially running in the background.
And then broader context then at the Department of Labor, where you're Deputy Secretary. Looking at this technological shift of AI, our economy has endured many technological shifts in the past and found ways to thrive after the technology's been digested. But what makes this different? Is AI particularly bigger threat than other technologies we've seen before?
Well, now, since those discussions early on when I first started diving into this, now with generative AI and really everyone being able to use and understand it, the equation is much different. And in the Trump administration, through the executive orders, through the AI action plan, all which we're talking about right now, the focus is on making sure that the American worker is prepared for this AI revolution that we're going through and has the underlying requisite skills to be able to use these tools, to be able to thrive in the workforce and have complete job satisfaction while their employer can actually use these tools for the gain. So we want it to be a win-win for all the different parties. And how do we do that? We have to start fresh. We have to start with AI literacy. And that's what we're really focused on. But before we get to AI literacy, and then we're going to get into it, I want to talk about a second very critical component to all of this for the Department of Labor as outlined in the AI Action Plan. And you've talked about it at this conference, you hear about it, is that infrastructure. And what we're seeing, with the president's trade deals, historic investment into the United States. That's going to bring back, not just manufacturing, but all different types of areas. But what we're really seeing too is with the AI infrastructure needed, which you know a lot more than I do, but the most important thing we can do at the Department of Labor, because we know the money's coming in, we know there's a desire to build, not only these centers to house these tools, is to make sure that we have American workers who are trained, ready to get the job. And the whole life cycle there is, how does it start? Investments come in, construction. We need to be able to build these facilities. And at the Department of Labor, we're really trying to make sure that we have the HVAC, we have the plumbers, we have the skilled technicians. And a big part of that, what we're trying to do is through registered apprenticeships, which have worked for a very long time, which is the fastest way to get in skilled trades, which is, there's a lot of studies on the amount of money these jobs are, but we don't have that skilled training.
What role does Department of Labor and the federal government play at the certification of apprenticeship programs? Are they entirely private?
No, they are through us. The registered apprenticeships are through the Department of Labor. What we're trying to do is be as flexible as possible as these new jobs come. We're trying to change the incentive structures to get more companies to actually engage with us and do formal registered apprenticeships. So we have those life cycles of jobs. So for the construction jobs, and then also too, what people aren't thinking about, because when you hear about apprenticeships, you start, oh, these are skilled trades. So these are people who are going to build the buildings, the data centers, get them operational, and then walk away. And what is that employer then going to do to fill the rest of these high-skilled, high-tech jobs? And we want to continue the apprenticeship chain down the line there to have those tech companies think about what the trades have been doing, the building trades have been doing successfully, is getting now apprenticeships in the tech world. And this is a huge initiative of ours at the Department of Labor, is opening up the aperture of what you think of apprenticeships. And if we can do that, then we will be able to have the employer industry-led training programs on those exact facilities, create the curriculum, work with us, get the manpower from local high schools, from some of those areas, especially in trade schools, but in some of these rural areas where we're seeing these facilities being built, work in advance with the state workforce agencies that the Department of Labor's funds, to tie some of that money to what the local jobs are. A lot of the workforce development in this area has been traditionally on, here are the programs, here are the curriculums that we're going to offer. You lose your job, unemployment insurance, or coming out of high school. But tying those into actual AI infrastructure jobs and AI jobs, working with these companies, we really want these jobs to go locally into these areas where these are being built. And that's really talking to industry and seeing what those jobs are. Because if you think about it, when you're building these centers, when you're staffing them with jobs, the company knows where those jobs are down the line. Not just when they make the announcement, you can look 3-4 years down the road and say, here, when we hit these different stages, these are the types of workers we're going to need. But without us knowing that, we can't then talk to our state workforce agencies, work on that curriculum and the agenda to make sure that they have the workforce there with the proper training. So that's really the way we're looking at it. It's twofold. It's one, yes, we want the traditional trades. We want to build these things, but then we want apprentices to operate them as well. We want to give those to people who are desire to work in them too, that may not have the same background or the same training otherwise that these jobs have historically gone.
Yeah, I think it's a great distinction you drew between the trades, the construction trades that build the data center, and the other kind of apprenticeship programs for those who operate. I mean, the electricians, we're 30,000 electricians short in this country to build what we need to build to drive AI in our economy, stock market, and beat China. And when it comes to that, those electricians might spend years in an apprenticeship. But when AWS, Amazon, finishes one of the data centers out near Dulles, the people that they bring in to operate the data center, they can get trained in a 12 to 16 week apprenticeship, paid apprenticeship. and these are high school and trade school grads averaging 6 figures to operate a data center.
And that skill stays with them, just like a degree. And these are really tailored trade apprenticeships where where jobs are going. And the portability of that, I think, is a really important part as well as these data centers are being built across the country, as tech companies are looking into that AI infrastructure. To have that mobility, to have those skills is something we're really excited about.
We have a flat workforce in this country. We don't even have a growing population at this point. But there's still anxiety on the part of workers about job turnover. Now, your own Department of Labor puts out statistics, and for over 20 years, we've averaged destroying 5 million jobs every month in our economy, but creating 5.1 million jobs. And that dynamism is why we have been able to endure multiple technological trends without actually having reduced employment. But do you think that things will be different with AI, and will AI enable companies to be profitable enough that they can actually hire more people?
There's so much doom and gloom when it comes to how many jobs are going to be lost by AI, and that's really what drives headlines. It drives sales. It drives consultants to look at the workforce. But what that really does is it instills fear in employers and workers, and that's what we're really excited about at the Department of Labor, to come in and saying, we are the Department of Labor. We are going to be looking at this for the benefit of the American worker, and what is the reality here when it comes to job loss. And what we're studying and what we believe, instead of the fear that you're just going to completely lose your job, parts of your job will change. But that's going to be a good thing. And if the employees understand what the AI is doing, why their employers are buying it, why their employers want to implement it, then they will have that baseline knowledge of how to use it and how it's going to change their jobs. So we're not looking at it saying it's going to wipe out jobs completely. Jobs are going to change. The job descriptions, your daily job use will certainly change, but we want to be there to be able to skill and reskill the workers on how that is going to impact their current job, how they're going to be able to do the different parts of their new job description, whether it's less repetitive work, and you all know this is a sophisticated crowd on what that actually looks like and how these AI tools are augmenting rather than displacing. But to the extent there is job displacement, that's back on the Department of Labor, and that's why we're being so aggressive in ensuring that that baseline AI literacy is out there, not just for the next generation of workers, but for the current generation of workers, those who want to re-enter the workforce, who've been out of the workforce, have those baseline AI literacy skills. And that's what we're really starting to tie some of our federal apprenticeship spending and other spending that the Department of Labor does through our state workforce agencies and even discretionary grants, and saying, what is the AI literacy piece to this grant? So you have everything from shipbuilding to other everything's going to be impacted by AI, healthcare, et cetera, go through the list. Well, the Department of Labor is going to be asking, in this training, how are you looking to where AI is going to change a specific industry, and how are you going to actually start that training now?
And I was at the White House when your boss talked about awarding bonus points to grant applications if they had that AI awareness.
Right.
And we also heard Secretary of Education, Agriculture, and others. And I'm thinking now about your emphasis on the workforce is appropriate, but what can you do at Labor to help with people that are below the workforce, high school students?
And this is the really exciting part. And this is where the President's executive order on not only the high-skilled apprenticeships that I talked about briefly, which requires the Department of Labor to get to 1 million registered apprenticeships, but also on AI literacy. And this is one of the most exciting executive orders that the Department of Labor is a part of, because it really addresses the systemic issue that we're talking about with the current generation of workers, that they just weren't raised on this technology. They weren't raised using AI. And if you look at countries like China and India, where they have that AI literacy component going back to the 2nd or 3rd grade, how are we going to do that? And why it's exciting that the Department of Labor is a part of this with the Department of Education is that our stakeholders are businesses, employers, unions, workers. So we're having those conversations with industry saying, here's where we want our workforce to go. Here's where we expect the changes to be with the impact of technology. Here is the skills needed to be able to either create this new technology or operate this new technology or just do your job with this new technology being considered. And our partnership with the Department of Education, where in another executive order on the Department of Education, is actually moving a lot of those programs, whether it's continuing educations, whether it's certain pre-K through 12 programs, community colleges, adult training, to the Department of Labor, so then we can work with our stakeholders to see where those jobs are going and then inject that downwards in the pre-K through 12 system to start that AI literacy early, to get into high schools, to say in a high school in this area, these are the jobs that's going to be coming that we can see, that we're forecasting, that we're talking to employers with, and get that training. One of my favorite examples is, with a lot of the energy infrastructure being invested in the United States, or some of the battery plants coming over here through some of the foreign investments. These are going to rural areas. Talking to them, we could start getting that curriculum in high school, so students can start learning some of these baseline skills on battery engineering or certain AI technology, have that so then they can, at 18 years old, get a high-paying job locally and still, have that, whether it's through a registered apprenticeship or otherwise, get that out there too. So a big part of this is that baseline literacy. And let me tell you the most important part for me on this and what I've seen in my time in this. So much of the fear in the workplace around AI is what? That this AI is going to take my job. This is going to be my AI robot replacement, right? And you wouldn't feel that way if you understood the basics of the technology. You wouldn't feel that way if you had these borderline, these baseline AI skills where you could say, okay, well, there isn't actually a technology that exists that can actually fully replace my job. Instead, I understand that my employer is using this, or I'm helping them develop this to take this part of the job, to automate it, to make it easier, so then we can
make you more productive.
Make you more productive, have more of that human interaction. There's a lot of very simple examples we've seen in healthcare about transcribing, and you can spend more time with the patients. But that is an easier to understand area, but when you start getting into the knowledge worker jobs, where so much of it is data-driven to begin with, seeing what AI is going to do, what it's not going to do, and that's how it's going to help you, is a part of the equation we want to be a part of, but you can't understand that if you don't understand the basics of the technology, and that's what we're trying to do, not just in the pre-K through 12 system, but for current employers, and for those who are, have lost their job or want to get into this part of the workforce. You think about, you lose your job, you go to a state workforce agency, get unemployment insurance, but we want that training you get when you're getting that UI money. Normally, you have to take some generic courses to show you're still looking in the workforce. What about designing those courses now with that AI hook in there, saying here are the AI jobs, or here are the jobs available in your area, and here's how AI is going to impact them, and we're going to teach you those specific skills. So that's really what we're trying to do on the education side. But it's not just for the current workforce. It's really looking downstream into the future workforce.
Yeah, and I truly appreciate that national perspective and trying to lead from your office at the Department of Labor. And we'll open it up for a question or two in a minute, but I have a tough question for you, right? Because the national initiative can run headlong into a patchwork of state laws. We had 1,100 last year that were proposed. There's 1,800 proposed as of today, according to Adam Thier. 1,800 laws at the state level that seek to regulate the technology as opposed to just the harms. As just the harms. And as an expert in employment law, I would point you to the law in Colorado, which takes effect in July. And the law in Colorado would make it a crime if AI generated a response that had a disparate impact on a protected class if it were a consequential decision in their life. Losing a job, getting promoted, consequential decisions. And you said earlier that existing state and federal law already protect workers from bad decisions that are made, bias, discrimination, fraud, and abuse. So do you need to regulate what comes out of the machine, or do you just regulate the conduct of the employers?
Well, to your point on the state and local laws, the administration has been very clear. The president's executive order on this speaks for itself, which I fully support. But this goes back to what I was saying earlier, and sort of what I came to the conclusion on is that we should just always, whether it's in the employment context, whether it's in the credit context, whether it's the housing context, any of these insurance, any of these that impact your livelihood, your ability to thrive in society, and really look at the outcome. and how did we get
Harms,
there?
yeah.
You know, and what you may find is using AI, it may be much more transparent than what we've been stuck with, which I know you like hearing me talk about. And you talk about the black box of an algorithm, we can't figure out the decisions it's been making. Well, in the employment context, we've been dealing with the black box of the human brain since the beginning of time. And very rarely do people tell you, you know, did you discriminate against someone? Did you not hire this? Did you not pay them right wages? Nobody says yes, right? So in that sense, using algorithms that are clearly designed in accordance with our longstanding laws, which is on us, the Department of Labor, to have all those guidelines out there to say how, you know, health and safety laws are impacted by new technology, how wage and hour laws, you know, how the Family Medical Leave Act may be issue with a automated scheduling tool, right? And saying that using this in a transparent and clear way, we now have more data points than we've ever had on an employment decision being made versus somebody's brain. And that's what we're excited about. But that's on us to give those guidelines and those parameters to everybody in the life cycle, from the investors to the developers to the users, and then ultimately the worker.
And if you discover in this process that there are gaps in state and federal laws that would protect people from harm, we should fill those gaps with laws that don't necessarily regulate the AI that was used, but regulate the decisions that harm people.
Right, or come to the Department of Labor for guidance using a lot of our longstanding tools, whether it's opinion letters or otherwise, which the Congress authorized us by statute to issue that interim guidance and saying, here's a gap we see, here's how programs are now impacting, you know, this area of employment law. What is the Department of Labor's position on that? And we have statutory authority to answer those questions with modern technology, and that's what I'm excited about.
All right, time for one question. Do I see a hand up anywhere? Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Jessica Dine at the Open Technology Institute at New America. So you touched on this, but could you please talk more about how I guess the administration is looking at instilling baseline AI literacy skills? Because you've got the workforce, like the AI workforce component, and then you've got the workforce component in terms of upskilling workers to accommodate AI in their jobs, but then there's this underlying need for very basic AI skills, both K through 12, and then adults who are out of the educational system but still don't have these basic skills. Other side of it I'm curious about is whether you're pursuing any kind of framework or system of measurement, because even on the digital skills side, we're not tracking that stuff. So I'm curious if AI is going to be
that's a
different.
great question on both. You know, let me start at the last question, is that we are starting to track it, you know, through the federal, we're trying to be more transparent than ever in the billions of dollars we're giving out to workforce development. So we're putting, you know, on our website, we have a much more transparent tool. You can see where the money's going, but actually tying it to that AI literacy and what does that mean to your first question. That's really what we're excited about. If you read our talent plan for the golden age that we did with commerce and education and labor, we talk about what that actually means and what these baseline AI literacy skills are and who's going to actually help us create that curriculum. And we found that it really needs to be industry-led, because with the pace that these tools are being developed and being used, we really need to rely on industry to tell us, you know, exactly what those specific frameworks are for the baseline AI literacy, just to understand everything that we could put in elementary schools through, you know, community colleges. I want to go for a second career, which much more relevant to what you've already learned. So a lot of that is in our American Talent Plan that talks about the AI literacy component on it, but we believe that we do need industry's help in creating that curriculum, because before, when it's called the train and pray method, where, you know, the Department of Labor gives a lot of money out on training that, you know, may have been good in the 1960s, 1970s, you keep going on, but you don't know if that's actually going to be skills they need when they go to apply the job versus industry, working with industry on the front end. So we have about a 20, 30-page document I'll make sure to circulate that we go into this in depth, and that's with commerce and with education, so we're not doing it alone.
That's fantastic. Hey, I want you all to join me at thanking.
Thank you. Thank you.
Join me at thanking Deputy Secretary of Labor, Keith Sonderling.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank both Steve Del Bianco and the Deputy Secretary for their time. Really great fireside chat. We do have some additional programming coming up, guys. We're going to go back into breakout sessions. And so if you are interested in verifying the future, the Paxton decision, age assurance, and the next phase of online safety, you are in the right place. You don't have to move. If you would like to see sovereign AI and the new internet order governing intelligence across borders, you can do so in the Central Hub. The new frontiers of speech will be in the North Hub, and our final session of lightning talks will be taking place in the South Hub, and those will all be starting momentarily. So make your way to where you'll be next, and thank you.
Handhelds for this one? No, lapels. Do they have the, are they? Getting them mic'd up. Okay.
I can start? Okay. Okay, hi everyone. Thank you for joining us. This is Verifying the Future, the Paxton Decision, Age Assurance, and the Next Phase of Online Safety. I'm Ashley Gold. I am the Senior Tech Policy Reporter at Axios. I've been coming to this conference for like 10 years now, and it's very interesting that everything is about AI now. But we're going to talk about some good bread and butter kids online safety, content moderation, First Amendment issues as well. I'm going to let my panel take turns introducing themselves and telling you a little bit about their work and how it relates to the topic at hand. So go ahead.
Sure. My name is Sarah Scheffler. I'm an assistant professor at Carnegie Mellon University. I'm a computer scientist. I study privacy and cryptography, and I'm sure we'll be talking more about this later. But we've been looking a lot lately into user responses to age verification systems, and mostly looking at age verification systems and looking at differing completion rates, so how many users are turned away by different age verification systems, how comfortable are they with them, how effective do they think they are, stuff like this. And I'm sure we'll dig into this more later.
My name is John Schweppe. I'm a senior advisor at American Principles Project. I just left the Federal Trade Commission, where I worked for Chairman Ferguson as an advisor on tech policy, consumer protection. This is an issue I've been working on for a very long time and care a lot about. Our group, American Principles Project, was involved in the states with a lot of these laws, and so very excited to be here today.
Hi, I'm Ariel Fox Johnson. I'm here today for Common Sense Media, where I'm a senior advisor on data privacy. Common Sense is committed to helping ensure kids can thrive in this new world of apps and AI and algorithms. But Common Sense and I have worked for a long time on kids' privacy issues, COPPA for the last decade and a half or so, kids' privacy and safety in the States, and also the last couple of years gotten really focused on age assurance, as that's replaced a lot of discussions about what the knowledge standards should be. So looking forward to chatting today.
I'm Jessica Malujan from the Competitive Enterprise Institute, where I run tech policy. CEI is a, whoa, there it is. You didn't miss anything. It's just whatever. You'll get the hang of it. It's fine. Happy to be here.
Thank you, everyone. So let's start by sort of defining the problem at hand. So when we talk about kids' online safety this year in our country, what do you think the main problems are that lawmakers in the states and on the federal level are actually trying to solve, and which of those are sort of real, tangible problems that you see today versus maybe sort of future casting what could happen? Do you want to start, John?
Yeah, well, I think, it obviously depends on where you are on the political spectrum, on what you focus on the most. But I think generally when you look at state laws, obscenity as to minors has obviously been a concern. Violence, age inappropriate, gore and bloodshed, exploitative advertising, messaging directly with adults, which obviously is something that, for those of us who have kids, this is something that I think everybody's worried about. And I think the lawmakers are trying to solve for that. But the second issue I think that goes along with this is the parental rights aspect. And so there is a debate in this country over the degree to which parents should be able to direct whether it's the education of their kids, the healthcare of their kids, and I think when it comes to using the internet, what their internet usage looks like. And so I think some of these laws get right at that.
I think also problems lawmakers are trying to solve are the nature of the sort of addictiveness of technology and algorithmic feeds and issues related to data collection and data privacy and profiling kids and whether that's going to label them or limit opportunities, and these sort of like product features issues, and something now we're seeing with like AI chatbots, emotional attachments forming with kids, and not even other people they're talking to on the internet, but machines they're talking to on the internet. So I think there's a whole panoply of problems, and age assurance comes up in a lot of different ways and a lot of different attempts to solve the problems.
What are they trying to solve for? Getting reelected? I kid. I think that's right. I mean, I think all the things they're saying. I think that there is right now what we can describe as a moral panic around kids and the internet. How much of that is scientifically based and how much of it is causal as opposed to correlative, I think, are open questions right now. But I certainly think that the impulse to put parents in control as much of this as possible, who, by the way, I think are projecting a little bit of their own phone anxiety onto their kids right now because we're all on our phone too much. But I think that impulse to put parents in control is one that's a good one. John and I probably disagree about the best way to do that, but I think that certainly, hopefully we can agree that parents know their kids best, and making it as easy for parents to be in control of what their kids see and do. And every kid is different, as you know, and every age is different. And people just are going to be hurt or helped by different things online. And I think one of the concerns I have with all of the different things they're solving for is that there tend to be sort of these big one prescription top-down answers that I fear won't be as effective as I think everyone hopes they would be.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, tech policy often struggles with actually getting legislation done, specifically because the one-size-fits-all does not fit companies, does not fit different types of kids, different types of communities that might be gathering in different spaces online that need those spaces for different reasons. So, I mean, what are some actual workable solutions that you have seen out there, or if there has not been a solution out there that if there's been nothing good, what do you think is best for next steps of like bills that could actually pass or policies that states can start adopting?
I guess I'll say I think there's a distinction between bills that can actually pass and policies that I think
Right.
are a good idea. But I think policies that I think are a good idea are like at a baseline, protecting privacy. I think that can help with a lot of the follow-on problems, and we can maybe have fewer First Amendment debates about it. They're definitely not zero debates. I also think addressing specific design features, like New York and California have addressed targeted algorithmic feeds. They're not prohibiting kids from being on social media, but they're limiting certain product features if you are a kid or a teen on social media. So I think those are good ways to try to create a better environment, but not create like these black and white, you're online or you're offline, or you can be part of this or you can't be.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else?
Well, I'll just say, states are really interesting. They're the laboratories of democracy. You're able to see and test a lot of these laws there and figure out what we should do nationally. But I do think, and certainly the president has articulated this, I think we do need a federal standard rather than a 50-state patchwork of kid safety laws. And that's certainly where I think Congress is starting to look. You've already had really great efforts that have come close with COSA and COPPA 2.0 and some of these other bills. But you're seeing like the House Energy and Commerce Committee really committing to passing a suite of bills on age verification and that sort of thing. So I really do think, even though we talk a lot about how in Washington nothing ever gets done, I do think right now you're seeing Congress really prioritize this, and something could actually happen this year. Yeah.
I guess I just also want to chime in and say on the technical methods side, like what kind of age assurance, what kind of age verification are we doing? You actually get some very different things. You get right? Are we showing a government-issued photo ID? Are we using AI to estimate one's age via a biometric? Are we using behavioral signals? Are we using some other, known system that knows that you are 18 in some other way? All of these things have, I think, different privacy implications, different security implications. So even if we are just saying, oh, okay, we're going to do age assurance or we're going to do age verification, that can actually end up looking very different depending on what particular thing that we're actually doing.
So let's talk a little bit about your study. It basically found that the more sort of stickiness or friction there is to get onto a platform because they want to test your age, people sort of abandon it and say, never mind, I'm not going to go on this website. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so we ran a study in which we basically presented adults with a study which we said was about commenting on romantic media, and we are presenting the study participants with what they thought was an incidental age verification check that we had to do first. In reality, we just wanted to see how many people would actually do the age verification when we asked for different kinds of age verification. So we tested as a baseline, we did sort of the standard checkbox. We tested government ID upload. We tested AI age verification. We tested an email-based approach where we told people we would look them up in a database to see whether they were over the age of 18 based on their email. But in reality, this was just a simulated website that we gave them to see whether or not they would actually go through. And afterward, we followed up with a survey to ask what they thought about age verification. And actually, we got results that were pretty striking. So, 99% of people went through the checkbox. 20% of people went through the government ID upload. About 50% went through the AI facial age estimation, and about 85% went through the email lookup. So it was really quite different depending on what kind of age verification we asked for. We also did one that was government ID upload plus a liveness check video selfie, which had, I think, the lowest completion rate out of all of them. We also played around a little bit with, reminding people that there was privacy here, so reminding people this information is only going to be used for age verification, or we are going to delete your information when you're done. And this did not statistically significantly affect how many people went through the government ID conditions. We asked some follow-up questions about comfort, and actually, again, people were pretty uncomfortable with age verification. So across the whole, I think in every condition except the checkbox condition, more than half the participants said they were at least somewhat uncomfortable with the age verification method presented to them. And that's even true if you look at people who did complete the age verification. So we also asked some questions about effectiveness. People were generally pretty skeptical. I believe none of the methods none of the methods had more than half the users say, we think that this method is at least somewhat effective at keeping children from accessing the online content. So honestly, at least in the study that we did, we found a lot of discomfort. We found a lot of users being predicting that this would be pretty ineffective, and very low completion rates, especially for the government ID methods. And I should also say we have a write-up of this, and if you Google my name, Sarah Scheffler, and you go to my personal website, there is a link to a report that has more information about all of this. And I'm certainly happy to talk about it offline with anyone who wants to know.
Yeah, I mean, fascinating real-world example of how age verification can be applied, whether people are willing to deal with it, to get to the places online that they want. So, okay, policy and lawyer folks, you have a data person telling you how this might actually work in practice. Any reactions to those results?
Let me actually say one more thing, which was that there were a few different reasons that people gave. So some people gave reasons of convenience. So one person said in the follow-up survey, I don't want to turn on the lights. It's 2 in the morning. I'm not going to do an age check at 2 in the morning and go turn on the lights. And then also a lot of people were very concerned not only about privacy, but also about security. So we got a lot of questions about, I don't want my data to be tracked even more than it already is. But we also got concerns about identity theft and no way am I uploading my ID to, some weird website or something like that. And sure, we had a simulated website that we called Age Guardian, so we were, appearing to be just some random age verifier, and maybe that's different if you're Google.
Yeah.
But also, if you're Google, that also is then going to just drive everybody into, one big one-stop shop for everything, which has other issues. So it's a mix. I don't know.
Well, I would just say, I think what Sarah described is the incidental burden, and that Paxton found, was acceptable. I think, ultimately the biggest thing that's been transformative on the age verification front in the last 10 years is that we're not just doing IDs anymore. I mean, I don't dispute your numbers at all. I think, it's likely that ID would be something that a lot of people are averse to doing. But having a full range of options where we're talking about biometrics, private transactional, public transactional data, I think as the technology evolves, we certainly are capable of doing this. And, I'll also note, I think it's important that when you look at this polling, American Principles Project conducted one a couple years ago, even when you let people know that this is something that will have an incidental burden, people are still largely supportive of age verification. And so I think certainly this is something we have to wrestle with as we're policymaking. Privacy obviously is something we have to wrestle with, but I think that's baked into the cake of the issue.
And so I guess I take some similar things. I think it's very important, obviously, to have an option that's not government ID. And I don't think anyone wants like a large third-party server collecting a bunch of government IDs, though I know this has happened. I think the fact that 85% of people were willing to give their email address and go through some sort of commercial transaction, and this is still a newer thing that people aren't used to, I think sounds pretty good to me. And the fact that you feel a little uncomfortable, I guess I also would prefer not to have to give my ID to buy alcohol, or maybe now I'm like excited if they ask for it. But we still do these things even if we don't always want to. Common Sense actually has a new poll out today where they asked, adults in America, do you want age verification, age assurance on different types of sites? And a majority want them on social media, and they want them for like AI companions and chatbots. And I feel like people do see a problem, and it's not just parents, it's adults see a problem and they want some form of protection, but they also want it to be privacy protective. They don't want to hand over their ID. And they want something that's simple, because the more friction, as you said, like this is everything on the internet, right? Why do we want privacy protective defaults? Because the more friction, people won't do it.
Jessica?
I think that people say a lot of things. I think they're like, yeah, protect kids, yeah. And then the minute they have to deal with, there's a lot of different ways you can do this. And I think the technology is something supporters of this say, it's going to get better. And I do think it's going to get better. That leaves aside the question of whether it's constitutional or a good idea, but it will get better. But also, like, the infrastructure that's being built into regulatory schemes right now means that, the little annoying thing that pops up for GDPR, like privacy, and you're like, you just ignore it and blow through it. If age verification worked like it should, if it was working, you have to do that, or you can't go into that site. I think if people realize what this really meant for just roaming the internet free and clear, I think there would be a different calculation about how inconvenient, how uncomfortable they would be, how annoying they could be. And there's these zero knowledge proofs, and they're just going to give away a token. That's fine. That, again, improves it. It might improve the ease of this, and you might be giving away less information to every single site you visit, but there's still a trusted verifier there. So you're just putting your private information in one place instead of a bunch of places. Now, on one hand, that's good. On the other hand, it's a much bigger target on that trusted person's database to be hacked or to be perhaps pressed on by government to turn over some things you'd rather not. There still has to be someone in the system verifying. So I think that technology can make it easier and make it less friction, but I don't think it gets rid of the bottom line of like, and I think some other, who knows what, I don't know anything about polling, some amount of Americans are just uncomfortable having to exchange their personal information for access to speech. It's not alcohol, it's not drugs, it's speech. And I think the incidental inconvenience, like we've seen in the Paxton case where it's pornography, that's a different category of speech. For kids, it's not protected. For adults, it is. Perhaps that changes the calculus. But we're talking about like just things you go onto all the time. And I guess with the next generation, they would be used to that exchange everywhere. And I guess eventually, like, I would get used to it too, and we could all get used to it, that when you went into the grocery store, you had to show your ID because there's a wine section in back. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. So I think there's always going to be people who are more or less comfortable. That's fine. You can always make the technology better. But I think the question is like, just to be honest about it and say there's trade-offs. If you think it's going to help kids more than it's going to endanger people's privacy, security, and convenience and free expression, we can have that conversation. But you're never going to out-tech your way into like, oh, it's perfect now. Privacy's perfect. Every kid is like outside lifting weights spontaneously, interacting with friends. Like, there's trade-offs. And I just think that if people started encountering what I think it would probably look like, they might be more uncomfortable than they say they are.
I'll just say really quick, Jessica, I think we have that right now in grocery stores, actually. I was at
to check out, you have to.
I was at the grocery store
yesterday, not when you walk
getting
in the door.
a 24-pack of Miller Lite for the big game, and
Nice.
A lady came over and was like, hey, like I need to see your ID to get that. I don't have to pay that or show my ID when I enter the grocery store. And I think this is a very similar thing where, when you're talking about actual content or you're talking about companies contracting with minors, this is where we want age verification to be. Obviously, we want it to be
But the problem is when you want it for kids, you want it from me. And I want to walk in the grocery store and not have to show my ID until I try to buy a bottle of wine, which, by the way, is different because wine is a physical substance. And this is speech, which enjoins in a whole different set of protections. But the point is just, where is the ID check? The ID check is on everyone who walks in the store at the front of the door? Or is it on, like, when a 15-year-old tries to walk up and buy a bottle of wine?
I
like it where it is, and I don't want the
encourage
whole
you guys-
internet age-gated for me.
I would encourage you guys to make this political argument. Because right now, the numbers on this are very favorable towards age verification. And the Supreme Court is, I think, articulated pretty aggressively in Paxton that there's an opening here to protect kids online. And what you're speculating is that eventually people will get mad about this. Well, let's see. And let's see what politicians feel about it. Because right now I think they're pretty confident that the incidental trade-off here of protecting kids from porn or predators or all these different things is more important than feeling a little uneasy about walking into the grocery store and paying for beer.
I do want to comment on the privacy and security aspects of the online situation being different than the offline situation, because I think one very big difference is if I go and show my ID to someone at the store, one person saw that, probably they don't have a photographic memory, probably they didn't write it down in some, long log that's getting traded around or something like that. Probably they didn't store an identifier. Even if they deleted my name and the identifying information off of that, they probably didn't store some number that could be used to track me across multiple different things that I'm going and buying. But that is the norm online. And that is the norm even with these systems that require delete all the personally identifying information after the access is granted. We're still keeping all of the network logs. We're still keeping, oftentimes people will keep like a hash, so like a number that sort of is attached to the ID, even if they're not keeping the ID number or the name or something like that itself. And that really does create something that I think is very different than the offline situation.
Grocery stores are doing the same thing. If you want to get a deal at Wegmans and you want the $1 off, you have to put your phone number in, and they're
But if you don't, you don't.
That's a choice, but you're paying.
I also don't like that either, but whatever.
Well, phone numbers, a little different than birthdays, IDs, stuff like that.
Change your phone number. You can't change your ID.
Or, just use your partner's phone number, use your mom's phone number, But I did want to ask, speaking about the Paxton decision, the recent Supreme Court decision that came down in June, that was sort of a targeted, limited decision. They didn't apply the full scrutiny. So I would love to sort of get everyone's take on what that ruling means for what the path looks like going forward on these issues. We can start with you, Jessica.
So, I don't think we know yet. I think there is a world in which John's version of it's on is possible. Maybe the court decides, we're done with all this precedent we have. Ashcroft is over and we're on to a brave new world. I don't know. I don't predict what the Supreme Court is going to do. I find that to be a safe place to be. But I think that particular decision in Paxton is a little different because it deals with kids and pornography in a situation where that's not protected speech for kids, but it is protected speech for adults. And that makes it a little different than just saying we're going to age gate the whole internet or every app through the app stores or whatever. That's a little different because we're not dealing with a majority of speech that's less protected or not protected for this group. I think that when you read that decision, it's hard to not be struck by, like, they wanted to uphold this law, the majority did, and they found a way to get there. You can have a discussion about how that, you know, the great legal minds can debate, but I think that not applying a lot of the precedents in Ashcroft and not applying, you know, 4 or 5 different pretty good precedents for using strict scrutiny was a real surprise, I think, to the free speech legal community. Whether or not they go back to that strict scrutiny when it's speech that's more broad and not just in this narrow category, I mean, I don't know, but I think we'll end up finding out. I mean, I think that that's where, if you pass this kind of legislation, that's where that stuff eventually ends up.
And I also, you know, we don't know what's going to happen following Paxton. I think it is certainly not hurtful to efforts to age verify and have age assurance across the internet for things besides pornography. I don't view everything that happens online as speech. I think there's a lot of products. These are where kids are playing and where they're spending time, and we have product safety regulations and product safety rules, and that laws targeting product features or laws requiring sort of more privacy protective defaults, I think could deserve a lesser level of constitutional scrutiny. Or if everything is speech, then we can't have, you know, we take it too far, we can't have any protections for kids online, and I don't think that's what anyone wants, and I don't think that's how we need to read the Constitution. But I think, yes, we'll see with app stores, chatbots, privacy, all different reasons for age assurance, they all might have different answers.
To Jessica's point, I'm probably not a super objective observer of Paxton here, but I would just say, you know, I appreciate that everyone's basically saying we can't know. This is where I think a lot of these legal experts should go, because the reality is things are changing. You know, we obviously Roe was overturned. You know, we have the Paxton ruling. Apparently, Oklahoma is not even a state anymore. So there's a lot going on at the Supreme Court. But I'll just say, you know, I think in the meantime, legislators should stop trying to be constitutional scholars. Obviously, write legislation in a way that you think can comport to precedent, that can survive scrutiny. But you know, this is what the states and what Congress are for. It's to be laboratories of democracy. And the judicial, I think sometimes we work backwards. We're always talking about what's constitutional, what's not. We don't know. That's what the court is for. That's what the judicial branch is for. And so I would encourage lawmakers to legislate to their heart's content.
So, you know, you recently left the FTC, and Chairman Ferguson has focused on kids' online safety issues and other issues related to kids. So, I mean, would you say, in your view, it is the view of the Trump administration that they're pro-age verification, they want to see these laws get passed, and it's an important part of the agenda?
I think the administration's looking at all these laws and considering what the best approach would be. I think obviously kid safety is something, you know, the president has truthed about, and but you know, I think going forward, the big decision is what is going to be the approach. What is the bill that can pass Congress that the president would be willing to sign? And I think more and more age verification is a part of that conversation, both obviously at the website level, but also the App Store level. Also, you know, possibly we've talked a lot about AI. You know, at the AI level is something like the GUARD Act that Josh Hawley has introduced, a possible solution to protect kids there, and actually, you know, maybe in the company's interests for protecting them from crazy liability. So I think that's something that everyone's still trying to figure out, but that is being discussed in negotiations right now, and certainly as we talk about the AI moratorium and things like that, I think you'll hear more about it.
I do want to ask everyone about AI, but since we have such interesting opposite perspectives here, I did want to ask you, John, is there anything from a constitutional free speech perspective that would give you pause when it comes to applying these sorts of policies? Any lines you would draw, like that sort of law would go too far, that would trample on First Amendment rights? Like, how do you sort of think about that?
Well, so I've been an advocate in the past for, you know, against online censorship on the social media platforms. I think obviously the First Amendment is like the best part of the Constitution. I think we all stand on that. It's a question of whether these laws trample on it or whether they satisfy it. And I think, ultimately when you're talking about obscene content, companies contracting with minors, circumventing parental rights, I think these are issues that aren't First Amendment issues.
What do you mean contracting with minors?
So for example, with the App Store bill, I think the big question there is contract law, not necessarily First Amendment rights. And can Google have a agreement with a 13-year-old without the parents knowing? Can Google be providing
It's a user agreement, you mean?
User agreements, providing contract. I mean, I think there's a lot of concern there, especially among parents, that they're not part of that process, and I think they want to be.
Before we move on to AI, any other thoughts on sort of guiding principles, First Amendment, free speech principles you think about when you approach these policies?
I mean, I'm a maximizer. I'm a First Amendment maximizer. I think it's a slippery slope. I think that if you kind of watch where these efforts have gone, they've kind of like, it's a duck and weave kind of thing. I mean, I think NetChoice has had 8 injunctions on the laboratories of democracy attempts, which, yeah, I mean, in some ways, of course, that's right. You try different things. But at the same time, how much taxpayer money and time are you going to waste getting told it's probably not constitutional? And then the next state passes, and then the next state, and it's just like, you could pick one state and let them try it, see if you can do it. I mean, we're spending a lot of time here in the court for things that are, there's a consensus, right? And Paxton is the exception, but Paxton is very different. It has different facts, like it's a different thing. So you have 8 district courts that have in some way said this isn't gonna work. And I think so then that, that wears off, so then you try like, oh, it's a contract law, kids can't make contracts. Kids make contracts all the time. If you're 15 years old, you can go get a job. That's a contract. Now, they're voidable, but they're not void until they're voidable for some reason. So this idea that there's this like blanket prohibition on anyone 18 ever entering into any kind of contract. If you work your summers and you buy a car and you go buy a car, you sign that contract to buy, like, it's not like it is for adults, but it's not non-existent to the point where we can just say, oh, there's terms of service that, by the way, no one reads. That just brings down the whole system. I mean, I don't know if I really buy that.
Anyone else?
I would just so California's SB 976 addictive feeds prohibition has largely been upheld right now. The Ninth Circuit withstood NetChoice's challenge and is now being challenged, though interestingly not so much on the age assurance parts, by individual companies. So there are some successes outside of the pornography context for lawmakers trying to protect kids. New York is coming up with rules that should be out finalized within the next year. That will be the most detailed we have in the U.S. about how you can conduct privacy protective age assurance, and they've done a lot of rulemaking and stakeholder discussions. So I think we're starting to see some things that are sticking, and we're moving into the practical and not just the theoretical.
I guess I just also wanted to comment on, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to comment on the constitutional part of it.
Me neither.
There we go. But to your point of privacy preserving age verification, I think, first of all, that seems like a baseline to me. Like not even, that shouldn't even be the North Star that we're going to. That should be the starting point. And some of these methods that we have now, so working on things like selectively disclosing individual attributes like age, and the zero-knowledge proof approach, again, should be the starting point and not the finish line. And there are these other things to worry about, but I think that would be a lot better than what we seem to be headed for, which is just sending everything around all the time. And also giving people to the extent possible, the choice of which one they want to use and which one they want to trust would also be really helpful. We saw many people in our survey who were deeply skeptical of any kind of government ID app, which I think is like a good, hearty American tradition. But we also saw plenty of people who said, I would way rather have a government option than big tech. And I think both of those things are very reasonable things to want.
I did want to ask, we've been having this debate over children's safety long before AI chatbots were everywhere. So how does that change the conversation for you guys? How does it color or not color the way you think and talk about these things?
I don't think it's much of a paradigm shift for me. I mean, I think for me, a lot of these things that are being proposed that are government regulations are already available as parental tools. I mean, first of all, I have to say it every time because I'm a parent. I know it's annoying to play that card. Your greatest parental tool is no. No, I will not spend $900 buying your phone. You are not getting a phone at all. You are getting a flip phone. You are getting a dumb phone. You will turn your phone into me during dinner and overnight hours. These are all options. I know, I live them in my home. They're all there. But on top of that, at every level of the stack, there are parental controls that accomplish all of these goals and do not raise constitutional concerns. They do not sweep up a bunch of adult free speech in the process of the noble goal of protecting children. And what they will tell you is, yeah, but people don't use them. One thing is, it's new. Give us a minute. We're parents. We're tired. I have laundry. What are we having for dinner tonight? I'm getting to it. I use them, but I think more and more people will as they get better and better. 2, economists call that a revealed preference, is another possible explanation. That when you call someone and ask them, what are you worried about? I'm really worried about this. I'm not actually worried enough to spend 15 minutes setting up parental controls. So I think that's a question that comes up too. I set mine out of the box, and for the most part, I got to look in on some things. That's all I need to do. Every family is going to be different. There's a lot of options. And I think for AI chatbots, none of those calculations really change because the technology changes. The principles are the same, that I want parents to be in control, but a lot of the government stuff doesn't do that. Like Virginia, my kids can only be on social media for an hour. Really? My 17-year-old kid or my 12-year-old kid? That's crazy. I don't want to deal with that. But I had to be like, and undo, and go back to my parental controls and my settings. So I think for me, with AI chatbots, it's going to be much the same. If you come from it from a point of principle, the technology changes, but the principles, I think, largely don't.
I think I would agree that I see AI as kind of an evolution of like past issues that we've dealt with social media and other questions. It exacerbates a lot of the privacy issues. Disagree that it takes 15 minutes to set up parental
Mine did. On my Apple iPhone for both my kids.
Well, you guys can workshop about that later.
Yeah, I mean, it's taken a couple hours for Apple, and it's taken many hours for like Roblox or Minecraft.
Oh, I don't let my kids play Roblox.
Okay, well, so we could just opt out of technology altogether. But I think it's very hard for parents, and making defaults easier for them would be good. And I don't think parental control tools on the market right now would accomplish like all of the algorithmic targeting and privacy protective goals that I see in some legislation and then common sense supports.
I think policymakers are really wrestling with this. It's a lot easier when we're talking about like obscene as to minors content, as Jessica mentioned. You know, I think if a chatbot becomes a sex bot to a kid, that's probably an issue. What's really challenging, and I've heard this a lot from lawmakers, is what do you do when the speech is clearly First Amendment protected, or at least in that zone? And you know, I think that's tough. I mean, when you're talking about if an adult would tell a child who was confessing suicide ideation, hey, your noose looks really nice, you know, that adult would be liable. And so it's a real question, okay, so how are we going to treat these AI chatbots? And, you know, also, I think the companies want to navigate that. I don't think they want unlimited liability on this. And so it's going to be really important in the next year and going forward for Congress to include handling AI chatbots as part of the larger scope.
I don't have much to add on AI chatbots specifically, but AI is certainly getting integrated into more and more and more things. And I think chatbots are this year, and you know, browsers, operating systems. You know, AI is definitely entering more and more spaces, and it's something we're going to have to figure out how to deal with as we go.
Might have to do another study. Tell us about it.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. I do want to leave these last 12 minutes or so for audience questions. I think there was a floating mic that somebody's going to hand me. Yes, one second. Go ahead, right here. Oh, yeah. Can you say your name and your affiliation first? In the mic.
Patrick Hedger with NetChoice. Question about, we're talking about lots of different types of technology. You know, I've been testifying on these issues before, and I've read some of these bills. I mean, I mean, Jessica, maybe you could back me up here. Isn't it not the case that when even some of the more privacy protective technologies fail, the default is the government ID in the review process?
Yeah, and I mean, this is not like a principled statement. I find the biometric stuff super creepy too. Like I don't know where all that's going, and it's not like, it's not my driver's license, it's a retinal scan. Like, I just don't want to, I mean, and I'm not everyone, but I'm just saying, I think that, again, choices are better, less friction is better. You can improve these things, but there's at a point where for some people, they're just going to be like, no, like, it's weird, no.
Okay, yes, you.
Thanks. Amanda Lenhart. I'm with the Joan Gans Screening Center, but what I'm going to say is not representing them. So I actually have so many questions for the panel, but I'm going to try to reserve the one I think. Well, first, I would really love for everyone to talk a little bit more about the First Amendment stuff and talk to me about where their speech is happening and whether or not a chatbot is a thing that can have intent to speak. So that's question number one, which I'd love to hear discussed. The other thing I really want to bring up, so I'm a researcher, and I spend a lot of time talking to families and parents, and there's just so many parents out in the world who have great intentions and who have very low capabilities for being able to manage these kinds of things, whether it's because they work 3 jobs and they have a bunch of kids, whether it's because they have a child who's really reactive and works around this. I'm currently talking to people with ADHD and kids with ADHD. Let me tell you, parents who are freaked out, talk to those guys. So I would love to hear from the panel, what do you think is your ideal age assurance solution, and you can't pick parents?
And there's a lot of questions, so let's keep these all brief. Axio style.
I think I was taken out of that one.
Because you have no idea. Yours is.
Well, mine is parent. I have a great idea.
It is.
But
parents.
that has been eliminated from, so I'm gonna, in the interest of time, just.
Fair enough. I guess if I had to pick one thing, it would be where assurance happens on the device and there are zero knowledge proofs and privacy protection we're moving towards. Was that the question?
Okay. Device level age assurance. Okay.
I'd probably concur with that. I will say, we had at the FTC Ian Corby with the Age Verification Providers Association talking at length about all the different ways they're doing it, and actually that new technologies are arising every day. I saw one where you can wave your hand, and that somehow, I don't know how, but it can figure out what your age is. So I think it's important with the laws to keep it open to a range of options, because I think that'll help protect more kids.
I mean, to a first approximation, I think letting people choose which thing they want to put their particular trust in is better than the alternative. I think that, and once again, I will say that I think the things like selective disclosure and the zero knowledge proof approach are like a starting point, not a finish line.
Okay, next question. Anybody?
All right. I think it's me because I have this microphone.
Oh, you've got the mic. Okay.
Eric Squirrel, Night George Institute, though not speaking for them, as I think we're all supposed to say. I guess first a statement and then a question. The statement is none of these individual signals are good enough. Every individual signal has very large false reject rates, and so so any signal you use will simply have an unacceptable false reject rate. The question then is, what do you consider an acceptable overall false reject rate for the system? That is, what fraction of people who are eligible to use the system do you consider acceptable to be rejected and not have any real way to use it?
I think that's a really good question. I mean, this is one of the criticisms of the website level age verification laws. It's a reasonable criticism is, well, can't a kid just get a VPN and go around? I mean,
other way around, by the way. I mean, what fraction of adults get rejected do you consider acceptable?
Oh man, that's a good question.
It will be someone.
I think that this is why you have a suite of options, right? If you have only one option for age verification, you have a potential for a higher number. Hopefully there's multiple ways, but you want to maintain it being an incidental burden.
I guess I would also say what are we using the age verification for? If it's to provide you higher privacy protections, then I really don't care how many adults accidentally get those.
I think there is going to be the person who doesn't have an ID, doesn't want an ID, can't get one for whatever reason, who looks really young, who really likes watching Bluey videos or something like this, right? There will be somebody who, can't use any of these ways. And when we're talking about access to, what are we talking about access to? And I think that's a very good question of how many are we willing to say, nope, can't be done. Maybe we'll keep looking for more.
Okay. Yes, you in the back row? Yeah.
This panel's talked a lot about parents and parental rights. I realize under US law, kids really don't have any rights, but let's put that aside for a minute. What responsibility do we have towards kids to let them use the internet, access content, and how do you balance a child that at 18 will suddenly have either no protections or very limited protections, and what's the best way to deal with that?
So I guess in Common Sense is historically has been supportive more of features-based and specific applications of age assurance and protecting kids, and a kind of a training wheels approach that we see in COPPA 2.0, like you're under 13, your parent makes some decisions, you're under 16 or 17 or 18, the teen makes some supported decisions, because it probably shouldn't just be a cliff, and I think that's a good way. And there is a question of if you're not allowed to do anything at all, or be online at all, or be on social media at all, or talk to AI at all, and then at a certain age everything's open to you. I think that could be really scary and a very vulnerable time for that person.
I would just say I think the internet literacy question is totally in the domain of the parent, and I think most Americans probably agree with that. As a parent, you should be guiding your kid how to use the internet and what type of speech with adults is appropriate and what sites to avoid and that sort of thing. And I'm a social conservative. I know I'm probably the minority here, but that's generally where I'm coming from.
Okay. Yes. The blue tie.
Steve Del Bianco with NetChoice. Ashley and Jessica have really done their best to try to focus on the First Amendment. And despite your efforts, we're leaving this audience with the impression that the First Amendment is just like buying wine. The First Amendment is right to see and say. There is no constitutional right to buy wine, which is why IDs are appropriate and permissible under the law. So I think that there's a chance that we've mischaracterized the Paxton ruling. The Paxton ruling was only about content that is unlawful for minors. It expressly did not deal with content that is lawful for minors and for all of us at all ages. So this discussion, Ashley keeps trying to return you to the First Amendment. You can't just stomp on that. The question earlier about whether the companies themselves, whether it's speech when a chatbot is speaking to you. Well, I know this. The First Amendment says that this 16-year-old using the chatbot is expressing her speech. And what she sees and what she says are protected by the First Amendment.
Do you have a question, Steve?
Ashley, what can you do to close this off with some reaction to what the First Amendment really limits in terms of what John and others really want to do?
I'm not going to do that, but we are going to let other people ask questions if they have them. Yes, with the glasses. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay Kalina with GeoComply. My question is about the fragmented regulatory environment at the state level and how can we have effective state laws if VPNs enable people in restricted jurisdictions to say they're in a non-restricted jurisdiction? And can you have an effective state-by-state framework with that type of location obfuscation? So do states need to think about location verification? We've seen some interesting approaches in Indiana with the AG lawsuit down there. And if not, what's the legislative or legal solution?
Well, I'll just say really quick, I'm a fan of doing this at the federal level, so I think that would be the way to solve for this. But I will say we have gambling, sports gambling proliferation across the country, and sports apps are figuring out how to deal with that, and so I think it would be very similar here.
And I think also the New York regulations try to address and set some parameters around circumvention and VPN use. I will say that in the UK, the Online Safety Act requires some age assurance online, and a couple of different nonprofits have done studies that did not show a huge spike in VPN usage after that law came into effect. Different than I think what we've heard reported in terms of states that have put in requirements for pornography access.
And there's also been suggestions in England to outlaw VPNs. So I think from that we can see the slippery slope taking shape. And I think that generally what we see over there and what we see in Australia, where there has been a huge spike in VPN use. And those Australian kids, by the way, are awesome. They're buying face masks off Temu and verifying their identities online. Little rebels for liberty, and I'm all for it. We do see a spike there, and I think that's what you see when it's state by state. But again, figuring out how to like repress harder, I think, gets us kind of rushing past the point of like these laws are unconstitutional, the ones that have been stayed so far. So I think, the next step is like, what are you going to do? Outlaw VPNs, or are you going to do age verification for VPNs? I mean, that's like the funniest thing ever. Right?
I'm going to allow one more question. We are running out of time. Yes.
David Gossett from Davis Wright Tremaine. I'm actually, so I've litigated NetTrace v. Banta and the seat challenge to the age verification laws, but I'm actually not going to ask a question, but I'm going to pitch that at 5 o'clock we're having a salon where you're supposed to go and get a drink and then come and debate these very points. So I would love all the people who have so much they want to say on this to come and talk about it. I mean, my views are obvious, so.
Yes, this was the panel. That's the happy hour. It's different. We are out of time, but thank you for such a lively debate. Clearly, we don't have any clear solutions here, and there's a lot of different feelings and thoughts on this topic. And it'll continue to be interesting. Hope to keep in touch with you all, and thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
While maintaining a focus on deployment outcomes. Under her leadership, all 56 states and territories are moving forward with their BEAD proposals, keeping this historic effort on track and focused on execution. Administrator Roth is obviously taking on one of the most important challenges facing policymakers today, translating a once-in-a-generation investment into real, tangible benefits for Americans while demonstrating efficiency, accountability, and regulatory discipline. This includes using surplus funds effectively to demonstrate measurable results while also preventing wasteful spending. We are looking forward to working with the NTIA to address longstanding barriers to deployment, such as easement permits and other rights-of-way challenges. At Comcast, we have invested more than $80 billion into our network over the past decade, and we are certainly prepared to unite transformational federal funding, state leadership, municipal coordination, and industry expertise to deliver to long unserved communities through BEAD. Administrator Roth brings more than a decade of experience in federal communications and broadband policy. She previously served in senior roles in Capitol Hill, most recently as Policy Director for Telecommunications on the U.S. Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Technology, and at the FCC. She will be in conversation with Boston College Law School professor Daniel Lyons, one of the most widely recognized thought leaders on telecommunications and technology law regulation and policy. He is a visiting fellow at AEI, and his work focuses on market structure, competition, and the broader economic and societal impacts of digital technologies. Please join me in welcoming NTIA Administrator Ariel Roth and Professor Daniel Lyons.
Thank you. This is kind of low.
Well, Administrator, it's a pleasure to be here with you. We go way back to when Administrator Roth was with the Wireline Bureau at the FCC, and then Senior Advisor for the Senate Commerce Committee. So now having made, or helped participate in making policy, you're now charged with carrying it out. So let's start just by talking a little bit about, for those who don't know, right, the NTIA is kind of a powerhouse agency, but it operates behind the scenes. Can you share with us a little bit about what the NTIA does and what role it plays in the federal government?
Thank you, Professor Lyons, and also just thank you to State of the Net for having me here today. It's an honor to be here. It's also an honor to be in conversation with Professor Lyons, who I completely agree is a thought leader on issues related to telecommunications and tech policy, and is someone whose work I've followed and has been an influence on me in approaching difficult issues of public policy. In terms of NTIA's role, I mean, I think that you categorized it in a really thoughtfully. We have an important strategic role, sometimes fly under the radar. I would describe our role in a nutshell as advancing connectivity nationwide, as well as America's technology leadership. And we do that in different ways. We manage federal spectrum. We and expand opportunities for greater spectrum efficiency. We are charged with administering the $42 billion BEAD program and ensuring broadband connectivity nationwide. We play a role in public safety communications in overseeing FirstNet, and we also, in the international arena, play an important role in tracking and getting involved in international standard setting, which is so critical to America's technology leadership. So I would just say that these are NTIA is operating according to these mandates at a pivotal time for America, and it's just such an honor to be serving the president and serving our country at this time.
Great. So you've identified three big priorities as administrator. The first one is commercial spectrum access, which Commissioner Trusty was talking about a little bit before. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act requires NTIA to find 500 megahertz of spectrum for commercial use. Walk us through kind of what that means for the American people, right? How will more commercial spectrum access affect wireless services or innovation or U.S. competitiveness?
Yeah, so spectrum is this invisible but mighty resource that fuels so much of what we consider the defining features of modern life: 5G, 6G networks, Wi-Fi, satellite technology, radars, and so it's so critical that this essential resource be managed effectively, because the opportunity costs of inefficient spectrum are really quite enormous in terms of our economy, in terms of jobs, in terms of our technology leadership. Because it's not just about the networks themselves and exporting our architecture abroad, but also all of the innovation that happens on top of those networks, the apps. We want to make sure that the killer app for 6G is developed here at home, not by our adversaries, because technology leadership has become so synonymous with national, it is becoming so increasingly synonymous with national security. And additionally, the military relies so much on off-the-shelf wireless technology, and that's just another example of why it's so critical that we lead on spectrum and that we're the first mover and that we don't underutilize our spectrum resources. So I think that was something that was recognized by Congress and the President in the One Big Beautiful Bill, and then later in the presidential memorandum on spectrum from last December. We need to increase access to commercial spectrum, especially after the pipeline, the so-called pipeline, had run dry over the past few years. We lacked auction authority, we lacked a clear plan for what auctions we were going to have, and the One Big Beautiful Bill restored that auction authority and set the federal government, including NTIA, on clear timelines to identify spectrum for 6G. So we're in charge of identifying 500 megahertz of federal spectrum to be reallocated from federal to commercial licensed full power use. We are full steam ahead on that project. The presidential memorandum that came out last December put us on a strict deadline of identifying spectrum in the 7 gigahertz band by the end of the year, and we're working really hard to meet that deadline. So I've talked a lot about commercial licensed spectrum, but it's also important to recognize that we need an all-of-the-above approach to expanding access to spectrum, not just licensed spectrum, but also unlicensed spectrum. We have all of these, low-power unlicensed technologies that we rely on day to day, including Wi-Fi, and maintaining our leadership on that technology is really critical. One of the predictions for the future 6G networks is that it's going to be defined increasingly by seamless integration of terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks. So increasing access to spectrum for satellite spectrum is also critical. So we just really need that all-of-the-above approach, and that's what we're pursuing at NTIA.
So on this timeline, the first milestone that you've been charged with hitting is finding 200 megahertz by mid-2027. Can you share with us kind of what progress you've made to date and which bands you're most excited about?
Yeah, it's a lot of work. But as I said, we're all hands on deck, working with our federal partners and federal incumbents to get to meet those deadlines and hopefully beat them if possible. In the fall, we held a spectrum symposium where we announced the bands where we anticipate the pipeline, the 500 megahertz pipeline will come from. There's the 7 gigahertz band. The study of that band is further ahead than others. There's already spectrum relocation funds allocated to that band. And per the presidential memorandum, we're tasked with identifying spectrum in that band by the end of the year. We're looking at the 2.7 to 2.9 gigahertz band. We're in the process of securing spectrum relocation funds to complete that study. When you do a study of a federal band, what you're really looking at is how do I ensure that the critical federal missions in that band are going to be able to find a new home? What are the characteristics that we're going to need to meet to ensure that we're able to relocate them or provide different technologies to meet those needs, and so that's really what these studies are all about, and that's why it's so critical to work with federal partners on protecting critical federal needs. We're also looking at the 4 gigahertz band. We think that there's great opportunities in that band for the U.S. to be a leader internationally on that spectrum. There's a lot of commercial interest in that band. There's also a lot of federal incumbents in that band, 15 as I can recall. So that's going to be a bit more of a complicated exercise, but we're also full steam ahead on securing spectrum relocation funds to get that band studied and made available for commercial use.
And you'd also
and I forgot. There's one other band. We're also looking at 1675 to 1695. We've actually already identified 5 megahertz between 1675 and 1680 as kind of a down payment on our obligation to identify spectrum. We're also trying to look creatively what opportunities are there. We talk a lot about commercial license use, but of potential direct-to-cell use in 1675 in the 1675 band. So we're looking at all of our options and looking forward to getting to 500 and beyond.
Yeah, I was impressed that you got that first chunk out so quickly. That was really impressive. You mentioned a little bit about unlicensed use. As you kind of look forward to the World Radio Communication Conference in Shanghai, you're really talking about the importance of protecting the 6 gigahertz band for unlicensed use. What's the issue there, and how does that, what issues are we facing as the United States from other countries?
Yeah, World Radio Communication Conference is really critical. It's where international spectrum policy is harmonized. And we want to make sure that our interests are advanced at that critical conference, and that means having our positions developed well in advance and ensuring that we work with our partners across the federal government, the State Department, the White House, the FCC, to have a unified U.S. position and rally our allies around our positions. So work is underway. We want to make sure that we go into WRC 27 as a leader, not a follower. You brought up unlicensed use. I think that the 6 gigahertz band was a major issue in the last WRC, and when I think that we're trying to learn our lessons from that previous experience and correct where we may have fell short at that previous WRC. We lead the world in Wi-Fi and unlicensed technology. It's an area where the U.S. leads. Other countries have sought to identify that band for different purposes, and so we're working to advance our interest on the 6 gigahertz band and show the world the importance of Wi-Fi for economic growth and for innovation. It's just incredibly strategically important for us. And then back to WRC. The agenda for WRC 27 is actually going to be quite satellite focused. I referenced earlier that one of the projections for 6G networks is that they're going to be defined in many ways by seamless integration of terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks. And given our leadership in satellite communications, it's really critical for our technology leadership that we enter WRC with strong positions and in a leadership capacity.
So your second big initiative is BEAD reform, right? And I think a lot of people have heard a lot about that. The BEAD program had famously been criticized for having been around for several years and not having wired a single house when you took over. Now, after the benefit of the bargain reforms, you're kind of approving state plans right and left, and you've saved $21 billion. So can you talk a little bit about kind of what wasn't working before and what steps NTIA has taken to kind of shake up the process?
Yeah, thanks. I think that BEAD has been a real success story for the Trump administration. This was a program that was saddled with unlawful, extraneous rules, extreme technology mandates, central planning that drove provider participation away. And so when the Trump administration in June, in issuing the restructuring notice, Secretary Lutnick really restored BEAD to its core statutory mission of ensuring nationwide connectivity. And I think that as the results have shown, we've really delivered on that goal. We, thanks to the benefit of the bargain reforms, participation in the program surge, providers that otherwise stayed out under hostile, burdensome rules came to the table that brought down costs. There was increased skin in the game through private matching. That's a feature that we really look to ensure that a project is going to be successful. Whereas, you know, and we've been very, we've been incredibly careful not to ensure that the game exists. We have terms and conditions that are really focused on ensuring that the program succeeds and that that BEAD areas are successful, that BEAD projects are successful, and don't succumb to defaults, learning lessons from previous broadband programs past. And it's just been I think we're really proud of the work that we've been able to achieve. We're proud of the work that the state broadband offices have been able to achieve. They've worked really hard to get their states approved, to get their states over the finish line, and we're really looking forward to seeing America universally connected through BEAD.
And some of those state stories are really amazing. I was just reading about Nevada. The highest cost per location dropped from $228,000 to $25,000, and you saw this huge growth in private match from like 10% to 43%. How did that happen? Like, what were the reforms that really prompted such a revolutionary change?
Yeah, so Nevada is one of the states where we actually have data comparing what states that were going to be conditionally approved under the Biden administration and plans that were approved under the Trump administration, and you know, those results are really spectacular. Under the Biden administration, the administration was going to approve per location costs and that were $228,000 a location. It's just hard to explain that as reasonable to a normal American. You know, $228,000, that's 3 times the state's median income. And you know, we've been able to, and Nevada is this incredible story where they saved over $200 million compared to the plan that would have been approved under the previous administration. It also shows just what an opportunity cost that you had with under the previous rules. When you have the consequence of burdensome of the burdensome rules under the previous administration was this $21 billion that in opportunity costs. And so we're, thanks to the hard work of the states, thanks to the hard work of providers and increased participation, we're able to deliver this amazing amount of savings for the American people. And we really think it'll pay dividends.
$21 billion is a lot of money.
Yeah.
How are you thinking about how to allocate that?
Well, so, you know, I think, you know, again, as I said, just really proud of that, of the achievement of what we were able to accomplish, thanks, and the states were able to accomplish thanks to the benefit of the bargain reforms. We are that's the $21 billion question. There are a lot of ideas out there. I think that when we think about the BEAD savings, I think that what NTIA would hope to accomplish is kind of the same principles that made the BEAD program and the benefit of the bargain reform so successful, ensuring that the funds are spent in a manner that's fair to taxpayers, that's non-distortionary, that is non-duplicative, that doesn't invite waste, fraud, and abuse. You know, there are a lot of ideas out there. We're actually holding a listening session on Wednesday. We invite members of the public to share their views and to respond to others' views. We want to get this right, and because it is such a large amount of money, and so we invite you to come participate and join the conversation.
Great. So the third big pillar of your agenda is protecting kids from excessive screen time. And that's a mantra that's really kind of near and dear to my heart. I'm wondering if you could kind of talk a little bit about what's motivating you in this area. A lot of people focus about kids having cell phones, but you're just kind of arguing that's just scratching the surface. The real issue is what's going on with school-issued laptops and tablets.
Can I just, I forgot to say something.
Oh, sure.
Can we, before we get to that topic, I completely blanked. We've approved 42 states so far. We actually have 8 more states to approve today on BEAD. And so I was hoping to announce them at State of the Net. So very thrilled that we've approved Oregon, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Vermont, Mississippi, New Mexico, Puerto Rico, and US Virgin Islands. Thrilled that we've been able to get these over the finish line and looking forward to completing all 56. One other thing I'll say is that, as we get to the end of BEAD, some of the challenges, we see certain challenges with states. In one of the cases of the states that we announced today, Pennsylvania, that state had, in our rules, we require that states with prevailing wage laws apply those classifications accurately. And in the case of Pennsylvania, broadband workers were being consistently classified as electric linemen, which was driving up costs in the state. So in that state's case, Pennsylvania is going to be required as a condition of its grant agreement with NTIA to revise its classification so that they accurately reflect the work being done, and that's consistent with our rules. It's going to promote broadband deployment with the state by lowering labor costs, and that's going to pay dividends not just for the BEAD program, but for broadband deployment across Pennsylvania.
Congratulations, that's amazing. So yeah, on the screen time topic, yes. to close this out. Yeah. So you held a December 10th listening session. You were talking about wanting to understand the ed tech marketplace and procurement decisions, commercial incentives. What concerns do you have, kind of how the ed tech companies are driving decision making in this area?
Well, thank you, and thank you for participating in our listening session. I found your comments really quite interesting and thoughtful. This is an issue that's really near and dear to my heart, both as somebody who works in tech and telecom policy and as a mom of 6. I think that when you speak to parents these days, particularly of school-aged kids, and this has been my experience, there's just this perception and that that kids that their curricula are being increasingly driven by educational technology and screen use throughout the school day and in homework, and in ways that sometimes you have to question: is this really helping my child pedagogically? How is it affecting their development? There's just this the sense of powerlessness among parents. Socially, so much of life revolves around a screen, and as well as and school isn't a haven for that. They're on screens all day between their social lives as well as their academic lives. And so I think I've really thought about this a long time as a policymaker. I've been interested in how federal policy affects these trends. What's the market for educational technology? Just understanding the trends that have led to so much screen time and internet use in school. It seems like part of it was fueled by the pandemic, but a lot of those trends have stayed. In my own life, I think a lot about the opportunity costs of so much time, so much of kids' lives spent online. My own son got in trouble last week in class because he was on his laptop during school, and he was looking something up that didn't have anything to do with the lesson plan, and he got punished. And you think to yourself, like, okay, of course I don't want my child doing something that's not appropriate, or that's not they're not following directions in class. But on the other hand, you're giving this distracting, addictive machine to a child, and so it's important to ask, are they ready for this, and what are the consequences of this? And also, I tend to think, well, there's sometimes I've heard, educational technology advocates respond, well, we have this technology that allows a teacher to see all the screens of all the kids. That's how my son was discovered. But then you think, well, what's the opportunity cost of the teacher having to, look at every kid's screen during class? Is that time that's being taken away from teaching? So these are all, things I think about as a mom and as somebody who works in public policy. We've started this initiative. We had this great listening session last fall, and and it really brought people to the table to start, thinking about this issue. I think that our work really starts with listening and getting a survey of the market and of the trends that are fueling these phenomena. And yeah, really looking forward to our continued work on this topic.
I appreciate the work that you're doing, using your position as sort of a bully pulpit to ask these important questions. I think they too often go assumed rather than investigated. And so to the extent that you're shining a spotlight on asking really important questions, I appreciate it. This is an ambitious agenda. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Please join me in thanking Administrator Roth for sharing time with us.
Thank you. Do you want to ask questions? Or?
Do we have time for a question?
We could maybe do one.
All right, we have time for one question. Go ahead.
Thanks for being here. You mentioned that you have a goal of getting to approval of 50 states for the BEAD funding. I'm curious how that meshes up with the AI executive order that seems to anticipate that at least some states are coming out with AI laws, have come out with AI laws that might disqualify them for that funding.
Okay, thank you. So we are working full steam ahead to get all 56 states approved for the deployment part of their BEAD agendas to ensure universal connectivity nationwide, and that's what we're fully on track to accomplish. And today I announced that we had gotten the number to 50, and really proud of that accomplishment. At the same time, the president issued an executive order that I think you referenced on AI laws. And tasked NTIA with identifying those AI laws that you referenced. We're working on that report as well, but it pertains to the BEAD savings that we're really proud of, so they're two separate issues. But we're looking forward to completing our taskings under that executive order as well.
Yeah, I can't imagine it's easy to balance these two competing initiatives, but I'm really glad they're in your hands.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Todd Cohen, a longtime member of the Board of Directors of the Internet Education Foundation and a partner at Manat, Phelps & Phillips. It is my privilege and pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker and Fireside Chat participants, McKenna Kelly and California State Senator Scott Wiener. Scott Wiener represents San Francisco in the state Senate, where it's currently a lovely 63 degrees. Senator Wiener chairs the Budget and Fiscal Review Committee. But those of us working at the intersection of tech and policy know him for something else entirely. He is one of the most consequential voices in technology policy. Senator Wiener has tackled most of the thorniest questions in our field. He authored California's landmark AI safety bill, SB 1047, which sparked a fierce national debate about how we regulate frontier AI systems,
While the bill was ultimately vetoed, it catalyzed a conversation that continues to shape AI policy discussions from Sacramento to Capitol Hill to Brussels. He's also been at the forefront of housing policy in the Bay Area and California, an issue that directly impacts the tech ecosystem's ability to attract and retain talent. His housing legislation has challenged decades of California's orthodoxy for these kinds of efforts and is creating a thriving innovation economy. But what makes Senator Wiener particularly relevant to this audience is his willingness to engage in the complexity. He doesn't offer easy answers to the hard questions, whatever it is, be it content policy, autonomous vehicles, net neutrality, or data protection. He brings a nuanced understanding that helps to shape the policy for all of us. Finally, Senator Wiener is a candidate for the U.S. House of Representatives, running for the seat currently held by Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi in the 11th Congressional District. Please join me in welcoming State Senator Scott Wiener.
Hey everyone. All right, my name is McKenna Kelly, and I'm a senior writer for Wired, and I am thrilled to be joined with Senator Scott Wiener. Like we just mentioned before we got up here, Wiener has been a central figure to so many tech policy issues that I have covered for the last 10 years, and this institution has covered, tracked, and influenced for much longer than that. But today, I want to focus on one of the most impactful legislative battles Wiener has been involved in for the last 3 years or so, and that's passing SB 53, which requires AI companies to disclose catastrophic risks, report safety incidents to the state, and makes California one of the first states in the country to regulate AI. So to get us started, I kind of want to set the stage. For people who aren't so steeped into California politics, can you walk us through the journey from SB 1047 to SB 53? What did you learn from the veto, and how did it reshape your approach?
Great. Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for being here today. So representing San Francisco, well, San Francisco, no offense to anyone else, but it's the best city on the planet for a lot of reasons. And one of them is just a massive concentration of super smart people in many different fields. And one of those is, of course, in technology, and now especially in artificial intelligence, just brilliant, brilliant people. And I am surrounded by them, and it's great as an elected official to be surrounded by people in different areas who know a lot more than you do, and maybe disagree with each other, and you can participate in that dialogue, and it helps improve policymaking. And so back in 2023, people started coming to me, people who are working at AI labs, startup founders, folks working in large labs, talking about some of the safety issues up to and including catastrophic risk. And I had been following it, but I started to look into it more deeply, and we had a series of dinners and salons and just many, many conversations. And ultimately that produced Senate Bill 1047, which all of the large labs had already been many times committing to engage in safety testing of their frontier models before they would release it. So we put it into a bill saying you have to perform this testing, and if you don't perform the testing and and something catastrophic happens, you can be liable, and the Attorney General can basically go after you. And that sparked a massive conversation, shall we say. The governor in his veto message referred to the bill as having created its own weather system. But it was an overdue conversation about how do we both promote innovation and protect public health and public safety, because they're not mutually exclusive. They get pitted against each other, but they're not mutually exclusive. And we know that in technology policy in general, we've tended to do nothing. It's 2026, and there's no federal data privacy law, for example, no federal net neutrality law. And so it's up to the states to act, and we wanted to try to get ahead of these risks. So the governor vetoed the bill and impaneled a panel of experts, a working group, to make recommendations for next steps. They did that. We took a number of their recommendations and some other items, including whistleblower protections for employees at these labs, and then also a program called CalCompute, a public cloud, to try to democratize and expand access to compute. And that became SB 53. SB 53 took a transparency approach, requiring that labs disclose their safety protocols with redactions for trade secrets. And if they don't have those protocols, then they have to say they don't have them, and people will know. So it was a real journey, and what I learned is that there are a lot of different opinions within the tech world. We saw that when SB 1047 was pending, there was a number of polls done by both supporters and opponents of the bill. It showed overwhelming public support, almost 80%, and higher support among tech workers than among the general public. And so we really learned that this is a real issue, and it's great that we were able to get something done.
Yeah, and so you've called SB 1047 more liability focused, and then SB 53 as transparency focused. Yep. Why make that shift?
Because the governor vetoed the first one. Obviously, SB 1047, in my view, was a good bill. I wish the governor had signed it, but the governor, he's the governor, he gets to make that decision. He decided to veto it. And so when we came back, we wanted to wait and see what this working group produced. We already had our ideas, and we already introduced a bill, and then we took some additional ideas from the working group, which were very solid recommendations, and that's what we moved forward. But the original bill was also very good.
Yeah. So the bill requires frontier developers to publish safety frameworks and transparency reports, like we've discussed, but it doesn't prescribe specific standards. Some critics, who I think might be in this room, suggest that it's kind of asking companies to grade their own homework. How do you see this creating real accountability?
I don't think it's asking companies to grade their own homework. It's a transparency bill, right? We went the liability route. That did not work. The governor did not agree with it. And so we went the transparency route, and the governor signed it. It's not grading their own homework, because the public and experts and everyone else gets to grade it, and to say, you have really good safety protocols, you have cruddy protocols, and you have no protocols, and the world will know. In addition, the bill requires reporting of critical safety incidents. And so I'm not going to claim that everything that you could possibly want to do is in this bill, but we tried one approach, the governor vetoed it, and now we tried another approach, and I think it is, there are other good bills that have been passed, like in New York, but this is a really solid approach, and I think it was definitely worthwhile.
Yeah, and so the bill went into effect January 1st. Anthropic and OpenAI have already published some compliance frameworks. From what you've seen so far, is the law working as intended?
Well, I mean, it's only been like 39 days, or 40 days now. So it's a little too soon to judge. It's good that companies are starting to comply. I know there's already been some online dialogue about is there compliance or not compliance, and that's good, and we'll see how it rolls out, but it's a little too soon to say definitively.
So the incident reporting mechanism routes through the Office of Emergency Services. I think that's an interesting pick. Why pick OES?
We worked with the administration, with the governor's office on it, and that's where, and frankly, that's what the governor wanted. And I think that the rationale was that OES is designed to be a nimble agency, to be able to respond and to route issues to the appropriate, whether it's enforcement or first responders or whatever the case may be. And so I think that's what I think that was their thinking, and I thought that among various reasonable choices, it was a reasonable choice.
Yeah, and so you also kind of at the top of this discussed CalCompute. CalCompute, I think, is an interesting industrial play that's kind of bundled with the safety bill. what's the theory behind pairing public compute, right, infrastructure with safety regulation?
Well, they could have been separate bills, and same with the whistleblower protections. So the whistleblower protections, protects employees who report or come forward and say there's a problem with relating to catastrophic risk, and ensures that they don't get punished for doing that. Anytime you regulate technology, there are some people who will say, "Oh, you're impeding innovation," and yet, regulation can impede innovation if you go too far. It's always striking the right balance. But regulation, if done correctly, will not impede innovation and actually can foster innovation. If you're, if you are improving public confidence in technology, there's going to be more support. And it can actually make innovation better. If people don't have confidence, then you can have reactions against technology, which could really squash innovation. But we knew that we would get that criticism, and so we wanted to include something in there that was very, very clearly pro-innovation, especially for smaller players. And we know that compute had been getting more and more expensive, and so we wanted to provide this public cloud. So that folks who don't have a lot of resources could participate. We want to make sure that this is not getting, as happens, concentrated only in a few big players.
Could you see that working at the federal level?
See what the...
A little bit more like Cal Compute in the public.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, listen, I'm a big believer. We know that the federal government has played a huge role in many aspects of economic life. There's this really bogus notion that it's just the private sector did its thing. Government has always been there to foster, including, for example, playing a key role in creating the internet. I think industrial policy is a good thing, and having smart participation by the government in general is a good thing.
Yeah, and so now I want to move into the political fight to get this bill passed. OpenAI, of course, kind of published an open letter that seemed to try to undermine SB 53 at one point last year by roping in EU rules. Andreessen Horowitz, the big tech companies, have kind of really been in opposition of SB 53. What was it like navigating this opposition and ultimately getting the bill over the line?
Yeah, I mean, there was less opposition the second time than the first time. First time we had quite a coalition in opposition, although there were a number of startups that supported the original version of the bill, SB 1047. With SB 53, there are going to be people and companies that are going to oppose any form of regulation whatsoever, and we saw some of that with SB 53. It was less intense than with SB 1047, but it was still there. That's okay. I mean, it's a democracy, and people participate. And as a lawmaker, I welcome folks' perspectives, and even if that means opposing it, I think it's healthy for a democracy when you have people expressing different views. So, and also, if you have people opposing it, you can be a little more confident that it's actually doing something. Because sometimes if no one is opposing it, well, there are some bills that no one opposes that do really good things, but if you have industry opposition, you should always listen to what people say, because sometimes industry will raise very valid points around implementation, and I always want any kind of regulatory law bill that we're advancing to be easy to implement. So we always look at every single piece of opposition, especially constructive feedback, because sometimes opposition can raise really good ideas. But the fact that there was still some opposition also, to me, said that the bill actually did something.
Sure. Anthropic, though, towards the end there in SB 53 was supporting the bill, while other labs opposed it. What does it tell you when the industry splits like this?
That's a healthy thing. I mean, with any industry. I mean, I had my bill that we were able to get passed to sign the law last year to regulate pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs, the drug middlemen that jack up the cost of drugs, and the health insurance industry because of some of the interconnections between industries, was opposing the bill, which was not really in their interest, but they did it. And then Blue Shield split away and supported the bill, and that was really powerful. And same here. Anthropic was very collaborative with us for both years, and for the original version, SB 1047, Anthropic didn't come out in full support, but wrote a fairly positive letter about the bill. So I think Anthropic was, seemed very interested in producing a good piece of AI safety legislation, and I'm grateful for their participation and support.
Sure. SB 53 dropped, of course, some of 1047's rules in there, like third-party audits. Do you see these pieces as ideas you'd still like to pursue, or is it the wrong approach?
Yeah, so the third-party audits were in SB 53, and they were ultimately removed by the Assembly. But it wasn't just SB 53. The audits were removed from a series of bills. And that is an issue that has been percolating around, and there's a lot of, it's very contentious, because on the one hand, audits make a lot of sense. On the other hand, it's unclear, it's not a fully developed market for outside auditing yet. And so I hope that that market really develops, because I think auditing can be a really, really good thing. But the Assembly decided that for various bills that last year wasn't the time to do it. That was not my choice, it was the Assembly's choice.
Are there any other provisions that were in 1047 that you could imagine working its way into other legislation down the line?
I mean, the liability approach, someone could try to bring that back for sure, to require safety testing. And we'll have a new governor next year. I do not know. It's sort of a little bit of a chaotic gubernatorial race we have going, and I do not know who's going to be the next governor, and I do not know what their perspective will be on tech regulation. So I think once there's a new governor, people will make an assessment of where they stand on these issues. And so it is possible, but I can't predict the future.
Yeah.
I wish I could.
So here in DC, right, there's been a lot of efforts, especially from the Republicans, to preempt some of these state laws. Where do you think that fight stands? Where are you?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was not a good look to try to preempt deep fake revenge porn laws, which is what they were trying to do. I don't think that was the thing they were targeting, but the preemptions they were proposing was so broad, it would have preempted all sorts of public safety measures. And you can support AI strongly and still say there are bad things that AI can do that we should not allow to happen. And so it was so ham-handed, and that's why it was defeated 99-1 in the Senate. And it's shameful that Ted Cruz keeps trying to pursue this on behalf of Donald Trump. And so it's a little bit like Night of the Living Dead. The zombie keeps coming back. And the reality is that Congress has not passed major tech regulation in 30 years. I'll say it again, 2026, no federal data privacy law. How is that possible that in 2026 there is no federal data privacy law? So we passed one in California in 2018. There's no federal or de minimis federal social media regulation. We have passed some laws in California. There's no federal net neutrality law. That's outrageous. No federal net neutrality law. Under federal law, like AT&T arguably could come in and just block you from accessing websites that aren't paying them enough money. And there's no federal law that explicitly prohibits that, and so we passed that in California too. So the idea that the federal government would say, or that Congress would say, we're not going to do anything about it, oh, but you're not allowed to do anything about it either, that is absurd, and it's actually outrageous, and it shows that this administration and the current leadership, the Republicans in Congress, they do not seem particularly interested in actually protecting the public. They just want to protect the companies that are helping them and supporting them, and I think that is outrageous.
Yeah, talking a little bit about preemption here, but bringing it back to SB 53 specifically. SB 53 includes a federal deference, sorry, I can't speak today, deference provision. Was that more of an olive branch to the AI companies, or was that kind of some kind of strategic armor to preemption?
When you say deference, it doesn't what specifically are you referring to when you say federal?
Speaking about like kind of a little bit of what OpenAI was trying to do with saying like, well, if we meet the EU rules, right? If we meet maybe a federal rule on AI safety, that meets the California.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't say that, like, it doesn't, we rejected that amendment. I mean, of course, we want to always look to the other rules and try to harmonize them to the extent possible. But we rejected the idea of the bill, of the law, like evaporating if the federal government does something. But we, of course, want to look to those rules and try to, we don't want to have, to the extent possible, you want to harmonize.
Sure. Okay, so do you think SB 53 would be a good national standard?
I think it is a good national standard, but I want to be clear, that doesn't mean it would be the only AI safety standard, right? Because, so I know that, like, it's not like you pass SB 53 and then you can just go home and not do further AI policy. AI is an important, significant, and growing part of daily life, and it's impacting so many aspects of life in some very, very good, positive ways that'll make life better for people, and also creating risks that we need to deal with. And so I don't think we should ever say, okay, we did this, we're done. It's not AI is not like a frozen in amber kind of thing. It's constantly evolving, and we're constantly learning new things. So I think it's a good thing to do nationally, but I don't think that is the end or the exclusive approach that should be taken.
So what's next on your agenda when it comes to AI work?
Well, I don't have any AI bills this year, although I have colleagues who have quite a few of them. There's been a multi-year effort to try to deal with algorithmic discrimination and also just algorithms making AI models making decisions about your life, really big decisions about your life. So that's going to be an ongoing effort. There are obviously conversations and efforts happening around like electricity and water usage. And then the big one that no one really seems to have a good answer for is the impact on work and jobs. And I know that labor in California has indicated that's going to be a top focus. And I don't know where that's going to go, because it is a really significant change. Technology has always changed work, going back to everything, printing press, the loom, everything. But it usually happens very slowly over time. Even like the personal computer or the iPhone took years or even decade or more to meaningfully impact work. This is happening so quickly, and it will impact such a broad, not just like one or two job types, but like a massive array of job types. And I am not totally confident that our society is capable of absorbing that change as quickly as it's coming. And that doesn't mean that you shut it all down. That has never really worked well when people have tried to do that with technology. But we need to be nimble in adjusting to it. So, because my concern is that we're seeing so much wealth being generated via AI that we don't want to have that a tiny group of people receive unbelievable benefit from AI, and you have a bunch of other people who are eating, cat food in the gutter. And I want to make sure that the benefits that society sees from AI are being spread, so that society as a whole is benefiting.
Sure, and I guess my last question before we open it up to questions from you all is if you had any advice or like trying to explain, what lessons lawmakers or people here in Washington could take from the SB 53 fight and bringing these kind of regulatory frameworks to DC for a federal framework, what kind of advice would you give?
I would say talk to a broad cross-section in the tech world. sometimes I think there are like a small group of companies that have an outsized voice because they are very large. But first of all, even within those companies, there is diversity of opinion. You talk to the GR people, you might get a different answer than you talk to the scientists. But also making sure that the small, little tech or whatever we want to call them, the small players, the startups are part of the conversation, and I think that's absolutely essential. And sometimes the small players have very different perspectives than the large players do.
Great. So we can open it up to questions now. Let's see, where is our mic? Perfect. Let's go over there in the brown sweater.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator. My question is about the audits that you mentioned earlier, the third-party audits. I'm wondering, with the market not being settled, as you said, what role might policymakers like yourself play in helping to settle that, and what would you like to see that role be?
Yeah. So my great colleague, Assembly Member Rebecca Bauer-Cahan, from the East Bay, who chairs the Assembly Privacy Committee, this has been an issue that she's been intensively focused on. And she has advanced her own bills, and she has made amendments to other legislators' AI bills to put the audit requirement in. And I don't want to speak for her, but I've heard her speaking before, and she's a friend. We've spoken about it. Her take is that if you have delayed implementation, I think she had delayed implementation to like 2030, that will foster the creation of an ecosystem, so the audits will be available. Industry will then say, well, we don't know if it will be, and then we may have to do audits, and there's not enough auditors, or they're not good enough. And so, I think that there is a balance to be struck in terms of having the right timetables and maybe having a escape clause if it turns out that the ecosystem doesn't form. Because again, it is an important issue, and we also want to make sure that it's a good result both for the public and for industry, which is going to have to actually go through it.
Okay. How about up here?
Hi, Emma with MLex. Quick question. I know there's a ballot initiative taking shape backed by Common Cause and OpenAI for chatbot safety. I was hoping to get your quick initial thoughts on that. Do you think it's the right route?
Yeah, so they've come to a compromise, and it's still unclear to me if they're going to go the ballot measure route or if they'll try to pass a bill through the legislature. I haven't talked to them recently, so I don't know if they've made that decision. I think it's an important issue. We've seen some of the challenges around kids and chatbots, and we've all, seen it and read about it and seen some of the really horrible things, like the kid who committed suicide. And so I'm glad that it's happening, and I hope that it passes.
Great, and I think we can do one more. Let's see.
Hello, Corey Marshall, Senior Director of Public Policy at the Chamber of Progress for the Central and Southern Region. It was interesting. It was reassuring to hear you speak about economic parity as, certain folks' wealth starts to balloon as it relates to the rise of artificial intelligence. I do have a question about your thoughts on AI discrimination laws. Do you think we should be updating our current penal codes or writing new laws that will govern AI specifically when we could? I worked on the Colorado SB 24205 for over 2 years. As you know, that law passed. Governor Jared Polis didn't veto it. He signed it into law, quoted some of our veto request letter in his, when he signed it. But that's a law that is intending to regulate discrimination, fair housing, credit decisions. But do you think that the future is a world where we should be updating our laws that are not moving as fast as technology is in the United States of America?
Well, either way, you're passing a new law, whether you're taking the existing structure and adapting it so it applies well to AI, or you're creating a separate structure. And I think depending on the issue, you could see one or the other working. I mean, right now, one thing I said to some of the opponents of SB 1047 when we took a liability approach is you are already subject to tort laws. So if you have a large language model that is used in a way or deployed in a way that, let's say, burns someone's house down, they may sue you, and you can defend it in court. And we don't know what might be what the courts will do, but you're already subject to tort law. And I think the same is true potentially of criminal law. And we may need to make adjustments, probably we do, to some of them to make sure that it's fully covering AI and that it's not doing anything weird, because AI is not the same as a human being. So I'm speaking generally because it's a very broad question, but I think it just depends.
Great. All right. Well, thank you all so much. And I just ask you to thank me. I'm copying the man from earlier, Steve. Oh my gosh. I would like you to help me thank Senator Scott Wiener.
Thank you.
All right, you guys did it. You made it through another State of the Net. There is one thing left to do, and that involves cocktails. And I want you to know, I asked if we could start at 4, and they told me no. So, first of all, I want to thank Tim and Joe and Ryan and the amazing team that helped put this all together, that make this day so amazing, and the Glen Echo Group, who've done a fantastic job of making sure that you all know about this and all the social media. They've been a very big part of the team. I also want to thank our sponsors, because without you, we would not be in this room. And we're always looking for more sponsors. And I realize I call it the 80% rule. We can fit about 80% of the people in the room. But the reason why that is so we can also do everybody's favorite, what I call the snack study hall area. So thank you for being patient. Sometimes there wasn't room for everybody, but we all got to see it. Really good news is all of this was videotaped. So you can watch it again. I know I will. I've actually already asked for transcripts for some of the amazing discussions that we've had today. Now, because Tim likes to give out homework assignments, in case you just didn't want to drink with your friends, there are rooms for you to be drinking in. So this will take 30 seconds. If you want to be with the copyright and AI training and output in the law, they will be in the North Hub drinking. And you have 2 facilitators, Nicholas Garcia and Adam Eisgrau. I hope I didn't ruin your last name. In the South Hub, we have the state of the front line who sets up the rules for AI. We've got Patrick Hedger and Corey Marshall in that room. In Central Hub, we have the First Amendment in Digital Age, what still holds and what is breaking, with Kate Ron and David Gossett. All amazing people. Again, it's going to be a hard choice for all of us. And if you get stopped in the hallway and just want to have a drink, that's okay too. So thank you very much for attending today, and I look forward to seeing you all out there.